The Original Vampire Chapter 462 to Chapter 500. Boom, with a loud noise, an invisible wave of air exploded around the Duke of St. Prospero and Lucien. All the windows in the building shattered at the same time, and the scattered glass shards were like a dense rain of bullets, hitting the soldiers of the eastern region who were trying to surround them. The Duke of St. Prospero stood in the air, and a huge phantom of a white horse appeared behind him. On the back of the white horse, a pair of giant wings more than 10 meters long suddenly spread out, almost occupying the entire space of the hall. Whoosh, amidst the deafening roar, the pair of giant wings blocked out the light and pressed down on Lucien from all directions. The domineering aura brought about by the wings caused all the objects in the hall to tumble around. As the giant wings flapped, the air was crazily squeezed out like a pump, and the whole hall trembled violently. The magnificent energy of the holy light gradually condensed into a complete entity, and crashed down on Lucien. Lucien's face did not change in the slightest, but he quickly burst out all the fighting power in his body, and condensed a large red crystal shield in front of him. Compared to the huge wings, the thin shield seemed to be on a completely different level of power. Boom, in an instant, the giant wings, accompanied by a terrible impact, fiercely hit the crystal shield. With a cracking sound, fine cracks visible to the naked eye appeared on the crystal shield, and continued to spread in all directions at a worrisome speed. It was only the first round of confrontation, but the winner was immediately decided between the two. Although they were both 6th grade, the Duke of St. Prospero, as a knight, was obviously stronger than Lucien, who was a warrior. This was the suppression of a god's profession over an ordinary one. In fact, under normal circumstances, the Duke of St. Prospero would not be worried at all about fighting with Lucien. He had absolute confidence that he could defeat a 6th grade warrior, but now, he was not so confident. Because there was a dagger in his chest. Feeling the piercing pain and the constant loss of strength, the Duke of St. Prospero knew that he had to end the battle quickly, or his injuries would only worsen. The Duke of St. Prospero stared at Lucien, who was still struggling in front of him. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and let out a silent roar. In an instant, countless white and gold threads shot out from the Pegasus phantom behind him into the sky. Chi! Chi! All the threads circled around and suddenly burned fiercely in the air. In the blink of an eye, they became a huge golden torch. Crack, with a strange light sound, a white dot suddenly lit up in the torch. A helical horn that was as flawless as jade extended out of the torch and stabbed at the crystal shield in front of Lucien at a seemingly slow but actually extremely fast speed. It was so fast that Lucien had no time to react at all. He could only watch the jade spiral horn touch the shield as if it was nothing at all. Everything seemed to have stopped in an instant. Perhaps in a second, or perhaps a century, time would begin to flow again. Crack, the crystal shield began to slowly turn into ashes. Dust rose into the air. However, the jade-like spiral horn did not disappear. It was still stabbing at Lucien in a slow but firm way. Although the horn had not touched Lucien's body, the armor on his body seemed to be unable to withstand such a terrifying force. Like a candle in magma, it quickly softened, caved in, and even turned into molten iron dripping to the ground. Chi, the helical horn finally touched Lucien and went through him effortlessly. In front of such a strange force, it seemed that any defense was useless. Lucien's chest was easily pierced through like a thin piece of paper. Through the big hole, one could even see the broken heart clearly. The Duke of St. Prospero looked at his masterpiece and finally smiled with satisfaction. But then, his face turned pale, and his magnificent aura gradually withered. The Pegasus phantom behind him was like snow under the sun, melting in the air bit by bit. Obviously, the terrifying attack just now was a great burden for the Duke of St. Prospero. Cough, the Duke of St. Prospero coughed out a mouthful of blood, but he wiped it off casually. Ignoring Lucien in front of him, he turned around and looked at Vincent, who was hiding in the corner. "You're still alive?" Marquis Vincent gasped in pain. His heart and lungs were almost completely destroyed by the Duke of St. Prospero, but even so, he was still alive. The Duke of St. Prospero slowly walked to his son, his eyes full of undisguised killing intent. He said as he walked, "You unfilial son, do you know? I've already made up my mind to let you inherit my title." Hee hee. Are you really that impatient? Marquis Vincent looked at his father who was approaching him step by step and smiled. The blood in his mouth made his smile even more ferocious. Father. Cough. Your mind is so fickle. How can I wait patiently? Who knows? Who knows? One day. You'll change your mind. The Duke of St. Prospero's face was as cold as water. He said coldly, if that's the case, then don't ever wait. Go and repent to the Lord. As he said that, he raised his fist and punched Marquis Vincent's head. However, at this time, the Duke of St. Prospero suddenly felt a strong wave of combat power coming from behind him. He quickly turned around and saw Lucien, who was supposed to be dead, rushing towards him again. The long spear in Lucien's hand was like a dragon coming out of the water. It left a silver shadow in the air and pierced towards the Duke of St. Prospero. Caught off guard, the Duke of St. Prospero could only slightly avoid his vital parts, and the spear pierced through his right chest. Ah! The Duke of St. Prospero screamed in pain, but he still reached his hand forward and grabbed Lucien's throat tightly. Crack! Along with the sound of bone cracking, Duke St. Pros crushed Lucien's throat bone. However, Lucien did not seem to feel anything. He did not even try to defend himself. Instead, he reached out his hand and grabbed the dagger that was stabbed into the Duke of St. Prospero's chest by Marquis Vincent. Then, he twisted it hard. The Duke of St. Prospero let out a desperate roar. His hands tightened again, and he tried his best to strangle Lucien to death. Unfortunately, the strength in his body was quickly draining away like the ebbing tide. His vision was getting blurrier and blurrier, and his consciousness was getting weaker and weaker. Before the darkness completely swallowed him up, the Duke of St. Prospero murmured desperately and confusedly. You. Why? Why? Don't you die. Duke. Muffet, who had finally rushed into the hall, saw the scene in front of him and let out a desperate and mournful cry. But then, he took a deep breath and got into a fighting posture. Even though he knew that he was no match for Lucien, he was ready to do his best to fulfill his promise. However, Lucien did not pay any attention to Muffet at all. He picked up the body of the Duke of St. Prospero and rushed out. Muffet was stunned. For a moment, he did not know whether he should be happy or angry. Just when he was about to chase after Lucien, he suddenly heard a slight groaning sound. Marquis. Muffet rushed over and looked at Marquis Vincent, who was lying on the ground in surprise and worry. You're still alive. Marquis Vincent's mouth was full of blood. He struggled and said weakly, Don't let the Hall family escape. Muffet thought that Marquis Vincent was awakened by the aftermath of the battle and did not know that the Duke of St. Prospero had been assassinated, so he was still paying attention to the Hall family. Don't worry. The Hall family can't escape. Please hold on. I'll find a priest to treat you. Muffet did not dare to provoke Marquis Vincent with the news of the Duke of St. Prospero's death. After a few words of comfort, he immediately went out to find a priest. At this time, the manner of the Hall family had quieted down. Most of the guards had gone to chase the group of assassins from the northern frontier, or the members of the Hall family who had escaped. Only a few people were left to guard nearby. You go to the church immediately. Just when Muffet was about to tell a guard to go to the church and find a priest, he saw a figure appear at the gate of the manor. Duchess. Muffet hurriedly saluted and then realized that the Duchess was the Archbishop of the Eastern region. With her there was no need to find a priest, so he immediately said, Madam. Marquis Vincent is now seriously injured and his life is in danger. Please go and see him quickly. The Duchess frowned and said in surprise, Vincent is still alive? Yes. Muffet suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Maybe there was a mistake, take me there quickly. The Duchess followed Muffet and asked, Where's the Duke? Why don't I see him? Knight Muffet lowered his head and said in shame and pain, The Duke. I'm afraid he has already been killed. What? The Duchess suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her body swayed and she almost fell over. Knight Muffet hurriedly advised, Madam, please put away your grief for the time being and treat Lord Marquis first. As for your grace, I've already sent men to track down the assassins from the northern frontier. I'll let you know when I have the exact information. Okay. The Duchess nodded her head shakily. She was still in a daze, but she forced herself to walk into the hall and to Marquis Vincent. Madam, you can rest assured and treat Lord Marquis injuries. If you need anything, please feel free to ask. I will be waiting outside. All right. After Knight Muffet left, the Duchess checked on Marquis Vincent's injuries and checked his breathing. Then, she revealed a look of surprise. Obviously, she found it hard to believe that her son was still alive after being injured like this. But in the face of her son's serious injuries, the Duchess just looked at him without any intention of treating him. Time passed little by little. The Duchess seemed to be thinking about something and didn't care that her own son was slowly sliding into the abyss of death beside her. After some time, footsteps sounded again, and the Duchess came out of her thoughts. Vincent. The Marquise ran in with a panicked expression. When she saw the terrible injuries on her husband's body, her originally pale face instantly became even paler. Madam Kate. Vincent, how is he? The Marquis even forgot to salute and asked in a daze. The Duchess didn't mind her daughter-in-law's lack of manners and said with a worried look, I've already treated him, but his injuries are too serious. Whether he can wake up or not depends on his will and whether my lord is willing to take pity on him. The Marquis knelt on the ground and cried and begged, please save him. The Duchess helped Molly up and said, he is my son. How can I not try my best to save him? You can find someone to carry him back first. Be careful not to touch his wounds and don't find anyone to look at him. I will personally treat him later. The Marquis wiped her tears and nodded repeatedly, okay. Okay. After saying a few more things to pay attention to, the Duchess went out. But she didn't notice that after she turned around, Marquis Vincent suddenly opened his eyes and stared at his mother coldly. On the tower of the North City. Knight Roger stared in the direction of the East City. No one knew what he was thinking. One by one, messengers came and went, bringing the latest situation of the battlefield here. The situation in the East City was still worrying, but the vanguard of the Blood Cavalry was not far from the Hall family's manor. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before good news came from there. However, the situation outside the city was not optimistic. According to the latest news sent back by the sentries, the army of the eastern region outside the city had surrounded White Dew City and was constantly shrinking the encirclement. In fact, Knight Roger was not afraid of the enemy's siege tactics. In the face of the powerful attack of the Blood Cavalry, the encirclement of the eastern region was no different from a leaky cloth bag. However, there was a prerequisite, that is, the Blood Cavalry could set up a formation outside the city and get enough distance to charge and accelerate. If they really let the army of the eastern region outside the city block the city gate, the tragic scene in the Shadow Canyon back then would probably happen again. Therefore, the Blood Cavalry must not be trapped in the city. They must start to break out of the encirclement before the army outside the city tightened the encirclement. The adjutant couldn't help but go forward several times to persuade Knight Roger, but he still looked in the direction of the East City and never gave the order to break out. Time passed bit by bit, and the army outside the city was also getting closer and closer. Just as Knight Roger was about to give the order to break out of the encirclement, a beam of dazzling blue magic signal tore through the dark sky and bloomed over the East City. Knight Roger was overjoyed and immediately gave the order, sound the horn, gather the army and get ready to break out. Yes. Woo, the low and rhythmic sound of the bugle resounded through the night sky of White Dew City. The Blood Cavalry who were still fighting in the East City immediately woke up, stopped fighting with the enemy, and began to retreat in an orderly manner. Clive wiped the blood stains on his face, pulled the messenger who was passing by and hurriedly said, we haven't received the people of the Hall family yet. I just saw them running south. Why are they retreating now? I don't know. Execute the military order. Clive sighed and had no choice but to turn his horse around and shout, that's right. Brothers, let's go back with me. The night was dark. Count Nicole looked in the direction of White Dew City in the distance and asked the adjutant beside him, how long will it take to reach White Dew City? My lord, according to our current speed, it will take about 3 hours. The adjutant thought for a while and asked, do we need to speed up? No. Count Nicole immediately refused. There are 100,000 Pegasus Legion in White Dew City. They have the geographical advantage and are well prepared. It is impossible for them to be defeated by the Blood Cavalry in such a short time. We don't need to rush. Just stabilize the formation and push forward slowly. Yes. While they were talking, there was a sudden disturbance in the left wing of the army. Count Nicole frowned and ordered, "Stop." The adjutant carefully reminded him, "My lord, it seems that a small unit of the blood cavalry is harassing us, intending to slow down our marching speed." "I know." Count Nicole nodded. "Send someone to check the situation, just in case." "Yes." The adjutant was a little helpless. He actually wanted to hint Count Nicole not to be slowed down by the blood cavalry, but he did not expect, however, the adjutant could understand Count Nicole's mentality. This time, the Duke of St. Prospero issued a conscription order, asking the lords to lead the army to surround White Dew City and block the retreat of the blood cavalry. Although the lords did as they were told, they all had their own thoughts. For example, Count Nicole actually knew that the blood cavalry kept sending small units to harass them in order to slow down the speed of the allied forces of the lords. But Count Nicole deliberately pretended to be stupid and dawdled outside the city. The reason was very simple. He did not want his army to face the terrible blood cavalry. The news that the Fire Velvet Army was completely wiped out by the 3,000 blood cavalry had spread to the south of the Alsace Mountains. When Count Nicole first received the news, he was absolutely unwilling to believe it. But as the news was confirmed, Count Nicole had the idea that the blood cavalry was invincible. The other lords who accepted the conscription order of the Duke of St. Prospero were the same. The fiasco of the Fire Velvet Army completely destroyed their confidence. If 3,000 bloody cavalry were so terrifying, then what about the main force of the bloody cavalry in the White Dew City? Therefore, the lords of the Eastern region hoped that the Skyhorse Legion and even the people of the Eastern region in the White Dew City would consume the strength of the blood cavalry. When the blood cavalry lost its spirit, they would lead their own troops to surround them and see if they could get some military exploits. As for whether this would cause heavy damage to Skyhorse Legion, plunge the people of White Dew City into misery and suffering, or even allow blood cavalry to find a chance to escape, Count Nicole and the other lords of the Eastern region didn't care. What they cared more about was their own family's army. That was their foundation. The Duke of St. Prospero had already expected this, so he made a promise to the lords who came to support him. For example, the Duke of St. Prospero had promised him that if he could wipe out the main force of the bloody cavalry in this battle, the Nicole family would be promoted one level higher. If he were to go up from Count, he would be Marquis. Generally speaking, the four dukes rarely conferred the title of Marquis, except for the title of their first successor. After all, the territory required to confer a Marquis was too large. The dukes were reluctant to let their vassals control such a huge force. That was to say, Garcia, who came from the house of St. Hilda and had made countless military exploits, could be conferred the title of Marquis. Count Nicole never thought that one day he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Marquis Garcia. But even such a temptation could not offset his fear of the bloody cavalry. In fact, if the Duke of St. Prospero could appoint a person with enough trust and prestige to be the supervisor, these lords would not dawdle like this. But the problem was that the Duke of St. Prospero could not send anyone else. He certainly could not leave the White Dew City. As for his eldest son, Marquis Vincent, he did not fully trust him at that time. His second son, the Earl of Avon, was not around, and even his youngest daughter, Anna, was nowhere to be found. The others were not qualified to control the situation. In desperation, the Duke of St. Prospero could only appoint Count Nicole as the temporary commander-in-chief of this coalition of lords. But judging from the current situation, he seemed to have overestimated Count Nicole's courage. Moreover, he misjudged the real target of the bloody cavalry to attack the White Dew City. It was not the Hall family, but himself. The glimmer of dawn slowly revealed from the east, gently but firmly tearing apart the dark night. Count Nicole woke up from his doze. He rubbed his eyes and patted his back. The old count, who was over 60 years old, suddenly felt that he could no longer adapt to the military life. In fact, if the promise given by the Duke of St. Prospero was not too tempting, Count Nicole was not prepared to lead the army himself. Just as he stretched his body, suddenly, the earth seemed to shake. Countless endless rumbles came from afar, like the explosion of spring thunder, but also like the surging waves. Count Nicole's face changed, and he immediately shouted, "All troops stop advancing. Get into formation and prepare to meet the enemy." As soon as the order was passed down, Count Nicole saw countless black shadows suddenly appear on the horizon, filling the whole earth without a trace of a gap. Even the rising sun was covered by this black tide. For a time, the weather changed. Count Nickel only felt that his heart was tightly grasped by a big hand, and he could not breathe at all. Was this the bloody cavalry? Shield up! Spear up! Archers, get ready! Because the marching speed was not fast, and they were already mentally prepared, the response speed of the coalition of lords was very fast. But even if they had a complete defensive formation, they could not help but feel afraid in the face of the surging bloody cavalry at this moment. Nearly 20,000 elite cavalries launched a group charge. Such a scene could never be imagined by those who had not experienced it personally. The impact, the oppression, was enough to make anyone tremble in fear. In the face of a large number of the coalition of lords, the bloody cavalry did not choose to do any probing. Instead, it was a simple group charge. Because Knight Roger had absolute confidence. This night, in fact, the bloody cavalry kept monitoring the coalition of lords outside the city, and constantly sent small troops to harass them. So, the probing was already in progress. Moreover, the result of the feedback made Knight Roger somewhat disappointed. That's it, even if he had expected the weakness of the Eastern Army, he did not expect it to be so weak. Moreover, Knight Roger could see at a glance that these lords did not have the courage to fight to the death with the bloody cavalry. Therefore, in the face of such an enemy, Knight Roger decisively chose the most direct and violent way of attack. Go forward, the surging cavalry was like a sharp arrow leaving the bowstring. With an unstoppable momentum, they rushed into the army of the Eastern Territories' allied forces. Like a red-hot knife inserted into butter, the seemingly neat infantry formation was, in fact, vulnerable. In an instant, a ferocious gap was torn open. Countless stunned Eastern soldiers cried and crawled, trying to escape from the devil army in front of them, which seemed to have climbed up from hell. They were not at the same level at all. They could not fight at all. The gap was getting bigger and bigger, deeper and deeper, and soon it became a passage through the whole army. After breaking through the coalition army, the bloody cavalry did not mean to stay and went straight to the north. All that was left was a mess of the Eastern Allied forces and a group of Eastern lords who were completely scared out of their wits. The first rays of the morning sun slowly penetrated the clouds and reflected the golden light on the land. Unknown weeds stretched their bodies under the morning sun, greedily absorbing the blood on the battlefield that had not yet solidified. A group of vultures hovered in the air. They were never absent death revelers. They flew down from time to time to grab a piece of rotten meat, but were immediately driven away by the soldiers of the eastern region who were cleaning the battlefield. Count Nickel sat on his warhorse in a daze. The strong smell of blood that wafted over from time to time made him feel nauseous. The piles of corpses on the battlefield almost made the old Count faint. Count Nicole was not injured in this battle, except that he was frightened and ran around, causing his helmet to fall off. However, even though he was completely unharmed, the old Count seemed to have lost his backbone. His stooped back and grizzled hair made him look as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. This encounter came suddenly, and it ended very quickly as well. The bloody cavalry gave a fatal blow to the Eastern Region Lord's coalition army and then left. In fact, the coalition army had been completely stunned at that time. If the bloody cavalry had turned around and charged back and forth a few more times, this huge and bloated coalition army would have immediately fallen apart. If the bloody cavalry had taken advantage of the victory to attack again, few people here would have been able to escape. Although the White Dew City was right in front of them, if the coalition army collapsed, even if the defeated soldiers fled to the White Dew City, the people in the city would not dare to open the gate to receive them. Fortunately, the bloody cavalry did not mean to kill them all. Count Nicole did not think that the other side was being merciful, or that it was beyond their power, but more like, it was unnecessary. It was as if a giant had slapped a few flies to death, and the rest of the flies flew around in fear. But the giant would not chase after the flies to kill them one by one. Of course, if the flies came to seek death again, the giant would certainly not spare them. Understanding this, a strong sense of shame and humiliation surged in his heart, and Count Nicole's old face turned red. Everyone knew that the Eastern Region army was very weak, but no one thought that the gap between them and the northern frontier was so big. Once upon a time, Count Nickel had been extremely fortunate to have the raging water river as a natural barrier in the eastern region. But now, he suddenly felt that the raging water river was not a barrier to the eastern region, but more like a cage. It locked the Easterners in this greenhouse, but when the Real storm came, the flowers in the greenhouse would only be ruthlessly destroyed. As for the northern frontier, although the threat of the trolls was a great hindrance to the northern frontier, it also helped the northern frontier to forge a terrifying and invincible cavalry. Just over 20,000 bloody cavalry soldiers could turn the eastern region upside down. Count Nicole suddenly felt confused. Where was the future of the eastern region? Your lordship. While he was deep in thought, the adjutant walked over with Count Nicole's lost helmet in his hand. Count Nicole sighed and took his helmet, but did not put it on. He asked in a low voice, "How are the casualties?" "The statistics haven't been completed yet, but according to preliminary estimates, I'm afraid that nearly 30,000 people have died in the attack of the bloody cavalry." The corners of Count Nicole's mouth twitched, and his heart was bleeding. He also knew that in fact, the casualties caused by only one wave of the bloody cavalry's attack could not be so great. More people were probably trampled to death when they were running for their lives, and many people should have become deserters out of fear, so they were recorded in the death toll. Seeing that Count Nicole was silent for a long time, the adjutant reminded him in a low voice, "Your lordship, we'd better enter the city as soon as possible, in case the bloody cavalry comes back." Count Nicole woke up from his dream and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Gather the army immediately and march to White Dew City." Yes. Under this order, the Allied lords responded extremely quickly. Even if the battlefield had not been cleaned up, they had no time to care about it. Everyone wanted to enter the city immediately and never meet the bloody cavalry in the wild battlefield in their lives. "Your lordship, this way please." Count Nicole followed the butler to the inner court of White Dew Castle. He lowered his head and thought about how to explain to the Duke of St. Prospero when he met him later. While he was deep in thought, Count Nicole did not notice the oppressive atmosphere in the castle. In front of the Duke's study, Count Nicole adjusted his collar and gently knocked on the wooden door. "Come in." Hearing the voice of the Duchess, Count Nicole did not care. He immediately pushed the door open and entered. There were two people in the study. Except for the Duchess, the other person was not the Duke of St. Prospero as Count Nicole thought, but St. Prospero Ivan. Count Nicole was a little confused, but he still saluted and greeted him. Even though Ivan did not have a noble title and was only a knight from a side branch of the St. Pros family, Count Nicole still treated him with respect. Because Ivan's brother, Amasen St. Prospero, was the consul of the eastern region in the Senate. Therefore, although Knight Ivan's strength was mediocre and his prestige was ordinary, he was still a very important figure in the St. Pros family. The Duchess motioned for Count Nicole to take a seat, and then asked, "Count Nicole, what's the situation outside the city?" Count Nicole looked embarrassed, but he had no choice but to give a brief account of the situation outside the city. Of course, in the process, he inevitably avoided the important points and found some excuses for himself. But no matter how he glossed over it, he could not change the established fact that the bloody cavalry broke through the military formation of the Allied lords and successfully broke through the siege. The Duchess quietly listened to Count Nicole's account, but she did not blame him. Instead, she helped to explain. "Count Nicole, it's not your fault. No one thought that the bloody cavalry would choose to withdraw so decisively. Under the circumstances, no one could stop the bloody cavalry who wanted to break through the siege. Thank you for your understanding." Count Nicole breathed a sigh of relief, but then he asked, "Duke, where are you now?" "This time, no matter what reason I have lost the battle, so I want to ask for your forgiveness face to face." As soon as he said this, the room suddenly became quiet. The Duchess's face was full of deep sorrow. Knight Ivan also lowered his head, as if he was silently mourning. Count Nicole blinked his eyes in confusion, thinking that he had said something wrong. But then, he heard a shocking piece of news from the Duchess. "Count Nicole, the Duke of St. Prospero was assassinated in Hall Manor. I'm afraid he's dead, WH. What?" Count Nicole opened his mouth wide and did not recover for a long time. But then he immediately asked, "From what you mean, it's still not certain whether the Duke has been killed?" According to Knight Muffet, who was present at the time, the Duke was pierced through the right chest by a spear, and then stabbed in the heart by a dagger. But because the Duke was taken away by the northern frontier, it's not certain whether he's dead or alive. But The Duchess covered her mouth, as if she could not control her pain. Count Nickel's mind was in a mess, as if the sky had collapsed. At this time, Knight Ivan said, "Duchess, Count Nickel, now is not the time to grieve. Although the bloody cavalry has retreated for the time being, who knows if they will come back? The most urgent thing is to choose a successor to the Duke, let him preside over the overall situation, and stabilize the people." "You're right." The Duchess took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Then she turned to look at Count Nickel and asked, "Count Nickel, who do you think is more suitable to inherit the position of Duke of the Eastern region?" Hearing the Duchess's question, Count Nickel subconsciously became alert. As an old man who had been in politics for many years, Count Nickel certainly knew that the struggle for succession was often the most tragic and bloody. Especially in the Eastern region, in the House of Saint Prospero. The struggle for succession had been going on for a long time. It could even be said that the current terrible situation in the Eastern region was largely caused by the struggle for succession. To be honest, Count Nickel had never wanted to get involved in this mess. He was old, and his style had gradually become more conservative. He was no longer willing to do things that were highly profitable but riskier. Furthermore, the lessons learned from the Hall family and the Bruggans family had strengthened Count Nickel's resolve to stay out of this matter. "Duchess, regarding the succession of the Duke of the Eastern region, I really have no right to comment." But the Duchess obviously did not intend to let Count Nickel get away with it so easily. She looked up at him and said in a low voice, "Count Nickel, the Eastern region is now in danger. As one of the few remaining loyal vassals of the House of Saint Prospero, do you intend to stay out of it?" These words made Count Nickel fall into deep thought. He heard the threat in the Duchess's words, but he also heard the intention to rope him in. At this moment, he suddenly realized that of the 3 earls of the Eastern region, Count Bruggen had died in battle, and Count Hall could not be trusted. Then, it seemed that Count Nickel was really the only one left in the House of Saint Prospero that could be relied on. Count Nickel's cloudy eyes swept over the Duchess and Knight Ivan in front of him. He seemed to understand something, and he could not help but have a certain idea in his mind. But out of his cautious nature, Count Nickel still asked tentatively, "Duchess, what do you think about the succession?" He thought that the Duchess would avoid this question. Even if she had a plan, she would only give a hint. But unexpectedly, she said bluntly, "My husband conferred Vincent as the Marquis of the Eastern region when he was alive. Presumably, in his mind, this is the first successor. So, I am willing to respect his will." Count Nickel looked at the Duchess in surprise. Obviously, he did not expect her to give such an answer. Of course, Count Nickel knew about the succession of the Eastern region, and he also knew that it was the Duchess who had first suggested that the Duke of Saint Prospero make his second son, Evan, the first successor. Why did she change her mind now? Count Nickel suddenly realized something and asked, "Bloody cavalry attacked White Dew City this time. Did they take away the members of the Hall family in the city?" "No." Knight Ivan shook his head. Under the desperate resistance of Marquis Vincent and Duke Saint Pros, the bloody cavalry returned empty-handed. "That's good." Count Nickel breathed a sigh of relief. He finally understood why the Duchess had changed her mind. As long as the Hall family was still in White Dew City, letting Marquis Vincent inherit the position of Duke of the Eastern region was indeed the wisest choice. With his relationship with the Hall family, it wasn't difficult to change Earl Hall's mind. As long as the new Shui River was still in the hands of the House of Saint Prospero, the Eastern region could be relieved. Although the Earl of Avon was engaged to the daughter of the Bruggen family, the Fire Velvet Army had been wiped out. The Bruggen family's opinion naturally did not matter. As for the Nickel family, they had benefited from Count Nickel's caution and had never really taken sides between the 2 successors. Therefore, no matter who became the Duke of the Eastern region, the Nickel family would not be adversely affected. But just as Count Nickel was about to nod in agreement, Knight Ivan suddenly reminded him. "Duchess, of course I will not question the succession of Marquis Vincent, but, in his current condition, can he really succeed the title of Duke?" Count Nickel was shocked and quickly asked, "What happened to the Marquis?" Knight Ivan sighed and said, "In order to prevent the northern frontier from taking away the Hall family, Marquis Vincent fought bravely. Unfortunately, he was seriously injured and his life is in danger." It was only then that Count Nickel realized that what Knight Ivan had said about fighting to the death was not just an exaggeration, the Duke of St. Prospero died in battle, and Marquis Vincent was seriously injured and on the verge of death. For the sake of the Hall family, the House of St. Prospero. The price was too high. Previously, when the Duke of St. Prospero issued the conscription order, he had told Count Nickel that he was prepared to use the Hall family as bait to lure the bloody cavalry into the city. Then, he would cooperate from the inside and the outside to kill them in White Dew City. But now it seemed that the Hall family was more like a bait thrown by the northern frontier. The targets were the Duke of St. Prospero and Marquis Vincent. The people of the northern frontier could not be so cunning, right? Count Nickel tried hard to shake this thought out of his mind, but he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He suddenly felt a sense of fear towards the guardian of the northern frontier, Count Angeli, whom he had never met before. Duchess, since you propose to let Marquis Vincent inherit the position of the Duke of the Eastern region, you must have the confidence to save his life, right? Faced with Count Nickel's question, the Duchess did not give an answer. She only lowered her head and her shoulders shook slightly, as if she was sobbing. Count Nickel was silent. But he was more puzzled. Since the Duchess, who was the Archbishop of the Eastern region, did not have the confidence to save Marquis Vincent, then why did she propose to let a dying person inherit the position of the Duke? Even if the Earl of Avon's actions in Alfalfa City and Tinder City were disappointing, there was still Miss Anna. Could it be that in order to win over Count Hall, the House of St. Prospero was willing to do anything? After a long time, the Duchess finally put away her grief and said in a deep voice, "Letting Vincent inherit the position of the Duke is my husband's last wish, and also the most legal choice. As for your worries, even if the worst happens, there is still Eckhart." Eckhart? Count Nickel muttered the name and finally understood the Duchess's plan. The person she really wanted to be the Duke's successor was not Marquis Vincent on the surface, but the Marquis' son, Eckhart. Logically speaking, Eckhart's line of succession was after the Earl of Avon and Miss Anna. But if Marquis Vincent inherited the position of the Duke first, then his only son, Eckhart, would automatically be the first in line to be the next Duke of the Eastern region. But Eckhart was only 3 years old. Count Nickel was well aware of the Duchess's intention of pushing a 3-year-old child to the position of the Duke. "I agree." Knight Ivan seemed to have understood something and immediately echoed. Then, the two of them turned their gazes to Count Nickel. Count Nickel knew that he had no choice. The Duchess represented the will of the Church, and Knight Ivan could influence the Senate. As for the lords of the Eastern region, the Hall family would definitely not oppose letting Eckhart inherit the position of the Duke. The Bruggen family no longer had much say after losing the Tinder army. So, as long as the Nickel family agreed, the remaining lords would naturally not dare to have any other thoughts. In this way, the situation in the Eastern region could be stabilized again. But from then on, would the House of St. Prospero be in control of the Eastern region, or, Count Nickel, what do you think? Hearing the Duchess urging, Count Nickel could only sigh inwardly and say, "I also agree." As the night fell, smoke gradually rose from the camp in the wild. It was already winter, but the towering Alxis Mountains blocked the cold current from the north, so there would be no extreme cold in the southern part of the eastern region in winter. Especially for the blood cavalry who came from the northern frontier and had been galloping on the sky ice field all year round, this cold was nothing. They didn't raise the bonfire for warmth, but to cook food and drive away mosquitoes and wild beasts. "Teacher, the main force of the blood cavalry should have arrived at White Dew City by now, right?" Next to the bonfire, Prince Harrison fiddled with the dry wood as he asked Colin, who was beside him. Colin had just finished gnawing a deer leg. He threw the deer leg bone into the bonfire and nodded. "Yes." "Teacher, do you think they can successfully break into White Dew City?" "They should be able to." Prince Harrison blinked, as if he thought Colin was a little too confident. After all, although the blood cavalry was almost invincible in the field, they couldn't escape the limitation of cavalry. Facing a strong city like White Dew City, they might not be able to smoothly take it. However, because he had seen Colin create miracles time and time again, Prince Harrison could only suppress this doubt in his heart. At this time, Princess Judy interrupted, "Teacher, if they really break into White Dew City, what are you going to do?" Colin smiled and said, "What do you think I should do?" The little girl tilted her head and said, "I think you can ask the House of St. Prospero to pay a large sum of war reparations." Colin shook his head. "If it's just reparations, isn't it too good for the House of St. Prospero?" Then you can ask the eastern region to send a large number of slaves to the northern frontier to work for you." Seeing that Colin was still smiling without saying anything, Prince Harrison also suggested, "You can also ask the eastern region to cede some territory." Hearing this, Colin touched his chin and showed an interested look, but still said, "It's still too good for the house of Saint Prospero." Princess Judy pouted, "You can't really occupy the eastern region, right? You are not a descendant of the Paladin family, so you can't be the lord of the eastern region." "Who made this rule?" Colin suddenly asked curiously. "The first-generation Holy Knights," Princess Judy immediately said. Prince Harrison nodded and added, "When the Empire of Light was established, the first generation of Holy Knights had signed a holy covenant. It clearly stated that only the descendants of the Holy Knight family could be conferred the title of Duke." Colin searched through the memories of his predecessor and found that this ignorant and incompetent fellow had never read the sacred covenant. He decided to look for it himself when he had the time. After thinking about it for a moment, Colin asked again, "If Vera gives birth to my son, will he become the Duke of the Eastern region?" "No," the two little ones said in unison. "Why?" Colin asked curiously. "Aren't Vera and my children considered as descendants of the Paladin family?" "Not really." Colin's interest was piqued. However, before he could ask, Prince Harrison explained, "That's not the case. Teacher, the descendants of the Paladin family are different from the descendants of ordinary nobles. The father must be a member of the Paladin family to be considered as a descendant of the Paladin family. For example, your sister Caitlin, if she gives birth to a child for Earl Oman, the child will of course be considered as a descendant of the Oman family, but at the same time, he can also be considered as a descendant of the Angeli family. If the Angeli family has no descendants, he can also inherit the title of the Angeli family. However, the Paladin family is different. Unless the child's father is from the Paladin family, otherwise, he will not be considered as a descendant of the Paladin family." Colin's eyebrows furrowed as he realized something. "So, Vera and my child can only have Angeli as their surname?" "Yes." Prince Harrison nodded and added, "However, you can choose a child from the descendants of the House of St. Hilda to be your adopted son and let him inherit Cousin Vera's title." "Is this also the content of the Holy Alliance?" Colin asked. "No. This is a tacit unspoken rule of the Paladin family. When you and Cousin Vera have children, the House of St. Hilda will naturally remind you." Colin rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought again. He suddenly felt that this tacit unspoken rule of the Paladin family might be the real secret of the Paladin family. According to this rule, the inheritance of the Paladin family was actually a paternal inheritance. It had nothing to do with the mother. Therefore, for so many years, the number of Paladin family in the Empire of Light had only decreased and never increased. Those ordinary nobles who wanted to improve their family's bloodline by marrying the daughters of the Paladin family, such as the golden-tailed butterfly Morrison family in the northern frontier, were probably just drawing water with a bamboo basket. This also explained why Emperor Reinhardt, who had a bunch of illegitimate children, had to keep his pregnant lovers in captivity until they gave birth to children. It seemed that this was to prevent the bloodline of the San Lorenzo family from being leaked out through these illegitimate children. However, if the Paladin family was really a paternal inheritance, then one thing did not make sense: the existence of female paladins. From the perspective of genetics, the genetic difference between men and women only existed on the sex chromosome. Women were XX and men were XY. According to the previous inference, the genes of the Paladin family must be on the Y chromosome, which was unique to men. In this way, the female descendants of the Paladin family who lacked the Y chromosome would not be able to inherit the Paladin family's bloodline, but they should also not be able to step into the holy domain. However, the fact was that although female paladins were extremely rare, they still existed. For example, one of the only two paladins in the Empire of Light, the Lord of the Western region, the Duke of St. Geryon, was a female paladin. After struggling for a long time, Colin suddenly laughed to himself. This was an unscientific supernatural world, and he was still trying to explain everything with science. It was a bit ridiculous. However, Colin did not think that the genetics he had mastered in his previous life was worthless. After all, the humans in this world were not much different from the humans in his previous life. Even if there was a problem with the inference just now, it should only be a deviation in a small aspect. As long as he could find the source of this deviation, he might be able to crack the secret of the Paladin family's bloodline inheritance. Just as Colin was letting his imagination run wild, a servant came over and reported. "My lord, a messenger claiming to be from Skylark City requests an audience." Skylark City? Colin recalled the map of the eastern region that he had studied before. "Is that the territory of the Fines?" "Yes, my lord." The sentry nodded. "Do you want to see this messenger?" "Bring him here." After a while, a middle-aged knight in armor came over. "Honorable guardian of the northern frontier, Count Angeli, my name is Robert Fines. On behalf of the Fines, I sincerely invite you to Skylark City as a guest." Colin looked at the knight in front of him with a playful expression and said, "Knight Robert, you should know that the Fines Viscounts are currently being imprisoned in Silvermoon City by Queen Xianxia, right?" "Yes." "Therefore, the Fines invited you to Skylark City this time to discuss the conditions of ransoming the Fines Viscounts with you." Colin thought for a while and said, "How about this, I will wait 3 kilometers outside of Skylark City. Go back and ask your family's manager to come out and meet me." "My lord, the Fines would like to host you and treat you well. At the same time, we would like to clear up some misunderstandings between us. Don't say any more, I will not enter the city." "My lord, are you worried that—" "Yes, I am worried that you will assassinate me," Colin said with a straight face. Knight Robert was speechless. Knight Robert was embarrassed. He was used to the way nobles communicated with each other politely even if they wanted to strangle each other to death. Therefore, he did not know how to respond to Colin's straightforwardness. Colin obviously did not care about the feelings of a knight from the east. He immediately waved his hand and said, "Well, you can bring my request back to Skylark City. If the Fines feel that it is not suitable, then there is no need to see them." "All right, Count Angeli. I'll pass on your message." Knight Robert bowed and left the room. After he left, Colin called the messenger and said, "Tomorrow, stop outside Skylark City." "Yes." "Master, are we really not going to Skylark City?" Princess Judy suddenly asked. "Why? You want to go to Skylark City?" "Yes." Princess Judy opened her eyes wide and nodded. "I heard from my mother that it is a city full of singing skylarks. It is so fun." Colin smiled and shook his head, "But even if you go to the city now, you will not see any singing skylarks." "Why?" "Because skylarks sing to seek a mate. It is winter now, not breeding season." "I see." The light in Princess Judy's eyes instantly dimmed, and she lowered her head in disappointment. Colin touched the girl's hair to comfort her. At the same time, he suddenly thought that skylarks seemed to be a migratory bird. Then when winter came, where would they migrate to? Would it be further east, the Shining Moon Forest? Although they had already left the Alsace Mountains, they still had to pass through a hilly area. The warhorses could not gallop, so the speed of the march was naturally not fast. Colin asked the guide and learned that they should be able to reach Skylark City before dark. This kind of long-distance march was very boring, and because it was winter, everything was bleak and the beasts were extinct. There was not even a scenery to see. Princess Judy was bored and began to pester Colin to tell her stories. Colin had no choice but to think of a story to use to entertain the little girl. However, Colin did not care about whether it was not suitable for children and began to choose a historical story. "Today, I will tell you the story of Jingku assassinating the king of Qin." "Jingku? Qin Wang? What a strange name. Do you want to hear it?" "Yes, I'm listening." Speaking of which, in the Far East, Colin suddenly paused. He raised his head and saw a huge arrow drawing a ferocious arc in the air, heading straight for him. "Assassin! Protect the Count! Get out of the way!" Colin reached out with his left and right hands, grabbing Prince Harrison and Princess Judy in each hand. Then, he quickly jumped off the warhorse. Boom, a wave of hot air surged over, and Colin hurriedly protected the 2 little guys in his arms. At the same time, he was bewildered. How could it explode? When he turned around, he saw a patch of green flames burning crazily at his original position. In an instant, his warhorse was completely devoured. Wildfire. Colin immediately recognized the item that had left a deep impression on him. "Count, are you all right?" A group of guards swarmed over and immediately used their own bodies to surround Colin, forming 3 layers on the inside and 3 layers on the outside. Colin couldn't hide his anger and immediately ordered, "The enemy is nearby, find them." "Yes." While speaking, a series of buzzing sounds came from the air again. Colin raised his head and saw several huge arrows shooting straight at him. This time, he saw clearly that those arrows were obviously shot by the ballista used to defend the city, and there were several clay pots hanging on the tails of the arrows. Without thinking, he knew that there must be wildfire in them. "They are there." Colin pointed at a hill not far away, while pulling out his sword and throwing it at the nearest arrow. Boom, the arrow was smashed in the air, and the wildfire exploded like fireworks in front of Colin. At this moment, the bloody cavalry immediately took action. The fastest armored man had already stuck to the cliff like a spider and was quickly climbing up. The rest were divided into 3 groups. One group stayed to protect Colin, Prince Harrison, and Princess Judy, another group surrounded the hill where the assassins were, and the last group of professionals rushed up the hill. "Sir Robert, let's retreat." "Retreat my ass." Knight Robert shouted while fiddling with the ballistae, "It's the bloody cavalry down there. We can't escape. The only thing we can do now is to kill Colin Angeli before we die." As soon as Knight Robert finished his words, he heard a scream. When he turned around, he saw one of the soldiers beside him clutching his neck. Knight Robert was about to ask, but he saw the soldier's head slide down. This horrifying scene sent chills down everyone's spines. Before they could recover from their shock, they saw an armored man climb out of the cliff in a strange posture. After landing on the ground, the armored man rushed forward without hesitation. And right after him, more people from the northern frontier climbed out of the cliff. Knight Robert saw this and roared. He pulled out his long sword and rushed forward. Clang, clang, with only 2 strikes, Knight Robert's hand was cut off by the armored man. The gap was too big. Knight Robert endured the severe pain and rolled back awkwardly to avoid the attack of the armored man. The armored man didn't seem to care about Knight Robert. Instead, he rushed straight to the 5 ballistae on the hill. Crack! Crack, crack! The 5 ballistae were all destroyed in a burst of wood chips. At this moment, the people from the eastern frontier knew that they had lost, so they hurriedly ran down the hill. However, the bloody cavalry soldiers at the foot of the hill had also rushed up. Unable to advance or retreat, the people from the eastern frontier had to launch a desperate attack on the armored men under the leadership of Knight Robert. But how could they be a match for these blood thralls? They were quickly cleaned up as if they were vegetables. Only Knight Robert was still alive, and he was kept alive for interrogation. "Knight Robert, is this the hospitality that the Fines prepared for me?" "Bah." Knight Robert was covered in blood, but he still spat at Colin with a ferocious expression. "Colin Angelo, you slaughtered my soldiers from the eastern frontier and imprisoned the Viscounts of Fines. I only hate myself for being incompetent and not being able to kill you. However, this has nothing to do with the Fines. It was just my idea." "Nothing to do with it?" Colin sneered and pointed at the remains of the ballistae that were moved down from the mountain. "Don't tell me that you stole these ballistae too?" "That's right. Do you take me for a fool?" Colin completely lost interest in him. He waved his hand at the attendant and said, "Kill them. Collect their heads later and pile them up outside Skylark City." "Yes." The setting sun was slowly approaching the horizon, but its afterglow was still lingering on this piece of land. Skylark City, whose city gates were tightly shut, looked particularly desolate under the dim light of the sunset. Especially the hundreds of bloody heads piled up outside the North City gate, which made the whistling north wind seem to have become the sorrowful cries of vengeful spirits. Colin rode on horseback and looked at Skylark City not far away. His eyes flashed with a dangerous light. The hospitality of the Fines family not long ago made him feel lingering fear and anger. However, he still had his rationality and would not order an attack on the city in a fit of anger. It was not a wise choice for cavalry to attack the city. What's more, he only had 3,000 cavalry in his hands. Previously, Colin had attacked Linshui City and Tinder City by deceiving them to open the city gates or by launching sneak attacks to catch the other party off guard. He did not really attack them. He would not be stupid enough to let the precious blood cavalry attack a strong city. Although he would not attack the city, Colin had already remembered this debt in his heart. In the future, he would naturally settle it with the Fiennes family. Just as Colin was about to lead his army to withdraw and stop entangling with the Fiennes family, the city gates of Skylark City opened. Colin immediately narrowed his eyes and stared carefully in the direction of the city gates. He was surprised and doubtful. The Fiennes family was not stupid enough to want to go out of the city to fight, right? If that was the case, then Colin was willing to let these stupid and ignorant people of the eastern region understand what a real invincible army was. The soldiers of the bloody cavalry around Colin also took action. They set up a battle array to prevent the eastern region people from rushing out from the other side. Of course, they were not too nervous. After all, as cavalry who came and went like the wind, if they really wanted to leave, the people of the eastern region would not be able to stop them. Under their gazes, a man and a horse slowly walked out of the open city gates. It did not seem like they were preparing to fight. When the person slowly approached, Colin was surprised to find that it was a woman on the horse. If she was 10 or 20 years younger, she would definitely be a woman of unparalleled beauty. But now, the ruthless years had left traces of vicissitudes on her face. Moreover, she didn't seem to care about her appearance. She didn't put on any makeup, and her weak-colored skin showed that she wasn't a noble lady who lived in a boudoir. Judging from her steady riding posture, her awe-inspiring gaze, and the imposing aura emanating from her every movement, one could tell that she was a female knight who had been on the battlefield. But at this moment, she was not wearing any armor, nor was she holding any weapon in her hand. She was only holding the head, as if she had just been beheaded. Blood was still dripping from her head, forming a bloody trail behind the woman. "Let her come." Colin ordered the guards who tried to stop them. The guards had no choice but to make way for him. The woman approached slowly and did not show any fear in the face of the bloody cavalry soldiers who were staring at her covetously. Colin looked at the valiant female knight and said with a smile, "What? Are there no more men in the Fiennes family?" The female knight came in front of Colin and bowed in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Then, she pointed at the pile of skulls not far away and replied with a smile, "That's right. Aren't all the real men of the Fiennes family there?" Colin smiled slightly and felt that this woman was a bit interesting, so he asked again, "Since you dare to come to me alone, why don't you introduce yourself?" "My name is Beatrice, I'm the mother of the Fiennes Viscounts." "Lady Beatrice, I prefer to be called Knight Beatrice." Colin smiled and felt that this woman was more and more interesting. He pointed at the head in her hand and asked, "Well, Knight Beatrice, what do you mean by holding this head?" Beatrice raised the bloody head in her hand and showed it to Colin. At the same time, she said, "Dear guardian of the northern frontier, Your Excellency Count Angeli, on behalf of the Fiennes family, I would like to express my great regret and apology for the assassination you suffered before. The owner of this head is the mastermind behind this assassination. I hope it can calm your anger." Colin looked carefully at the head in the woman's hand. It was also a woman, younger and more beautiful. "Who is she?" Colin asked with interest. "She is the wife of the Fiennes Viscounts." "Hee, why did she send someone to assassinate me? To avenge her husband?" Colin smiled coldly. "No." The woman shook her head, "She is just a lunatic who wants to get rid of you at all costs." "Oh? Lunatic?" Colin was instantly amused. "Your Fiennes family is going to throw the crime of assassinating me on a lunatic?" The woman's expression did not change, and she said, "Count, do you know what her other identity is other than being the wife of the Viscounts?" "What?" "She is also the Bishop of Skylark City." Colin raised his eyebrows and finally understood what the other party meant. "Killing a bishop, Knight Beatrice, aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of the church?" Beatrice's expression was calm, and she said lightly, "When this woman deliberately provoked the warriors of the Fiennes family to die for some unspeakable purpose, she was no longer worthy of the glory of my lord. If His Holiness the Pope wants to punish such a person, I will take responsibility." The admiration in Colin's eyes grew stronger. To be honest, ever since crossing the raging water river and entering the eastern region, Colin was actually quite disappointed. He felt that in the vast eastern region, there were not many heroes who could make him look at them in a different light. This kind of hero did not need to be strong, but a kind of aura, a kind of belief, and a kind of perseverance. The Duke of St. Prospero was strong enough, But this kind of person who was hesitant and overcautious when choosing an heir could not gain Colin's respect. As for Marquis Vincent, Earl of Avon, Earl Brugan, Earl Hall, and so on, in Colin's view, they were all useless and could not withstand a single blow. However, when he saw Knight Beatrice outside Skylark City, who dared to open the city gate alone, holding the head of her daughter-in-law in her hand, and walked into the blood cavalry formation as if no one was around, he suddenly felt the long-lost heroic spirit. Even if the strength of this woman was estimated to be around the 3rd or 4th grade. "So, Knight Beatrice, you came to see me this time to give me this head?" "Of course not." Beatrice shook her head and threw the head in her hand to the guard beside Colin, then smiled and invited, "Distinguished guest from the northern frontier, do you dare to come to Skylark City and feel the true sincerity and enthusiasm of the Fiennes family?" The blood on the woman's hand had not dried up, and the smile on her face had a hint of provocation, but this obviously could not scare Colin. "Okay." Colin gently squeezed the horse's belly and slowly stepped forward. At the same time, he ordered the soldiers around him, "Wait for me outside the city." "My lord." The blood cavalry soldiers' faces changed, and they all wanted to dissuade him, but Colin immediately raised his hand, indicating that he had made up his mind. Beatrice's face showed a look of appreciation, but she still suggested, "My lord, don't you need to bring a few guards?" Colin laughed and said, "If you dare to go out of the city alone, I naturally dare to enter the city alone." Beatrice also laughed and immediately stopped talking. She waved her whip and rushed to Skylark City. Colin also urged his horse and followed closely. There were no skylarks in Skylark City in winter. However, Colin saw a lot of nests in the eaves and corners of the houses along the way. He could imagine that when the flowers bloomed in spring, the sky of the city would be quite lively. "Knight Beatrice, do you know where these skylarks migrate to in winter?" Beatrice froze for a moment, apparently not expecting Colin to ask such a question. At this time, they were walking on the streets of Skylark City, and both sides were crowded with angry people from the eastern region. Nowadays, Colin's reputation in the eastern region was not good, and he was almost synonymous with the devil. If it were not for the guards of the Fiennes family on both sides of the road, it was estimated that many people from the eastern region would have rushed up to tear Colin to pieces. But under such circumstances, Colin was still concerned about the migration of skylarks, which made Beatrice very surprised. "Skylarks migrate east in winter. Will they migrate into the Radiant Moon Forest?" "I don't know about this." Beatrice shook her head and said, "If you are interested in this, you can ask the easternmost Yevel in the eastern region." Colin nodded, thinking that one day he would go to the Arcane City to have a look. The reason why he was concerned about the migration of skylarks was that he thought of a problem. If skylarks could migrate into the Radiant Moon Forest, didn't that mean that the taboo of the Radiant Moon Forest only existed on the ground? Of course, this made no difference to humans. After all, even paladins could only fly for a short time and could not fly for long distances. However, Colin could fly. While he was thinking, Colin had been led into the castle of the Fiennes family by Beatrice and came to the living room. Beatrice waved away the maids who wanted to come forward to serve him, poured a glass of red wine, and then personally delivered it to Colin. The wine swirled in the glass, and it was as red as blood. Colin took it with a smile and drank it in one gulp. If it were Grace, she would probably ask, "Aren't you afraid that the wine is poisoned?" But Beatrice would not test him like this. The straightforward female knight just smiled and looked at him with appreciation. "Your Excellency, is my good-for-nothing son doing well?" "Very well." Colin smiled. "Silvermoon City is a good place. Half-elves are also a hospitable race." "That's good." Beatrice did not seem to be too worried about her son. She asked calmly, "Then, Your Excellency, what are the conditions for redeeming viscounts?" Colin turned the red wine glass in his hand and asked, "What else can your Fiennes family give me now?" "Money, slaves, beauties. Count, as long as you ask, the Fiennes will do their best to satisfy your requests." "But..." Beatrice changed the topic. "I feel that these things are not good enough for you." "Really?" Colin put down the wine glass, leaned back on the chair, and asked with interest, "Then what do you think is worthy of me?" Beatrice's amber eyes flashed with a strange light. She came in front of Colin and refilled the wine glass as she said, "Don't worry, Colin." "How about a head?" Colin narrowed his eyes and smiled. That depends on whose head it is. Beatrice put the wine glass in front of Colin and smiled. Archbishop Kate, what do you think? Duchess? Colin was shocked. Of course, he knew that the Archbishop Kate mentioned by Beatrice was the wife of the Duke of St. Prospero. However, this valiant female knight had just killed the Archbishop of Skylark City, and now she was proposing to kill the Archbishop of the Eastern region. Was she determined to go against the church? Colin suddenly thought of something. He immediately crossed his hands and made a lotus-like gesture. However, Beatrice only frowned after seeing the handprint. She asked in confusion, Count, is this wine not to your liking? Colin smiled awkwardly. He reached out and took the wine glass from Beatrice and put it to his mouth. He took the opportunity to drink to cover up his embarrassment. Originally, he thought that Beatrice was another chess piece that Queen Medela had placed in the eastern region, but now it seemed that he had thought too much. Knight Beatrice, do you have a grudge against the church? There is no personal grudge, but there is public indignation. Colin took a sip of wine and signaled Beatrice to continue her explanation with his eyes. Beatrice did not continue, but asked, Your Excellency, what do you think is the biggest hidden danger of the Empire of Light? The orcs? No. Beatrice shook her head slowly. The orcs seem to be aggressive, but they are not terrible. Since the Empire of Light has repelled the orcs twice, they can naturally do it a third time. Furthermore, I believe that external threats are necessary. As someone from the Northern Territory, you should be able to understand this logic after fighting the trolls for so many years. Colin nodded. He had already guessed what Beatrice was about to say, but he did not speak. He just listened quietly. I think that the degenerate and decadent church is the biggest cancer and hidden danger in the empire. Colin looked at the calm Beatrice and reminded her with a smile, Knight Beatrice, do you know what will happen to you if this statement is spread? Burned at the stake? Beatrice shrugged and said nonchalantly. Colin put down his glass, changed his sitting position, and asked, Then tell me, how did the church become the cancer of the empire? Beatrice refilled Colin's glass and said slowly, Because of its existence, the Empire of Light is divided. For example, your invasion of the eastern region this time, if I'm not wrong, should be ordered by the royal family? Colin took the glass and did not admit or deny it. Beatrice did not care and continued, The royal family and the church have been fighting openly and covertly since the founding of the empire. Such infighting has seriously damaged the stability and unity of the empire. The church, which was supposed to spread the glory of our Lord and help the people achieve salvation, has lost itself in the struggle for power and profit. All they think about all day is how to divide the forces of the lords to help them fight against the royal family and protect their own interests. The House of St. Prospero in the eastern region is such a tool, or more accurately, a victim. My good daughter-in-law, the Bishop of Skylark City, why did she encourage the Knights of the Fines to assassinate you? Isn't it to make the eastern region and the northern frontier have an irreconcilable feud? And the Duchess, who is the Archbishop of the eastern region, I know all about the little tricks she played in White Duke Castle. Hearing this, Colin could not help but have some doubts on his face. Beatrice saw this and immediately said, Count, please allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Beatrice St. Prospero. Colin raised his eyebrows. He did not expect this knight to be from the House of St. Prospero, but the doubts on his face did not completely dissipate. In his opinion, a lady like Beatrice who married into the Viscount's family of the House of St. Prospero was probably from a collateral family. Moreover, she had been married for so many years, how could she be so clear about the secrets of White Duke Castle? However, Beatrice continued, Don't worry. I am the sister of the Duke of St. Prospero. You are the sister of the Duke of St. Prospero? Colin's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Do I not look like it? Beatrice raised her eyebrows and asked. Colin did not speak. He just felt that as the sister of the Duke of St. Prospero, Beatrice actually married into a Viscount's family. It was a bit too tragic. For comparison, Medela, as the sister of the previous Duke of St. Hilda, married Emperor Reinhardt. Even if Beatrice could not marry into the royal family, she would not be reduced to marrying into this unknown Fines family. As if she saw Colin's doubts, Beatrice immediately explained, It was because I offended that bitch from the church, and my stupid brother was bewitched by her. So I married into this damned place, Skylark City. Actually, I even escaped from the marriage. Unfortunately, I was caught by my brother. Colin's forehead was full of black lines. The person in front of him was probably a spoiled and willful young lady. Beatrice was still there sighing. What kind of magic do you think the bitch from the church has? My brother is like this, and so is my useless son. Ever since he married the bishop of Skylark City, he no longer listens to me. Now that he is imprisoned in Silvermoon City, he deserves it. It is a good opportunity for him to reflect on his previous foolish actions. Colin suddenly felt that this Beatrice was targeting the church not because of public anger, but because of personal hatred. Previously, when she said that the church was the cancer of the Radiant Empire, it was probably a high-sounding excuse. The real reason was because of the betrayal of her brother and son. Seeing that Colin did not speak, Beatrice urged, "How about it? I help you kill that bitch Kate, and you let my son go, and you will no longer make things difficult for the Fiennes family?" Colin was a bit speechless and said, "Why do I feel that you obviously want to kill Kate yourself? How did it become helping me?" Beatrice snorted and said, "Count Angeli, don't tell me you don't understand. If Kate dies in my hands, what kind of effect will it have?" This time, Colin did not refute. Indeed, he really wanted to see the Duchess die in Beatrice's hands. After all, the influence of the church represented by the Duchess would obviously have a great negative impact on Colin's plan to control the eastern region. Hence, Colin did not wish to see this woman get in the way of things in White Dew City. However, he did not wish to kill Kate with his own hands, because if he did, he would completely enrage the church. Colin didn't want to do such a stupid thing. The power of the church that Colin understood was already terrifying enough, and this was only the power that was on the surface. Who knew how much power was hidden in the dark? Colin definitely did not want to be on the church's blacklist. But if the Duchess died in the hands of Beatrice, then Colin would not have to bear the wrath of the church. More importantly, Beatrice's surname was Saint Prospero. If the follow-up operation was done properly, it could completely create a gap between the house of Saint Prospero and the church, and even make the eastern region completely side with the royal family. This was simply killing many birds with one stone. But because this matter was so beautiful, Colin could not believe it for a moment. "Knight Beatrice, are you willing to pay such a high price for a Fiennes Viscounts?" Colin couldn't help but ask. It was not that he looked down on the Fiennes Viscounts, but the price that Beatrice paid in order to redeem her son was a bit too high. She gambled the future of herself, the Fiennes, the house of Saint Prospero, and even the entire eastern region. Or could it be that this vengeful woman had reached such a desperate point in order to take revenge on her sister-in-law who bullied her in the past? Colin had seen many stupid people, but he knew that the one in front of him was obviously not one. The previous series of actions were not something that a stupid person could do. "Of course, I'm not just doing it for that good-for-nothing son," Beatrice said frankly. "He's not that important. The reason why I'm doing this is actually to help the Empire of Light eliminate the internal dangers." Colin raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "You want to use this to force the house of Saint Prospero to fight against the church? To be more precise, it should be to suppress the church." Beatrice looked seriously into Colin's eyes, her amber eyes flashing with a deep and firm light. "Now that this church has seriously affected the stability and unity of the Empire, we must cut off its tentacles everywhere and let the gods belong to the gods, and the secular belong to the secular. Only in this way can the Empire of Light firmly guard the most fertile land on this continent, and humans will not follow in the footsteps of the elves and dragons." Colin's expression gradually became serious. Originally, Colin thought that Beatrice and Queen Medela were allies. After all, they were both trying to fight against the church. Now it seemed that the two of them were not on the same side at all. To be honest, although Beatrice's power was completely incomparable to Queen Medela's, if he had to choose an ally to fight against the church, Colin would not hesitate to choose Beatrice. Queen Medela would only continue to encourage Colin to be the vanguard against the church, while she hid behind and tried to take advantage of the situation. As for Beatrice, the female knight first cut off the head of a bishop with her own hands, and now she was eyeing the archbishop of the eastern region. Colin believed that Beatrice should be selfless. She really wanted to suppress the church's intervention in the secular world, so that the Empire of Light could be united and not collapse in internal friction. Even if he knew that Beatrice's actions were very beneficial to him, Colin could not help but remind her, "Knight Beatrice, you should understand that if it was just a bishop of Skylark City, there would still be room for negotiation, but if you really kill the Archbishop of the Eastern region, then even the House of St. Prospero can't protect you." Beatrice smiled and said, "When did I need the protection of the House of St. Prospero? As for the Church's anger, I have already prepared for it, so you don't have to worry." Colin's expression was complicated. He opened his mouth, but only sighed and said, "You are a real knight." Beatrice's eyes were calm and firm as she accepted Colin's praise. Then, she looked serious and said, "Well, if you agree to this proposal, then I need your help." "How can I help?" "Because I tried to assassinate Kate once before, so she is already on guard against me. I need you to help me control the guardian knights around her." Colin was speechless again. This was not the first time this woman tried to assassinate the Archbishop of the Eastern region. It seemed that the Duke of St. Prospero was lenient enough to only marry her to Skylark City. Beatrice, of course, did not know what Colin was thinking and continued. "My plan is like this. I will go to White Dew City alone, and you will lead the army there later. Don't worry, you don't have to attack White Dew City, I will help you open the gate. After entering the city, you will lead the Blood Cavalry and follow me. As long as you can help me eliminate the guards around Kate, I can kill her with my own hands." Due to the lag in the transmission of information, Beatrice did not know that White Dew City had actually been breached by the Blood Cavalry once, and her brother, the Duke of St. Prospero, was killed. Colin hesitated for a moment and did not tell her this. He wanted to know if Beatrice would stick to her heart and continue to fulfill her promise after entering the city and learning the news. "Good. It's settled. Happy cooperation." Happy cooperation. After leaving Skylark City, Colin finally met up with the main force of the Blood Cavalry after traveling for another 2 days. Since he had already personally participated in the operation in White Dew City through the Blood Slaves, Colin had a general understanding of the situation, but he still patiently listened to Knight Roger's report. But at the end of the report, Knight Roger gave Colin a small surprise. "The messenger of the royal family?" "Yes, Count. We met him after we evacuated from White Dew City. He claimed that he was going to deliver the war order signed by His Majesty to the House of St. Prospero, so I brought him along." "Do you want to see him?" Colin was a bit speechless. He said angrily, "You are getting bolder and bolder. You even dare to kidnap the messenger of the royal family." Knight Roger shrunk his head and didn't dare to say anything. "Forget it, bring him to see me." "Yes." Knight Roger hurriedly turned around and left. Not long after, he came back with a young and handsome knight. This person was wearing a gorgeous armor with the badge of Scarlet Flame of Purification. Obviously, this person was not only the messenger of the royal family, but also a member of the San Lorenzo family. "Count Angeli, you dare to allow your subordinates to kidnap the messenger of the royal family, aren't you afraid of His Majesty's punishment?" The young knight shouted at Colin with his head held high, his face full of arrogance as if he had not experienced the harsh beating of society. Colin smiled and said, "You said that you are the messenger of the royal family, do you have any evidence?" The young knight snorted and took out a scroll from his pocket. He opened it in front of Colin and said, "This is the war order signed by His Majesty Reinhardt himself, there is also the symbol of the royal family on it. Count Angeli, don't tell me you don't recognize it." Colin took a closer look, then he immediately showed a look of realization. "Ah, I see. Ah, Mr. Messenger, I'm really sorry, my stupid knights don't know anything, so they didn't recognize your identity. Roger, quickly come and apologize to Mr. Messenger." Knight Roger lowered his head and bowed, "I'm sorry, Mr. Messenger." The messenger rolled his eyes and said in a disdainful tone, "Count Angeli, are you trying to fool us with a simple apology?" "Cousin Andy, I didn't expect to see you here." Prince Harrison ran out at the right time. "Your Royal Highness, Your Royal Highness." Andy hurriedly saluted. Seeing that Princess Judy was also there, he had no choice but to salute again. Only then did he realize that the young count in front of him was the teacher of the prince and princess. He immediately put away his arrogance and didn't dare to pursue the matter any further. "Count Angeli, His Majesty has entrusted me with the task. I must hand this war order to Duke St. Pros as soon as possible." I can let bygones be bygones, but now, I must rush to White Dew City immediately. Please don't stop me. Of course I won't stop the emissary of the royal family. Colin chuckled. However, if you want to hand over the war order to the Duke of St. Prospero, there's no need to go to White Dew City. Knight Andy immediately frowned. What do you mean? What I mean is that the Duke of St. Prospero is here. Knight Andy was stunned. Count Angeli, are you kidding me? Knight Roger, who had his head lowered, smiled and said, Mr. Messenger, the Duke of St. Prospero was indeed invited by us. Knight Andy looked at the two in shock. After a while, he said, all right, please take me to meet the Duke of St. Prospero. This way please. Knight Roger led the group to a huge tent. He opened the curtain and made an inviting gesture. Knight Andy took the lead and walked in. He then found that the tent was empty. There was only a black coffin in the middle of the tent. Count Angeli, are you kidding me? Knight Andy turned around and stared at Colin angrily. Colin ignored Knight Andy. He walked to the coffin and opened the lid. Bang, the coffin lid hit the ground and dust flew everywhere. Colin turned around and said to Knight Andy with an expressionless face. Knight Andy, come and greet the Duke of St. Prospero. You. The Knight of Andy suddenly had an ominous premonition. A terrible thought appeared in his mind, but he immediately rejected it. Impossible. Knight Andy slowly walked to the coffin and looked inside. After that, he felt like he was struck by lightning. His whole body froze on the spot. No. This is impossible. This is impossible. Knight Andy felt a chill down his spine. He couldn't help but tremble. Colin patted Andy's shoulder and said, Knight Andy, now you understand. The Blood Cavalry brought you here out of kindness. They didn't want you to go to White Dew City for nothing. Knight Andy only felt like he was being stared at by a horrible monster. Although Count Angeli was gentle and didn't do anything hostile, he still felt that his life was seriously threatened. Knight Andy swallowed hard. He no longer had the arrogance he had before. He tried to put on a brave front and said, Count Angeli, you. How dare you kill the Duke of St. Prospero? Colin shrugged and said, the Duke of St. Prospero was killed by the Blood Cavalry on the battlefield. What's wrong with that? The Empire of Light had restrictions on the fighting among the nobles. Despicable acts such as assassination, poisoning, backstabbing, and so on were obviously not tolerated. However, under these two circumstances, it was fine for the nobles to kill each other. One was a duel. The other was to kill them openly on the battlefield. So, the Blood Cavalry broke into White Dew City? Yes, just 3 days ago. At that time, the Duke of St. Prospero fought bravely to the last moment. I also admired him very much. Colin pretended to exclaim. Knight Andy trembled and asked, but, the orcs' invasion was imminent. How could you? Colin spread out his hands and said without fear, but at that time, His Majesty's war order hadn't been sent to White Dew City yet. Knight Andy was speechless. In fact, the news that His Majesty was about to start a war had already spread. However, the war order signed by His Majesty with legal effect needed to be delivered by people. It was definitely much slower than carrier pigeons. This time difference became Colin's excuse. The key was that no one could punish Colin for this, because he really didn't see the war order. Knight Andy's expression changed, and finally he had to say, since the Duke of St. Prospero is dead, then I will go to White Dew Castle and send the war order to the next Duke of the Eastern region. That's just right. We can go together. Colin said with a smile. Knight Andy suddenly became alert. Why are you going to White Dew City? Of course, to congratulate the new Duke of the Eastern region. Colin's face was natural. Knight Andy didn't say anything. He didn't seem to want to stay in this gloomy place any longer. He then half-heartedly cupped his hands and turned to leave in a hurry. The curtain hung down, blocking the sunlight outside. Only the flickering candlelight was left in the tent, reflecting on Colin's expressionless face. He stood alone beside the coffin and quietly looked at the body of the Duke of St. Prospero for a long time. Finally, he revealed an excited smile. Then, he opened his mouth and revealed his ferocious fangs. He bit down. Gulp, gulp. The night gradually darkened. In the dark tent, a few rows of candles were trying their best to burn themselves, barely managing to push open the darkness. Under the illumination of the candlelight, a bloody mist surrounded the coffin in the center of the tent, rising into the air. Within the bloody mist, Colin's figure flickered in and out of existence, seeming both real and illusory. As time passed, a faint blood-red pattern gradually appeared on Colin's body. It looked like an arcane spell formation, but also like the trajectory of the stars. Traces of terrifying aura were emitted uncontrollably, suppressing the flickering candles in the tent until they dimmed. The thick darkness took this opportunity to expand without restraint, causing the atmosphere in the tent to become even more sinister. Suddenly, two spots of light appeared, tearing apart the darkness. It was Colin who had opened his eyes. His pupils had turned into bright red vertical slits, emitting a cold light. The light disappeared in a flash, and Colin also raised his head from the Duke of St. Prospero, who had turned into a dried corpse. He could clearly feel that every cell in his body seemed to be cheering in joy. The bloody mist around him seemed to be able to absorb some mysterious energy particles from the air, transforming them into nourishing energy that he absorbed into his body. The cells in his body that were nourished by this mysterious energy began to evolve at an accelerated rate. His muscle fibers became stronger and more resilient, and his bones and joints became more crystalline. The blood in his body also surged restlessly in his veins like a raging tide. Thump. 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 Colin's heart began to beat rapidly like a powerful pump, causing the blood in his body to surge even more violently, even to the point of boiling. The rising blood pressure caused all the blood vessels in Colin's body to protrude, wrapping around his body like purple steel ropes. His muscles also began to swell due to the congestion of blood, quickly filling up the original armor. Chi, a pair of black bat wings pierced through the armor, slowly extending from Colin's back. Boom, the armor could no longer withstand this force, and it was completely blown apart by Colin's expanding body. Fortunately, this tent was big enough. Otherwise, it might not be able to accommodate Colin in his true vampire body state. It was not the first time that Colin had promoted to a higher level by sucking the blood of a high-level knight. Therefore, Colin was not too amazed by the changes in his body. Instead, he was carefully sensing the source of this marvelous strength. His blood was boiling, his body was moving restlessly, and his consciousness, under the pain brought about by this drastic change, actually started to become blurry. However, Colin gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay conscious. In a trance, countless images, information, and memories flashed before his eyes. He tried his best to see those images clearly, but it was as if they were separated by a layer of hazy gauze. A faint murmur sounded in his ears, as if someone was whispering. The blood mist rose into the air, condensing into mysterious and complicated blood patterns on the surface of Colin's enormous body. Bang! 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 With his heart beating violently, Colin's consciousness became more and more blurry, and his eyes became more and more empty. In an instant, an unstoppable darkness swept over, completely drowning Colin's consciousness. Crack! A bolt of lightning tore through the darkness. Colin opened his eyes again and found that he was standing on the peak of a mountain, but the ground under his feet was silver. Crack! Another bolt of lightning flashed. Colin found a dark figure at the edge of the cliff. The figure held a torch high in his hand, and the dancing flame became the only light in this darkness. That person threw the torch down the cliff. The red flame drew a line of fire in the air, tumbling down into the bottomless abyss. Crack! The third bolt of lightning flashed. The lightning illuminated the entire mountain peak. At this time, Colin found that the mountain peak was full of people, and he seemed to be one of them. These figures all raised their hands up high and mumbled something. Wake up! Almighty King! The sound of prayers rang in Colin's ears, but strangely, he could not hear the specific content of the prayers. Crack! The fourth bolt of lightning flashed. The lightning illuminated everything between heaven and earth. In the pitch-black abyss, a dark red flame slowly rose up. No, that was not a flame. Colin abruptly came back to his senses, only to discover that it was a gigantic, dark red, ferocious vertical pupil. The place he was standing on was not a mountain peak, but the head of a giant beast. In the darkness, lightning flashed in the sky, and Colin finally saw the scene in front of him. It was an incomparably huge silver python, the python's huge body was like a mountain range, stretching to the end of his vision. Under the lightning, there were bloody wounds that were deep to the bone on the python's body. The giant python's murky eyes quietly stared at Colin, and in the dark red vertical pupil, Colin's face was reflected. It seemed to want to say something. But Colin could not receive any information. He could only see the python's helplessness, old age, and sadness from its single eye. It was like an old king who had reached the end of his road, and was looking forward to a successor who could replace him, a new king. Boom, the last bolt of lightning flashed by. Everything returned to the boundless darkness. The silver python's vertical pupil also disappeared. But Colin could still vaguely hear whispers echoing in his ears. Maybe the python was trying to say something to him. Unfortunately, he could not hear it clearly. Outside the tent, Knight Roger heard the noise and quickly walked over, but he was blocked by a blood thrall. What happened to the Count? The blood thrall did not answer, and only quietly stood in front of Knight Roger. Even I can't go in? Knight Roger asked angrily. But the blood thrall in front of him was still unmoved. Knight Roger knew that these people were Count Angeli's personal guards. They had a mysterious background, but they were all very strong, and they fought bravely without fear of death. If he did not know that these personal guards would not betray Count Angeli, Knight Roger might have already forced his way in. At this moment, the indistinct murmurs in the tent stopped abruptly, but then, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly erupted, like a surging wave that swept through the entire camp. Knight Roger, who was the closest to the tent, felt this pressure the most. If he did not feel the strong holy light energy and the familiar aura of Count Angeli, he might have already drawn his sword. Count, while Knight Roger was anxiously waiting, one of the personal guards outside the tent seemed to have been summoned, and he turned around and walked in. Not long after, he saw Colin walk out in large strides. "Count, are you all right?" Knight Roger hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. At the same time, he also noticed that the armor Count Angeli was wearing seemed to be that of the personal guard who just walked into the tent, but he did not dare to ask too much, and only hid this doubt in the bottom of his heart. "Is there anything to eat?" Colin opened his mouth and asked. His eyes flashed red from time to time, and his body was still emitting holy light energy. It seemed that he was unable to perfectly control the sudden increase in power. "Of course there is. Please wait a moment." Knight Roger raised his head and felt the surging power on Colin's body. He could not help but ask, "Count, have you advanced to rank 6? Colin nodded and looked in the direction of White Dew City. "Yes. White Dew Castle." It was late at night. It was early winter, and the weather was cold. There was a faint scent of night orchid in the air, silently soothing the anxious hearts of the people in the castle. "Duchess? Has Vincent not woken up yet?" "Not yet." The Marquise's face was full of sorrow. She bit her lips and wanted to say something, but seeing the Duchess's serious expression, she did not dare to say anything. "I'm going to perform a healing spell on the Marquis. You can leave first." The Duchess waved her hand. "Yes." The Marquise and the maids quietly left, leaving only the Duchess and Marquis Vincent in the room. The Duchess sat down on the armchair next to the bed, quietly looking at her sleeping son. Marquis Vincent lay on his back on the sickbed, his body covered with a pure white blanket. His face was as white as a sheet, and his breathing was weak, as if he would stop breathing in the next second. However, he did not take his last breath. "My child. Why do you have to hold on so bitterly?" The Duchess reached out and gently stroked Marquis Vincent's face, her eyes full of distress and confusion, but they were quickly replaced by determination and indifference. "Don't worry, Mother will soon free you. Don't blame Mother for being cruel, this is a necessary sacrifice. Only then can we win back the attention of our Lord." After saying that, the Duchess put her hands together and silently prayed. She then reached out her right hand and lightly touched Marquis Vincent's forehead, nose, and lips with her index finger. A faint holy light spread from her fingertips, making Marquis Vincent's pale face instantly become incomparably holy. If someone who understood the Church's divine arts were here, they would realize that what the Duchess was performing was not a healing spell, but a prayer spell that allowed the dead to rest in peace. The holy light gradually dimmed, and the Duchess took out an exquisite small bottle from her bosom. The bottle was a bottle of holy water, but only the Duchess knew what was inside. But just as the Duchess was about to feed the water into Marquis Vincent's mouth, there was a sudden knock on the door. The Duchess frowned and continued to feed the water into Marquis Vincent's mouth, then got up and opened the door. "Didn't I say not to disturb me at this time?" The butler apologized profusely, but still reported, "Madam, Miss Beatrice has just entered the city." "Beatrice?" The Duchess' expression changed, as if she had recalled a bad memory. She then walked out with a gloomy face. Walking down the spiral staircase to the hall on the first floor, the Duchess happened to bump into Beatrice, who was coming in. "Kate." "Beatrice." As soon as the two women met, sparks seemed to fly in the air. The knight who was originally behind the Duchess took a step forward. At the same time, he put his right hand on the sword at his waist and looked at Beatrice vigilantly. It couldn't be helped. This young miss had a criminal record. Beatrice rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, "I haven't seen you for so many years, but you're still so timid." "I haven't seen you for so many years, and you're still as rude as ever," the Duchess retorted. Beatrice pursed her lips and did not want to be entangled with the Duchess. She asked the butler, "Where is my brother?" The butler sighed and said with a sorrowful expression, "The Duke. I'm afraid he's already met with misfortune." "What?" Beatrice's eyes widened. She immediately grabbed the butler's collar and asked, "What the hell is going on?" The butler had to tell the story of how the blood cavalry broke through the White Dew City with trepidation. After listening to it, Beatrice seemed to have lost her soul. She stood there in a daze. The Duchess said coldly, "Beatrice, now you know the seriousness of the situation, right? Stay here and don't make any more trouble for me." After that, the Duchess strode out. Beatrice did not refute. She just let go of the butler's collar and stood there with her expression constantly changing. The butler waited for a long time. Seeing that Beatrice had not moved, he suggested in a low voice, "Miss Beatrice, I have ordered someone to tidy up your room. You have been tired from the journey. Why don't you wash up and rest first?" Beatrice did not respond to the words. Just when the butler did not know what to do, she finally spoke. "You said that my brother had issued a conscription order to the lords south of the Alsace Mountains. Why didn't the Fines family receive it?" "It can't be. I personally helped the Duke organize the conscription order. One of them was sent to Skylark City." Beatrice narrowed her eyes and immediately realized that the conscription order should have been hidden by her good daughter-in-law. The purpose of her doing so was not difficult to guess. She must have wanted to ambush Colin and his party from Tinder City first, and then lead the private army of the Fines family to defeat the blood cavalry passing through Skylark City. Unfortunately, before she could lead the army out of the city, she was killed by Beatrice, who had learned the news. This stupid woman, she deserved to die. Beatrice's heart was boiling with anger. Although she had a lot of dissatisfaction with her brother, the Duke of St. Prospero, his death still gave Beatrice a great blow. Thinking of her agreement with Colin Angelo in Skylark City, Beatrice was shaken for a moment. Did she really want to cooperate with the enemy who killed her brother? What made her feel even more confused was the future of the eastern region. No matter how mediocre the Duke of St. Prospero was, at least he could control the situation. With him, the situation in the eastern region would not be too bad. But now, with the death of the Duke of St. Prospero, the problem of the heir immediately became obvious. The eldest son, Vincent, still occupied the position of Marquis of the eastern region. It stood to reason that he should inherit the position of Duke. However, not long ago, the Duke of St. Prospero, under the urging of some people, wantonly weakened the support of Marquis Vincent and began to support the second son, the Earl of Avon. As a result, the Earl of Avon, who originally had no hope of inheriting the position of Duke, now had the confidence to compete with Marquis Vincent. More importantly, the battle for the heir was similar to a duel. Once involved, it was impossible to withdraw before the life and death was determined. Originally, Marquis Vincent might have been able to tolerate his younger brother who wasn't a threat to him, but after Evan revealed his intention to fight for the title of Duke, Marquis Vincent obviously wouldn't be so magnanimous anymore. Similarly, Count Evan wouldn't wait for his elder brother to inherit the title of Duke and then face the inevitable suppression and ostracization. Coupled with the covetous northern frontier and the sinister church, Beatrice's mind was in a mess for a moment. "Miss Beatrice." The butler saw that Beatrice was silent for a long time and could not help but remind her. Beatrice came back to her senses and said, "You just said that Vincent was seriously injured in that battle?" "Yes." "Take me to see him." "Yes." "Has he never woken up?" "No." Faced with Beatrice's question, the Marquise shook her head mechanically. Her husband seemed like he would wake up in the next moment, but it also seemed like he would never open his eyes. After so many days, from the initial hope to the gradual disappointment, the young Marquise had been tormented to the point of numbness. Beatrice looked at the haggard Marquise and sighed, "Go and rest. I'll take care of Vincent tonight." The Marquise shook her head. She knew that not only her, but the entire Hall family's greatest hope now rested on her husband. Under such pressure, she did not dare to relax at all. Even if she knew that it would be futile, even if she stayed by the bedside, she still stayed, as if this was the only way to ease the anxiety in her heart. "Think about Eckhart. He needs you too." Hearing her son's name, the Marquise's eyes finally lit up. After struggling for a moment, she got up and said, "Madame Beatrice, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Vincent tonight." With that, the Marquise left the room. Beatrice said to the maids, "All of you can leave first. I'll call for you if there's anything." "Yes," the maidservants replied, and then they quietly retreated. When the door was closed again, Beatrice said softly, "All right. There's no one else here." Then, Marquise Vincent opened his eyes. Seeing this, Beatrice was not surprised at all. She had insisted on persuading the Marquise to leave just now because Marquise Vincent had touched her body very secretly. The Marquise, who was in a trance and extremely haggard, obviously did not notice all this. "Aunt, you're finally here." Marquise Vincent grabbed Beatrice's hand and finally showed a sincere smile on his face. "What's going on? Why did you have to pretend to be unconscious?" Marquise Vincent took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. "Because Mother wants to kill me." "Kate wants to kill you?" Beatrice looked at Marquise Vincent in surprise and frowned. "Although I've always thought that crazy woman is willing to kill anyone for the church. She shouldn't go so far as to kill her own son, right? What's more, what's in it for her? My guess is that she wants to push me to the position of Duke of the Eastern Region and then kill me. This way, Eckhart will become the first heir to the position of Duke of the Eastern Region." Beatrice suddenly understood and said, "So that's how it is. Once a 3-year-old Duke of the Eastern Region succeeds to the throne, the Eastern Region will be under the control of that bitch Kate." "That's right." Marquis Vincent's eyes flickered with pain and hatred. "That's why she didn't treat me seriously before. She clearly hoped that I would die from my injuries as soon as possible. Even when she saw me hanging on to my last breath, she still." "What else is she doing?" "Nothing." Marquis Vincent immediately changed the subject. "Over the years, my mother has roped in countless nobles of the Eastern Region. Even the House of Saint Prospero has been infiltrated by the church, so I didn't dare to trust anyone. I could only pretend to be in a coma until you appeared, and you're the only person I can trust now." Beatrice laughed at herself and said, "Because I'm the last person in the Eastern Region who can be bought by Carter, right?" "Yes. But it's also because you're my most respected knight of the Eastern Region, the most upright Saint Prospero." Marquis Vincent quickly flattered. Beatrice smiled noncommittally and asked, "How are you going to deal with this situation now? Do you still have anyone you can trust? Are there any loyal knights? Are there any troops you can command?" Marquis Vincent smiled bitterly and said, "Aunt, I only have you now." Beatrice rolled her eyes and scolded him, "So you've been pretending to be dead for so many days, but you haven't thought of a way to break the situation?" "Well, in fact, I did think of a way." Marquis Vincent's eyes flickered. "What way?" "I guess that the forces in White Dew City have been roped in by my mother. So, if I want to break the situation, I can only rely on external forces." "External forces?" Beatrice thought for a moment and wondered, "What forces do you have outside White Dew City? Are you referring to Earl Hall?" "Earl Hall is indeed an important force that I can rely on. However, he is still far away on the New Shui River, and his subordinates are the Navy. He can't do anything about the situation in White Dew City." "Then which force are you talking about?" Marquis Vincent hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, "The Blood Cavalry." Beatrice raised her beautiful eyebrows and looked at Marquis Vincent with a complicated look. Marquis Vincent quickly explained, "Aunt, listen to me. Of course, I know the hatred between the Blood Cavalry and the House of Saint Prospero. I also know that Earl Colin Angeli is treacherous and cunning. He has always been coveting the eastern region. However, in the current situation, I can only use them to deal with the internal threats. Otherwise, the situation in the eastern region will only be worse." Beatrice smiled faintly and said, "Do you know? In fact, before I came to White Dew City, I met Colin Angeli once in Skylark City. And I reached an agreement with him." Marquis Vincent suddenly widened his eyes and said, "What agreement?" "I helped him kill Kate, and he let go of the Viscount's fine." Marquis Vincent's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, "How are you going to kill Mother?" Beatrice did not hide and said frankly, "I will secretly open the city gate and let the Blood Cavalry into White Dew City. Since they could kill your father last time, they must be able to kill the guards around your mother this time. In this way, I can kill her with my own hands." After hearing this, Marquis Vincent was silent for a long time before he said, "Aunt, in fact, my original plan is similar, but I plan to let my mother die in the hands of the Blood Cavalry." "No." Beatrice shook her head slowly, "Kate must die in my hands." Marquis Vincent frowned and was very puzzled. "Aunt, why do you have to kill my mother with your own hands? Is it because of those grudges in the past?" Beatrice glanced at Marquis Vincent and snorted, "What? Am I such a vengeful person in your mind?" Marquis Vincent quickly shook his head, but before he could think of how to answer this question, he heard Beatrice say again, "Well, to tell you the truth, I want to kill Kate with my own hands. There is only one reason: to completely break the relationship between the House of Saint Prospero and the Church." This powerful sentence made Marquis Vincent's heart tremble. After thinking for a moment, he finally understood his aunt's painstaking efforts. Indeed, if the Archbishop of the Eastern region died in the hands of Beatrice, there would be an irreparable gap between the House of Saint Prospero and the Church, and the royal family was very likely to accept the House of Saint Prospero's allegiance as a result. The situation of the empire might be completely changed. However, Marquis Vincent was also very clear that Beatrice, who caused this series of upheavals, might suffer endless revenge from the Church. Just as he was about to remind his aunt of the possible consequences of killing an archbishop, he heard her speak again, "In addition, I want to kill another person." "Who?" "Colin Angelo." Thump. Thump. Marquis Vincent's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. For a moment, even he himself did not know what he was thinking when he heard that his aunt was going to kill Colin Angeli. Beatrice did not notice Marquis Vincent's strange behavior and continued to explain to him, "Marquis Vincent, Colin Angeli is too dangerous and terrible. Even if the eastern region successfully gets rid of the control of the Church, it can only curl up under his shadow. So, this man must die, and once he dies, the Blood Cavalry will be finished. As long as you can become the Duke of the Eastern region, it will not be difficult to persuade Earl Hall to change his mind. As long as the northern frontier cannot cross the furious river, there is nothing to worry about. What's more, once Colin Angeli dies, the northern frontier will inevitably fall into turmoil. Even if it does not fall into turmoil, it will absolutely be impossible to touch the eastern region. Marquis Garcia is old, and the Battle of Shadow Canyon has destroyed his spirit. Now he does not have the ability to rebuild the Black Cavalry. In this way, you can leisurely reorganize the eastern region and completely eliminate the remnants of the Church. You don't have to worry about the Church's interference because the royal family will not stand idly by. An archbishop of the eastern region is enough to make the royal family believe in the determination of the House of Saint Prospero." Seeing the struggle on Marquis Vincent's face, Beatrice mistakenly thought that he was still worried about the Church's revenge, so she smiled and teased him. "Even if the Church wants revenge, it will come to me first. I am not afraid. What are you afraid of?" Marquis Vincent did not dare to confess his inner struggle to Beatrice, so he had to put on a worried look and said, "Aunt, are you really not worried about the Church's revenge?" Beatrice smiled and said, "What's there to be afraid of? At worst, I will hide my identity and wander the world. Anyway, I have wanted to do this for a long time. Your father used to stop me, but now that he is dead, I am free. I don't believe that the Church can really chase me to the end of the world." Marquis Vincent was silent. Beatrice thought that he was still worried about her, so she smiled and patted Marquis Vincent's hand and said, "Well, don't put on such a weak appearance. I don't want to see the future Duke of the Eastern region like this. Furthermore, as a knight of the House of Saint Prospero, how could I be afraid of sacrificing myself? I only hope that my sacrifice is meaningful, so what you should do is to properly govern the Eastern region and let it regain its glory. In addition, out of selfishness, I also hope that you can take care of the Fiennes family more and not vent your anger on them because of Evan. And Evan. I really hope that you can show enough mercy. You can strip him of his title, take back his territory, and eliminate his supporters, but at least leave him alive. Because one day, you will find that only the members of the House of Saint Prospero can stand up and protect the Eastern region in times of crisis. Just like your father, he doted on kites so much back then, but when it really came down to it, didn't he still have to rely on me, his younger sister, to stand up and clean up the situation? No matter how good the others are, they may not be reliable. And no matter how bad Evan is, at least his surname is Saint Prospero." Listening to his aunt's long-winded last words, an indescribable feeling suddenly emerged in Marquis Vincent's heart. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to 20 years ago when he was officially conferred the title of Marquis of the Eastern region by his father. That was the first time he felt a heavy responsibility and an unparalleled sense of sacred mission. "Vincent Saint Prospero, today, in the name of the Lord of the Eastern region, I confer you the title of Marquis of the Eastern region. From now on, you will shoulder the responsibility of protecting the people and vassals of the Eastern region, and take this as an honor until the end of your life." His father's words were firmly engraved in Marquis Vincent's heart, but as time passed, these words seemed to be inevitably eroded and obliterated, especially after the fiasco in Silvermoon City. Marquis Vincent felt that his status had plummeted, while his younger brother Evan gradually gained more attention from his father. And when he encountered another failure in Silvermoon City and became a captive, what his father and brother did was the betrayal of the lowly. It was precisely because of this betrayal that Marquis Vincent had no qualms about stabbing that dagger into his father's chest, but now, looking at his aunt, Beatrice, who was sitting beside him with a determined and calm expression, Marquis Vincent suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt. The pride of Saint Prospero, the glory of Saint Prospero, and the perseverance of Saint Prospero, Marquis Vincent felt that what he had done was simply blasphemy against the name of Saint Prospero. "I, Vincent Saint Prospero, swear in this holy land, under the gaze of the Lord, that from now on, no matter what difficulties I encounter, I will shoulder the responsibility of protecting the Eastern region, the responsibility of protecting the glory of the House of Saint Prospero, until the end of my life." The old oath echoed in his ears, and the expression in Marquis Vincent's eyes gradually became firm. "Aunt, how do you plan to kill Colin Angeli?" Beatrice, of course, knew nothing about the psychological changes in Marquis Vincent. "As long as I kill him, I will naturally be able to gain Colin Angeli's trust. When the time comes, I will assassinate him when he is unprepared. I have a great chance of succeeding." Seeing Marquis Vincent frown, Beatrice mistakenly thought that he was worried about the consequences of assassinating an earl, so she spoke again. "You don't have to worry about the consequences of doing so. Anyway, I already have the bad reputation of killing an archbishop of the Eastern region, so naturally, I am not afraid of bearing the bad reputation of assassinating an earl of the empire. When the time comes, you can just announce that you have removed my name from the House of Saint Prospero, and it would be best if you could expel me from the Eastern region, so that I can start my life as a fugitive." Looking at his aunt who was pretending to be relaxed, Marquis Vincent only felt that his throat was blocked, but he still took a deep breath, got rid of these useless pretentious feelings, and said in a deep voice, "Aunt, when you assassinate Colin Angeli, please remember to cut off his head." Beatrice smiled faintly and said, "No problem. In fact, I also like to cut off the enemy's head very much. It is like receiving a commemorative medal." "Aunt." Marquis Vincent tightly grasped Beatrice's hand, and repeated with a dignified expression, "Please remember, you must cut off Colin Angeli's head." Beatrice realized that something was wrong. She frowned and asked, "Why do you care so much about Colin Angeli's head?" Marquis Vincent's expression changed, but in the end, he did not say the deepest secret in his heart. He just emphasized, "Aunt, if you trust me, then do as I say." Beatrice stared at Marquis Vincent's eyes for a long time before nodding, "Okay." In the boundless wilderness, a large group of cavalrymen was marching southward. They were not moving fast, and it seemed that they were not in a hurry. In the middle of the group, a little girl wearing a black riding suit and a red wide-brimmed hat asked in a crisp voice, "Teacher, which family is your mother from?" "The Samgus family." "What about your grandmother?" "I think it's the Billy family." "What about your great-grandmother?" "The Rick family." "What about your great-great-grandmother?" Colin glanced at Princess Judy beside him and said somewhat speechlessly, "I don't remember." He actually understood why Princess Judy had suddenly started a background check. Of course, it was because he had advanced to the 6th grade. In this world where strength was closely related to bloodline, the bloodline of a 6th grade knight would naturally receive a lot of attention. A bloodline that could give birth to a 6th grade knight was definitely a top bloodline. After all, there were only 7 bloodlines that could give birth to a 7th grade paladin. The Angeli family was obviously not a top bloodline, which was why Princess Judy was concerned about Colin's maternal bloodline. However, Samgus, Billy, Rick. Princess Judy had never heard of these families before. They were clearly unknown small nobles, and had nothing to do with top bloodlines. Princess Judy's lively big eyes rolled a few times, and suddenly had a bold guess about her teacher's background. But she did not dare to say this guess out loud. But if she did not say it out loud, the little girl would feel uncomfortable. As her eyes wandered, she happened to meet Prince Harrison's gaze. The brother and sister seemed to have telepathy, and instantly understood each other's meaning, and immediately smiled knowingly. This little action naturally could not escape Colin's eyes, but he did not explain anything. Misunderstanding that he was the illegitimate son of some great noble in Grey Castle was better than revealing the secret of the vampires. Colin was somewhat curious about whether his increased strength by drinking the blood of high-grade paladins would affect the bloodline of his descendants. If one day he successfully advanced to the Sanctuary Realm, would a new paladin family be born? As for whether he could advance to the Sanctuary Realm, Colin did not have any doubts. He was very confident in his vampire cheat. As long as he could get his hands on the fresh blood of a holy knight, Colin was very confident that he would be able to step into the Holy Realm. However, if such a day really came, then the people of this world would probably think that he was the illegitimate son of a holy knight family member. He wondered if there would be a melodramatic farce of them acknowledging their ancestors. While he was lost in his thoughts, a messenger came back from the front and reported to Colin, "Sir, I'm sorry. Your lordship, Whitedew City is just ahead." Hearing this, Colin immediately looked up and saw a small white dot appear on the horizon. "Knight Andy, it's your turn." Knight Andy, who was called out by Colin, immediately bowed and said with a flattering smile, "Okay, please wait a moment. I'll open the door for you." Ever since he learned that Colin had become a knight of the 6th step, the attitude of this emissary from the San Lorenzo family changed completely. He probably thought that Colin was a descendant of some paladin family that had been left behind. And judging from the age when Colin became a knight of the 6th step, it was not impossible for him to advance to the Holy Realm one day with such a terrible talent. Therefore, it was understandable that Knight Andy would be so respectful after being arrogant. "Teacher, we won't fight in Whitedew City this time, right?" Princess Judy asked crisply. Colin gave a playful smile and said, "Of course not. After all, His Majesty's war order has been sent." On the city wall of Whitedew City. In the face of the approaching bloody cavalry, the defenders in the city certainly did not dare to take it lightly. The Pegasus Legion and the private army of the lords recruited by the Duke of St. Prospero all gathered their elites and waited on the city wall. At the same time, a large number of reserves began to gather on the streets of the city. Last time when the bloody cavalry arrived, the Duke of St. Prospero opened the city gate in order to lure the enemy in. He tried to cooperate with the enemy from the inside and outside and besiege the bloody cavalry in Whitedew City. But it was a pity that this trick failed. Not only did it fail to trap the bloody cavalry, but it also cost the life of the Duke of St. Prospero. It could be said that this strategy was a failure. Therefore, this time, it became the consensus of everyone to defend the city to the death. "Earl Nicole, do you think the bloody cavalry will storm the city?" Hearing the question of a noble behind him, Earl Nicole's old face was slightly pale, but he still pretended to be calm and said, "Don't worry, it's common sense that cavalry is not good at attacking the city. As long as we firmly guard the city gate and don't let the bloody cavalry enter the city, no matter how crafty Colin Angeli is, he can't do anything." Hearing this, the nobles of the eastern region all agreed, and the atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. But Earl Nicole did not feel relaxed at all. In fact, the old Earl only felt sad at this moment. Although they had the absolute advantage in numbers, none of the nobles of the eastern region dared to propose to go out of the city to fight. In fact, even if someone proposed to go out of the city to fight, Earl Nicole would have rejected it. But he still hoped to hear such voices. At least it would prove that the courage of the nobles of the eastern region was not completely wiped out. However, the fact was that only 20,000 bloody cavalry blocked the nobles of the eastern region in White Dew City, and they did not dare to come out. This was simply a great shame. My lord, the other side sent a messenger, should we bring him up? Earl Nicole woke up from his thoughts and saw that the cavalry on the opposite side had separated from the main force and was heading to White Dew City. Put down the basket and pull him up. I'd like to see what the people of the northern frontier have to say. After a while, Knight Andy was brought to Earl Nicole. Knight Andy? Earl Nicole was knowledgeable and recognized the knight of the San Lorenzo family. Then, without waiting for Knight Andy to reply, Earl Nicole immediately realized and said, "You are the messenger of the royal family, right? His Majesty's war order has arrived, right?" "Yes, Earl Nicole, I brought the war order personally signed by His Majesty, and it has been successfully passed by the Senate." Knight Andy waved the letter, but did not intend to hand it to Earl Nicole. He just asked in a reserved manner, "I need to send the war order to White Dew Castle, please excuse me." Of course, of course. Earl Nicole's old face was smiling like a chrysanthemum, because he knew that once His Majesty's war order arrived, the war between the lords of the empire had to stop. So, he immediately called his guards and asked them to escort Knight Andy to White Dew Castle. Before Knight Andy left, he did not forget to point outside the city and said, "Earl Angeli from the northern frontier is outside the city, remember to send someone to welcome him." Earl Nicole frowned again, looking at the cavalry army slowly approaching outside the city, and fell into silence. The nobles of the eastern region around him were still immersed in the excitement of the war order smoothly arriving at White Dew City, and seemed to have forgotten that there was a terrifying army outside the city. Earl Nicole said to his adjutant, "Since Knight Andy came from the bloody cavalry, then Colin Angeli must have seen His Majesty's war order. If he does not want to become a public enemy of the empire, then he will not start a war. How about this, you send a messenger out of the city to test the other side's attitude." "My lord, who should I send?" Earl Nicole suddenly hesitated. He glanced at the nobles of the eastern region in front of him, and his frown deepened. "I'll go." Just as Earl Nicole was at his wit's end, Beatrice appeared at the top of the city wall. Count Nicole breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Knight Beatrice, it's best if you are willing to go." Under the White Dew City, Beatrice once again came to the blood cavalry alone. Colin greeted her like a gentleman this time. The two met in the middle of the army and the city. "Knight Beatrice, we meet again. Count Angeli, you came to the White Dew City in such a big way. Are you not going to fulfill the agreement between us?" Colin shrugged and said helplessly, "You can't blame me. You can only blame the messenger of the royal family for coming too fast." "So, are we going to give up?" Beatrice asked unwillingly. "Give up?" Colin smiled, "There is no such word in my dictionary." Beatrice's eyes lit up and immediately asked, "Count Angeli, do you have any good ideas?" Colin looked at the tall walls of the White Dew City and slowly said, "Since the war order has been sent to the White Dew City, of course, I can't take the initiative to provoke them." Hearing Colin's emphasis on the word "take the initiative," Beatrice understood and said, "Are you going to let the eastern region do it first?" "Yes." Beatrice slowly shook her head and said, "You may be disappointed. The eastern region is now eager to stop the war with the northern frontier. How can they take the initiative to provoke them?" Colin looked at Beatrice meaningfully and said, "Are you not from the eastern region? You mean, let me take the initiative to provoke them?" Beatrice looked at Colin in surprise. "Yes. I know you don't have many troops in the city, but you can choose a time to assassinate me." Hearing this, Beatrice's heart suddenly skipped a few beats, and her eyes subconsciously avoided Angeli's eyes. But soon she found that Colin's expression was not abnormal, so she calmed down. Colin did not find Beatrice's strangeness and still said, "Since you have decided to assassinate the Archbishop of the Eastern region, you must be ready to escape." Then it should be okay to carry the crime of ignoring His Majesty's war order and assassinating the Count of the Empire, right? As long as you stab me, the bloody cavalry will have a reason to enter the city to protect their master. At this time, you can arrange your trusted subordinates to open the city gate for the bloody cavalry. Then, the bloody cavalry will help you clear the guards around Mrs. Kate. You should know what to do next, right? Beatrice took a deep look at Colin, then nodded decisively. All right, we'll do as you say. After that, Colin returned to the army and ordered Roger to lead the army to camp outside the city. He then brought Prince Harrison, Princess Judy, and 100 guards to follow Beatrice into White Dew City. Walking on the streets of White Dew City, Colin calmly looked around, admiring the scenery of the capital of the eastern region. Compared with the magnificent Winter City, White Dew City was less imposing, but more exquisite. And because it was close to the radiant moon forest, the architectural style in the city was inevitably influenced by the elves, emphasizing the harmony with nature and using reliefs and columns. Compared with the general closed buildings, the ring pillar style of the eastern region's buildings did not have a sense of dullness. Under the sunlight, it could produce rich light and shadow effects and change between reality and illusion. It also weakened the boundary between the inside and outside, so that the outdoor scenery became part of the architectural decoration. This was the first time Colin came to White Dew City, and he immediately fell in love with it. Unfortunately, the people here obviously did not like the Count from the northern frontier. Along the way, countless people of the eastern region did not hide their hatred for Colin. If there were no soldiers on both sides of the street, perhaps the angry people of the eastern region would have already rushed up. Prince Harrison and Princess Judy appeared to be a little nervous under these hostile gazes, but Colin acted as if nothing had happened. He was still admiring the buildings on both sides of the street with great interest. Because of this, Colin did not notice that there were 2 old acquaintances hidden among the angry people of the eastern region. Let's go, sister. In this case, you can't succeed in the assassination. The Earl of Avon pulled down the brim of his hat, trying to shrink himself to the back of the crowd, and advised Anna beside him. Anna stared at Colin's tall figure on horseback. The veins on her right hand holding the sword were bulging, as if she was about to draw the sword in the next moment. Seeing this, the Earl of Avon quickly held his sister's hand, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, Anna, believe me, if you assassinate him now, you will only alert him. Anna turned her head, looked at her brother with red eyes, and said angrily, Are we not going to avenge father? Of course. The Earl of Avon said firmly, but not like this. Believe me, I have a better way. Anna stared into her brother's eyes for a long time, and finally sighed, letting go of the sword hilt. The Earl of Avon quickly pulled his sister out of the crowd, and walked quickly along the alley toward the city gate. Anna became more and more confused as they walked, and finally could not help but ask, Brother, are you going the wrong way? White Dew Castle is in that direction. No, we can't go to White Dew Castle. Why? Because once we go to White Dew Castle, I will be under house arrest. Seeing Anna's confused face, the Earl of Avon sighed and said, Don't ask, sister. If you believe me, then follow me. Anna bit her lip and did not say anything, letting her brother lead her through the city. Stop, this is a military area, unrelated people are not allowed to approach. In front of the city gate tower, the brother and sister were stopped by a group of patrolling soldiers. I have urgent military information to report, can you take me to see your commanding officer? The soldier sized up the Earl of Avon. Although he was wearing ordinary clothes, the sword at his waist did not seem to be ordinary. Then wait here. Not long after, a knight was led to the Earl of Avon by the soldiers. What urgent military information do you have to report? The Earl of Avon looked at the insignia on the knight's armor, and lifted the brim of his hat, revealing half of his face, and said, I want to see Earl Nicole, can you take me there? Is the Earl someone you can see just because you want to? The knight was stunned as he finally recognized the identity of the person in front of him. You are Lord Earl of Avon? Shoo. The Earl of Avon raised a finger, don't make a fuss, take me to see Earl Nicole. The knight nodded blankly, and then led the Earl of Avon and Anna to the city gate tower. On the city gate, Earl Nicole was still staring at the bloody cavalry that was setting up camp outside the city. No one knew what he was thinking. Earl Nicole, this, sir wants to see you. Earl Nicole frowned and asked without turning his head, "Who wants to see me?" "It's me." Hearing the slightly familiar voice, Earl Nicole finally turned his head, and then saw the Earl of Avon's smiling face. "Earl of Avon," Earl Nicole said in surprise, but then immediately lowered his voice and said, "When did you enter the city?" "I've been in the city for a while," the Earl of Avon said vaguely. "Can we change to a more convenient place? I don't want others to know that I'm here." "Okay, please come with me." As the door was gently closed, the inside and outside of the room were separated into two different worlds. Only Earl Nicole and the Earl of Avon were in the room. Even Anna did not come in. Earl Nicole personally poured a glass of wine for the Earl of Avon and laughed. "Earl of Avon, there is no good wine in the camp. Please make do with it." "Haha, you may not know, but for a real drunkard, good wine is good, but bad wine can also have a different taste." The Earl of Avon took the glass, clinked it with Earl Nicole's, and then drank it in one gulp. Earl Nicole put down his glass and asked, "Earl of Avon, since you have been in White Dew City for a long time, why have you been hiding your whereabouts?" The Earl of Avon laughed and said, "Earl Nicole, let's not test each other here and waste time, okay? Don't tell me you don't know the reason why I have not dared to show myself." Earl Nicole also laughed and praised, "I have long heard that you are extraordinarily intelligent, Earl of Avon. Seeing you today, I can see that you are indeed so." The Earl of Avon shook his head and sighed, "If it was in the past, I might have accepted your praise calmly, and even secretly felt proud. But now, haha, I finally know that compared to a real genius, I am really weak, especially on the battlefield, Earl of Avon. In fact, this is really not your fault. The Eastern Region Army has been at peace for too long. Compared to the bloody cavalry that fought their way out of the sky ice field, the difference in strength is too great. No matter who is in command, the result will be the same." The Earl of Avon did not respond. He just poured another glass of wine for himself and Earl Nicole. The two brothers in distress wanted to drown their sorrows in wine. But soon, Count Elvin put down his wine cup and said with a serious expression, "Don't worry. Earl Nicole, do you know why I took the initiative to come to you?" Count Nicole glanced at the Earl of Avon and shook his head. Count Evan immediately said in a deep voice, "Count Nicole, I'm here to help you." "Oh?" Earl Nicole's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, "Earl Evan, why would I need your help?" Earl of Avon did not answer the question directly. Instead, he asked, "What kind of promise did my mother give you?" Obviously, Count Nicole didn't want to reveal the agreement between him and the Duchess to Count Evan. Also, he felt that he had seen through Count Evan's true intentions, so the smile on his face gradually disappeared. "Earl of Avon, I think you're trying to get my help, aren't you? However, with all due respect, your brother is the most suitable successor to the Duke of the Eastern Region in this situation." The Earl of Avon sneered, "My brother? Or my nephew, who's only 3 years old?" Earl Nicole's expression did not change. "Either of them can come, but it can't be you. The Eastern Region needs the Hall family too much at this time." "I agree," the Earl of Avon said frankly, "and you've misunderstood my intentions. I'm not trying to persuade you to support me in becoming the Duke of the Eastern Region." "Oh?" Earl Nicole was a little surprised and puzzled. "Then why did you come to me?" "I've already said that I'm here to help you," the Earl of Avon said with a smile. Earl Nicole looked at the Earl of Avon in surprise and asked, "What can you help me with?" "Of course, to help you and the Nicole family get out of their biggest predicament," the Earl of Avon said in a low voice. Count Nicole's frown deepened. "Count Avon, what is the biggest predicament of the Nicole family?" "Earl Nicole, don't you know what your family's biggest predicament is? As an outsider and a traitor, the Nicole family has never been able to truly integrate into the Eastern Region. Do you really think that if you cooperate with my mother this time, she will help you solve this problem in return?" Earl Nicole was silent. He knew that the Earl of Avon was right. The Nicole family's emblem was alpine tinder. Yes, it was the tinder in Tinder City. More than 300 years ago, Tinder City was still the territory of the Nicole family, and the Tinder Army was also the name of the Nicole family's private army. Of course, at that time, the area north of the Alsace Mountains was still the territory of the St. Thean family, and the Nicole family was naturally the vassal of the St. Thean family. Therefore, when the House of St. Prospero defeated the St. Thean family, the Nicole family became an awkward existence. At that time, the Nickel family saw that the situation was not good and decisively chose to surrender to the House of Saint Prospero. In order to break the fighting spirit of the vassal of the Saint Thean family, the Duke of Saint Prospero chose to accept the Nickel family's allegiance to show his mercy. However, the Nickel family was, after all, a vassal of the Saint Thean family, and naturally could not be fully trusted by the House of Saint Prospero. For example, the Duke of Saint Prospero conferred Tinder City, a military stronghold, to the Bruggen family, and the Nickel family's territory was changed to the south of the Alsace Mountains. The Nickel family also knew that the House of Saint Prospero had always been vigilant against them, so they had been cautious and low-key for many years, trying to eliminate the prejudice of the Duke of Saint Prospero against the Nickel family. For example, in the recent battle for succession between Marquis Vincent and the Earl of Avon, most of the nobles in the eastern region chose to side with them, but the Nickel family had always been indifferent. Of course, this was indeed because Earl Nickel was astute and knew the risks, but more importantly, it was because the Nickel family did not dare to easily express their stance, for fear of attracting the attention of the Duke of Saint Prospero. Now that Count Evan pointed out this point, countless thoughts flashed through Count Nickel's mind. After a while, he said in a deep voice. After a long while, he said, "Earl of Avon, I wonder if you have any way to help the Nickel family get out of this awkward situation?" The Earl of Avon smiled mysteriously and took out an exquisite badge from his arms. The kite shield-shaped badge was engraved with a pattern of a roaring tiger. It was unknown what material it was made of, but under the sunlight, it reflected a colorful light. Upon seeing this familiar badge, Earl Nickel was stunned. He looked at the Earl of Avon in disbelief and asked in a trembling voice, "What? Mata? Colorful tiger? Your Excellency, where did you get this badge?" The Earl of Avon smiled and said, "Of course, Mr. Feng gave it to me." "Mr. Feng?" Earl Nickel was pleasantly surprised and somewhat in disbelief. "Didn't he die at the hands of Prince Rhy? You believe such a rumor?" The Earl of Avon asked rhetorically. "If so, how could Prince Rhy be reduced to such a state? Who is the person he is tracking all over the world?" Earl Nickel suppressed his excitement and asked in a low voice, "What agreement have you reached with Mr. Feng?" The Earl of Avon smiled reservedly and said, "I will marry Mr. Feng's daughter, and Mr. Feng will help me control the eastern region." "Daughter?" Earl Nickel was puzzled. "Aren't you already engaged to Grace of the Bruggen family?" The Earl of Avon smiled mysteriously and said, "You will understand in the future. Now, do you think that compared to my mother, I am a better partner for the Nickel family?" Earl Nickel's gaze was fixed on the colorful tiger badge in the Earl of Avon's hand. He nodded and said, "Yes. If you have reached an agreement with Mr. Feng, then the Nickel family is naturally willing to follow in your footsteps." "Very good," Count Elvin said mysteriously as he put away the badge with a smug smile. "Earl Nickel, White Dew City will be especially lively tonight. Please wait and see. Prince Harrison, Princess Judy, Count Angeli, welcome to the White Dew Castle." In front of the White Dew Castle, the Duchess, who was dressed to the nines, had an impeccable smile on her face as she welcomed the guests. It was as if she had completely forgotten that this guest had just led an army to attack the White Dew Castle and killed her husband. Colin jumped off his horse and walked to the Duchess with a smile on his face. "This is my first visit, so I didn't prepare any expensive gifts. I hope you don't mind." Colin clapped his hands as he spoke, and the 4 guards behind him immediately carried a coffin forward. It was needless to say whose body was in the coffin. The atmosphere suddenly changed, and the air became so stagnant that it was almost suffocating. The people of the House of Saint Prospero were spitting fire from their eyes. If looks could kill, then Colin would be riddled with holes by now. Unfortunately, gazes couldn't kill people. The people of the House of Saint Prospero could only rage helplessly. The Duchess, on the other hand, had a calm expression, as if the body in the coffin was just a stranger's body. "Count Angeli, you're too kind. The House of Saint Prospero will definitely remember such a valuable gift." Colin raised his eyebrows. For a moment, he didn't want to continue provoking her. Otherwise, it would feel like he was bullying a widow. He glanced at the people behind the Duchess and asked in confusion, "Why don't I see Marquis Vincent?" "Vincent was severely injured and is still unconscious. That's why he couldn't come and greet you." Severely injured and unconscious? Colin blinked his eyes. I see. I want to visit the Marquis. Is it convenient for you? As soon as these words were spoken, the people of the House of St. Prospero started breathing heavily. They obviously thought that Colin's hypocrisy was a provocation. The Duchess' expression also became gloomy. She said coldly, I'm sorry, Count Angeli. I appreciate your kindness. However, it's not convenient for Vincent to see outsiders right now. When he recovers, it won't be too late to see you. After all, he was in someone else's territory. Colin didn't want to be too arrogant, so he nodded. All right. The Duchess turned to the side and extended her hand in an inviting gesture. Please come in, 3 distinguished guests. We have already prepared a room for you. Please rest first. There will be a grand welcome banquet tonight. Colin nodded and strode into White Duke Castle as if there was no one around while he faced the undisguised hostile gazes. Prince Harrison and Princess Judy also followed. Under the guidance of the maid, Colin walked into his room. The overall architectural style of White Duke Castle was exquisite and elegant. The main body was built with carefully cut white glazed rock. The ground and walls were suffused with a faint layer of beige. Jadeite, rubies, and sapphires could be seen everywhere in the room. One could even see sparkling and translucent diamonds inlaid in conspicuous places. There were many oil paintings of different styles and some animal head specimens hanging on the wall. Colin didn't have the ability to appreciate art, so he didn't pay attention to them after a glance. Sir, do you need me to help you bathe and change your clothes? The young maid asked with a red face. No need. I'll do it myself. You can leave. After rejecting the maid's good intentions, Colin took off his armor and went to the bathroom alone. Warm water had already been prepared in the bathtub, and there was a faint fragrance of jasmine. He didn't know where the House of St. Prospero had gotten the jasmine flowers in the middle of winter. Colin slowly sat in the bathtub and felt the warm water soak into every inch of his skin. He closed his eyes comfortably. However, his mind didn't stop. Colin definitely didn't believe the Duchess when she said that Marquis Vincent was seriously injured and unconscious. After all, as a blood descendant he had transformed into, unless Marquis Vincent's head was chopped off, any kind of injury would only be a scratch to him. How could he be seriously injured and unconscious? He couldn't be pretending to be dead, right, and he didn't even come out to welcome him when he arrived at White Duke Castle. Colin had started to be vigilant when he saw the blood slaves voluntarily leaving food for their family in the small village outside of Linshui City. If a blood slave without self-awareness would unconsciously feel pity for their family, then what about a blood descendant with self-awareness? A blood descendant with self-awareness would be able to consider the pros and cons and weigh the pros and cons. Then, when a blood descendant found that the benefits of betrayal were far greater than loyalty, would he still choose loyalty? This was especially obvious with Marquis Vincent. Marquis Vincent obeyed Colin's words before, perhaps because he was a blood descendant, but perhaps because he needed Colin's help at that time. Without Colin, he would only be a pitiful worm abandoned by his father and framed by his younger brother. But now, Colin had already helped him clear all obstacles, and the position of Duke of the Eastern region was within his reach. Would Vincent still be willing to be Colin's servant and harm his own interests for him? Colin felt that it was unlikely. However, what was Marquis Vincent planning to do now? Was he going to pretend to be dead and deliberately not cooperate with Colin's next move? Was he going to wait until the Blood Cavalry had no choice but to withdraw from the Eastern region because of the war order before he came out to succeed the position of Duke of the Eastern region? Or was this guy already planning a more vicious plan to get rid of him once and for all and regain his freedom? The more Colin thought about it, the more he felt that the latter was more likely. The corners of his mouth gradually drew an arc, as if he felt that the current situation was very interesting, and even began to look forward to Marquis Vincent's next performance. But at this moment, Colin suddenly smelled a faint smell of blood. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked around, but found nothing unusual in the bathroom. But Colin's vigilance did not weaken at all. After all, he had just guessed that Marquis Vincent might bite back. Could this be a trap that he had set for him? Thinking of this, Colin stood up from the bathtub, wiped the water droplets on his body with a bath towel, and put on his clothes again. Then, he began to carefully identify the source of the smell of blood. But then, Colin found that the smell of blood was somewhat familiar, as if he had smelled it somewhere before. Walking into the bedroom, the smell of blood gradually became stronger. And Colin finally remembered that this was clearly the smell he had smelled in the underground blood pool in the Floral City, in the Schurz family's Swan Castle. There was also this smell, so, Earl Angeli. A deep and familiar voice sounded behind him. Colin's body stiffened, and the expression on his face became extremely complicated. He slowly turned around and looked at the familiar face that had appeared behind him at some point in time. He pulled out a stiff smile and said, "I'm sorry. Should I call you Duke of St. Hilda? Or Mr.? The name is not important." Mr. Chung smiled as he spoke. His attitude was so gentle that it was as if he was meeting an elder of his own family. "Just like this body, it will only confuse mediocre people, but it will not fool smart people." Although he had long guessed that Mr. Chung might have used the corpse of the Duke of St. Hilda to play a reincarnation, when Colin really saw the resurrected Duke of St. Hilda with his own eyes and confirmed his previous guess, he could not help but be shocked. Even in this world of transcendence, such an unscientific thing was truly unbelievable. Was Arcana really so magical, or was Mr. Chung just too resourceful? "I didn't expect to see you in White Duke Castle. It's truly an honor," Colin greeted with a smile. Although he tried his best to remain calm, the smile on his face was inevitably a little stiff. To be honest, Mr. Chung's appearance was completely out of his expectations. And what he hated the most was accidents. This legendary figure who had stirred up the northern frontier twice by himself was not an easy character to deal with. Especially now, after Mr. Chung had taken over the body of a paladin, Colin really had no idea how terrifying his strength would be. If such a person stood on the opposite side of him, Colin would not naively think that Mr. Chung's appearance in White Dew City was just a coincidence. Obviously, Mr. Chung had a plan here as well, but he did not know if it would conflict with his plan. "Count Angeli, this should be our first official meeting, right?" Mr. Chung looked at Colin with interest and said with a sigh. "Yes. I have long admired your great name," Colin said respectfully. At the same time, he kept guessing Mr. Chung's purpose in coming to White Dew City this time. "Actually, I have wanted to meet you for a long time, Count Angeli. Among the rising stars of the Radiance Empire in the past 10 years, you are the most outstanding one." Mr. Chung smiled and looked at Colin, not hiding the admiration in his eyes. "You flatter me." "No, not at all. In fact, I feel that I have always underestimated you." The corner of Colin's mouth twitched awkwardly. He felt that Mr. Cheng's praise was a little awkward and made him very uncomfortable. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Mr. Kuei ask again. "Count Angeli, you've reached rank 6, right?" Colin could only nod honestly and say, "Yes, I was lucky enough to advance just now." What a young tier 6 knight. As far as I can remember, even the most talented paladins of the St. Thean family were not as powerful as you at your age. "How can I be compared to my holy knight ancestors? No." Mr. Chung said seriously, "You're even stronger than them. At least when they were your age, none of them could lead an army to attack White Dew City. Moreover, you can turn the eastern region upside down with only 20,000 bloody cavalrymen. Is it because you're too powerful? Or is it because the people of the eastern region have been living such a comfortable life for so long that the army has become so weak?" The bad premonition in Colin's heart was getting stronger and stronger. His brain was spinning rapidly, thinking about the real purpose of Mr. Cheng, and at the same time he responded. "No, I was just lucky to win a few battles." Mr. Chung smiled and finally stopped praising Colin. Instead, he said, "When we were in Swan Castle, Archbishop Ajani told you all the secrets of the church, right?" "Yes." Colin hurriedly nodded and said, "I agree with Archbishop Ajani's point of view very much. Nowadays, the church is too depraved. In the name of the God of Light, they keep interfering in the affairs of the empire and plundering private interests. So when I heard that you and Archbishop Ajani were determined to change the current situation, I chose to join you without hesitation. This time, I led the army to attack the eastern region because I want to cut off the church's biggest support in the secular world. What are your plans for coming to White Dew City this time?" In fact, Colin was also very clear that the alliance between him, Mr. Chung, and Archbishop Ajani was actually very fragile. Although both sides intended to resist the church, there was no basis of trust between them, and there was no clear goal or plan between them. There were even some old grudges and conflicts of interest between them. Colin did not think that Mr. Ching would forget that he had repeatedly foiled his plans. It could even be said that the failure of the St. Thean family to successfully occupy the northern frontier was mostly due to Colin. Now, he only hoped that Mr. Ching could temporarily put aside the grudges between them for the sake of the foundation of cooperation between them, and unite to cut off the church's tentacles in the eastern region. Mr. Ching did not answer Colin's question, but said to himself, "Count Angeli, in fact, I have always admired you, and I also very much hope to become your ally." Colin's heart sank, because he understood that generally, there would be a but at the end of this sentence pattern. And all the words he said before this but were all bullshit. Sure enough, he heard Mr. Ching continue. "But, you are too outstanding, so outstanding that it makes me tremble in fear." Colin pursed his lips and said helplessly, "Mr. Ching, isn't it a good thing to have an outstanding ally?" "It may be for some people, but not for me." Mr. Ching stared into Colin's eyes, and there was a hint of regret in his eyes. "I am a person with a strong desire for control, so I don't like those who are too outstanding, and always bring me surprises and surprises." Colin's muscles instantly tightened, and he prepared for the worst, but he still tried to persuade him. "Mr. Ching, you have overestimated me. I am just the son of a baron in the countryside. Even if I become a count, it is because of the shadow of the house of St. Hilda." "No." Mr. Ching interrupted, and the smile on his face disappeared. "Count Angeli, I have carefully investigated your past, and to be honest, I have a guilty conscience. If I give you more time, I don't even dare to imagine how far you will go. So, I am sorry." Hearing this, Colin no longer had any hope in his heart. His whole body surged like flowing water, and the holy light gathered in his hands. But before he could make a move, he saw Mr. Ching's eyes suddenly emit a dazzling light. For a moment, he felt like he saw the sun right in front of him. His eyes stung, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. Colin was shocked, and he immediately retreated. But in his blurred vision, he saw an arm shining with golden holy light, thrusting straight into his chest with the force of a thunderbolt. "Poochie!" Colin screamed, and he was shocked to find that his heart was already in Mr. Ching's hand. "Farewell, Count Angeli." Bang! Mr. Ching squeezed hard, and Colin's heart burst like a balloon filled with water. Blood splattered everywhere. When Prince Harrison walked out of the bathroom, a maid hurriedly came forward to help him wipe off the water droplets. Having grown up in Phoenix Palace, Prince Harrison had long been used to being served by maids. He wouldn't be as pretentious as Colin. Of course, he wouldn't do anything ambiguous to a maid. As a prince, he wasn't that desperate. After putting on his formal attire, Prince Harrison let the maid apply perfume on him. "What time is the banquet?" "I'll go ask for you." "Okay." After the maid left, Prince Harrison looked in the mirror and adjusted his formal attire. After a moment, he finally revealed a satisfied smile. But just as he was about to turn around, Prince Harrison was shocked to find that there was an additional figure in the mirror. However, after seeing that person's face clearly, Prince Harrison immediately let out a sigh of relief. He turned around and asked, "Uncle RHY, why are you in White Dew City?" Prince Harrison actually wasn't afraid of Prince RHY. Although everyone believed that this person had committed a heinous crime by brazenly killing a consul of the empire, Prince Harrison had accidentally overheard a conversation between his parents and knew that Prince RHY had been wronged. Therefore, Prince Harrison actually felt a trace of guilt and sympathy towards this uncle of his. Prince RHY sat down at the table, picked up the teapot, and poured himself a cup of flower tea. "I'm chasing after someone." "Didn't you go to Silvermoon City?" "Why are you here?" "I'm following my teacher here." "You still don't know, but my teacher is amazing. He led a mere 20,000 bloody cavalry and defeated the entire Eastern Army. If not for my father's war order being passed to White Dew City, I'm afraid the city would have fallen again." Prince Harrison used an incomparably proud tone to praise his teacher's glorious achievements. Only then did he notice the first sentence that Prince RHY had just said. "Uncle RHY, you said that you're chasing after someone? Who are you chasing after?" Prince RHY took a sip of tea and said indifferently, "The person who set me up." Prince Harrison's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately became nervous. Because Prince Harrison did not know the whole truth, nor did he know Mr. Castle's role in this matter. When he heard Prince Leahy say that he was tracking down the people who had framed him, he mistakenly thought that he was referring to Emperor Reinhardt and Empress Medela. Prince Harrison's strange behavior naturally couldn't escape Prince Rhy's eyes. "Harrison, do you know something?" "Uncle, Prince Harrison panicked under Prince Lacy's sharp gaze. Of course, this made Prince Rhy even more certain that his nephew obviously knew some inside information. Thus, he stood up and walked in front of Prince Harrison. He placed a hand on Prince Harrison's shoulder and bowed slightly. "Harrison, tell me what you know." Prince Harrison felt as if the hand on his shoulder had grabbed his soul, and a shudder that originated from the depths of his heart swept through his entire body. But he still clenched his teeth and said resolutely, "Uncle, I can't betray father and mother." Prince Rhy had a mocking expression. "Your willpower is not bad, but it's a pity you used it in the wrong place. Has the San Lorenzo family fallen to the point where they have to rely on schemes to maintain their rule?" Prince Harrison's entire body trembled, and sweat poured down like rain, but he still stubbornly kept his mouth shut. Prince Rhy's expression became colder and colder. "Your father has already disgraced the glory of the San Lorenzo family. I didn't expect you to be the same kind of person. Sooner or later, the prestige of the royal family will be completely destroyed by you and your father. No. I can't allow such a thing to happen." Prince Rhy's eyes revealed an undisguised killing intent as he continued. "Harrison, I'll give you one last chance. Die despicably or live honorably. Choose for yourself." Prince Harrison felt the hand on his shoulder clench tighter and tighter, as if it was going to crush his body. This young prince was facing a choice between life and death for the first time. And he never expected that the person who would force him into a corner would be his own uncle. Something in his heart seemed to crumble and shatter at this moment. Prince Harrison suddenly thought of something his mother, Empress Medela, had said to him. "A king is destined to be lonely, and also destined to be surrounded by lies and betrayals. Even your closest kin might not be trustworthy. You can only rely on yourself." Prince Harrison had always felt that his mother's words were a little too frightening, but now, facing his murderous uncle, he suddenly came to a realization. "Yes, uncle. You were framed." Prince Harrison used all his strength to growl. Prince Rhy's expression softened, but he still continued to ask, "Who framed me?" "It was father and mother." "How did they frame you?" "I really don't know. I just happened to overhear a few words of their conversation and guessed that you were innocent. As for how they framed you, I really don't know." Prince Rhy stared into Prince Harrison's eyes. After a while, he seemed to have finally confirmed that Prince Harrison was not lying. "Then, are you willing to share what you know with the public?" Prince Harrison hesitated for a moment, but then gritted his teeth and nodded. Only then did Prince Lacy retract his fierce aura and smile. "Very good. That was what a righteous San Lorenzo should do. I will contact His Holiness to arrange a hearing. At that time, you—" At this point, Prince Rhy suddenly paused. This was because he had sensed an intense wave of holy light erupting nearby. In a moment of desperation, Prince Rhy immediately threw Prince Harrison aside and disappeared from the room in a flash. Prince Harrison collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. He couldn't muster any strength at all. After a long while, he finally struggled to get up, found a pen and paper, and quickly wrote a letter with trembling hands. Men." A maid pushed the door open and entered. "Your Highness, what orders do you have?" Prince Harrison handed the letter over and said, "Send this letter to Imperial Dragon City immediately." "Yes." The maid nodded, but after seeing Prince Harrison's sorry state, she carefully asked, "Your Highness, do you need me to prepare a new set of clothes for you?" "Yes." On the other side, Prince Rhy rushed into Colin's room after chasing the source of the holy light, only to find that Colin was lying in a pool of blood. After carefully sensing the remaining energy waves in the air, Prince Rhy's eyes suddenly became extremely fierce. "Who are you?" The guards of the House of Saint Prospero finally arrived and shouted at Prince Rhy's back. Prince Rhy, of course, did not care about these guards. He jumped out of the open window without looking back. Only then did the guards notice Colin lying in a pool of blood. They were immediately scared out of their wits. Quick! Get a priest. Count Angeli was assassinated. Night fell. The banquet hall of White Dew Castle was illuminated by hundreds of candles. Mighty and majestic armored guards stood motionless around the hall with long spears in their hands. Graceful and beautiful young maids walked with light steps, placing plates of delicious food on the long dining table. The well-dressed duchess stood at the entrance of the banquet hall, greeting the guests with an impeccable smile. Although the Duke of St. Prospero had just died and it was inappropriate for White Dew Castle to hold such a big banquet, the duchess insisted on it. Moreover, she also had a suitable excuse to welcome Prince Harrison and Princess Judy to White Dew Castle. As for the fact that the teacher of these two royal guests had just killed the Duke of St. Prospero, well, let's just pretend it didn't happen. Of course, many smart people also knew that the death of the Duke of St. Prospero might be a happy event for the duchess. Only then could she truly become the mistress of White Dew Castle, and even the entire eastern region. In the banquet hall, the duchess was already the focus of everyone's attention. One by one, the nobles of the eastern region came forward, either openly or secretly expressing their loyalty to her. The duchess gracefully and skillfully dealt with them, but secretly, her mind was always paying attention to the entrance of the hall. Seeing that the important people she was waiting for didn't appear, the duchess broke away from the overly enthusiastic crowd and asked the butler, "Where are the two princes? And Count Angeli, why isn't he here yet? I'll go take a look myself." Before the butler could take a few steps, he saw the captain of the White Dew Castle guards, Knight Warren, striding over. The duchess saw Knight Warren's dignified expression and slightly frowned. She hurriedly asked, "Knight Warren, what's wrong?" Knight Warren walked to the duchess' side and reported in a low voice, "Madam, just now Count Angeli was assassinated in his room." The duchess held her breath, trying hard not to lose her composure. But before she could ask more about the situation, she heard a voice shouting beside her, "What? Count Angeli was assassinated?" In fact, Knight Warren had deliberately lowered his voice. Logically speaking, only the duchess should have heard him clearly. However, he did not expect that Count Nicole, who happened to be passing by, would hear him and even shout out loud. Now, it was as if someone had pressed the mute button on the entire banquet. Instantly, there was complete silence. The duchess glared fiercely at Count Nicole. She could not tell whether the exclamation was intentional or not, but she did not have the time to pursue the matter. She immediately stepped forward and whispered into Knight Warren's ear, "First, kill all the 100 guards that followed Count Angeli into the city. Second, lock down all the city gates and forbid anyone from entering or leaving. Third, gather the army and get ready. The bloody cavalry. I'm afraid they're going to go crazy." Hearing the last sentence, Knight Warren couldn't help but shudder as if he had foreseen a terrifying scene. However, he also knew that the situation was urgent and he couldn't afford to let his imagination run wild. He immediately nodded and strode away. At this time, the guests in the banquet hall finally reacted and immediately clamored. "Duchess, is it true that Count Angeli was killed? Duchess, who assassinated Count Angeli? Duchess, will White Dew City fall into the flames of war again?" Question after question shot at her like arrows, but the duchess only smiled calmly and gestured with her hand. She said calmly, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Distinguished guests, I'm sorry to disturb everyone's mood. But please rest assured, no matter what happens, the House of St. Prospero has the ability to deal with it. Now, please enjoy the delicious food here. Let me go and understand the specific situation, then I'll explain it to you in detail." After saying these, the duchess no longer cared about the questions in the hall and strode out. Outside the door, the smile on the duchess' face instantly disappeared, and her expression changed from calm to anxious. Count Angeli was dead. Although she also wanted this terrible Count of the northern frontier to die, he must not die in White Dew Castle, because if Count Angeli died here, no matter how the House of St. Prospero explained, the whole empire would think that they were the ones who assassinated Count Angeli. Emperor Reinhardt's order of war smoothly arrived in White Dew City, but Count Angeli was assassinated in White Dew City as a guest. How would the royal family punish the House of St. Prospero? The reaction of the northern frontier after hearing this news would give the duchess a headache. If the young duke of the northern region was determined to avenge her husband at all costs, then the eastern region would definitely face an extremely terrible crisis. Now that the orcs were about to invade, the royal family and the church, in order to calm the anger of the northern frontier, would most likely join hands to pressure the eastern region. In this case, there must be someone with enough power to take responsibility for Count Angeli's death. The Duchess desperately realized that this person was very likely to be herself. Even if she did not plan to assassinate Count Angeli, for the sake of the overall situation, she, as the Archbishop of the Eastern region and the Duchess of St. Prospero, would most likely be ruthlessly abandoned to appease the northern frontier. Thinking of this, the Duchess immediately realized that this was a trap, a carefully designed trap for her. The person who designed this trap obviously knew the current situation of the eastern region like the back of his hand. He immediately found the fatal weakness of the current order, and with just a light blow, the stable situation that the Duchess had worked hard to create was in danger of collapsing. The Duchess only felt a chill in her heart. But she quickly took a few deep breaths and forced herself to calm down. The enemy had already made his move, and the Duchess knew that she had no other choice but to take the attack. Now, what she wanted to know the most was who planned all this behind the scenes. Also, what other moves would they make after this? While thinking, the Duchess had already arrived at Colin's room. The room was already surrounded by the guards of the House of St. Prospero, and even Prince Harrison and Princess Judy were blocked outside. "Duchess, why don't you let us in? What happened to teacher?" "Your Highnesses, please forgive the rudeness of these guards. However, the situation inside is a bit complicated. Let me first check it out, then I will explain it to you." After saying this, without waiting for Prince Harrison and Princess Judy to reply, the Duchess strode into the room. Then, she saw Colin lying in a pool of blood. His chest was torn apart, his heart was missing, and the floor was covered in blood. The Duchess did not need to go forward to check to know that this person was completely hopeless. "Did you see the person's face clearly?" "No, Duchess. He was too fast, I could only see a blur." "Then you didn't see anything clearly?" "The last thing I saw was that person stopping in front of Count Angeli's corpse. From the back, it should be a middle-aged man about 1.9 meters tall. Blonde hair, and the scabbard of the knight's sword at his waist. I think it was purple." The Duchess listened to the guards rambling for a long time, but she didn't get any useful information. Her expression started to become impatient. The guard obviously noticed this and hurriedly racked his brains. Then, he added with some uncertainty, "That's not right." He then added, "Duchess, I think I saw that person rushing out of Prince Harrison's residence, are you sure?" The Duchess' expression changed, and she hurriedly asked. "It should be." The guard became hesitant again. The Duchess was a little disappointed, but she still walked out. She found Prince Harrison, who was waiting anxiously outside, and asked, "Your Highness Harrison, a guard said that he saw the murderer rushing out from your residence. Did you notice anyone suspicious?" Prince Harrison only hesitated for a moment, and then immediately said, "Duchess, Prince Rhy appeared in my room, and then he rushed out for no reason. Then, I heard that teacher was attacked by an assassin." "Duchess, teacher, he couldn't have been killed, right?" Prince Rhy, the Duchess was shocked by this name. This paladin of the San Lorenzo family actually appeared in White Dew City, and even killed Count Angeli. This made the Duchess a little confused for a moment. It must be known that although Prince Rhy was born into the royal San Lorenzo family, he actually sided with the church. So, why would he come to White Dew Castle to kill someone for no reason? Furthermore, Prince Rhy didn't have any grudges with Count Angeli. Seeing the Duchess standing there in a daze, Prince Harrison asked again, "Duchess, what happened to teacher?" The Duchess knew that this matter couldn't be hidden, so she sighed and said, "Count Angeli has already been killed by an assassin." "No, that's impossible. How could teacher die so easily? He's a grade 6 knight." Prince Harrison kept shaking his head. He couldn't accept this result at all. The teacher who had created miraculous results time and time again had died just like that? Princess Judy also burst into tears. She yelled and tried to run into the room, but was stopped by the guards. After hearing Prince Harrison's words, the Duchess realized something. Indeed, Colin Angeli was a rank 6 knight. Apart from a paladin like Prince Lacy, who else could kill him so easily? But she still couldn't figure out Prince Leahy's motive. At this moment, Knight Warren came to the Duchess' side again and reported softly, "Madam, it's my fault. I failed to stop the northern frontier guards who followed Count Angeli into the city. They escaped, what?" The Duchess raised her eyebrows and said angrily, "You can't even stop those few people?" Knight Warren felt aggrieved and said in a muffled voice, "Madam, although there aren't many of them, all of them are professionals. There are even 2 Sixth Order warriors among them. We can't stop them at all." 2 Sixth Order warriors? The Duchess' voice changed. She knew that even the House of St. Prospero didn't have 2 Sixth Order warriors. Was the Angeli family so extravagant that they had 6th Order warriors as guards, and 2 of them? However, the worst news was yet to come. Knight Warren continued to report, "Also, when we chased the northern frontier guards to the north gate, we found that the gate was open. I suspect that someone in the city deliberately opened the gate for them." The Duchess felt a chill in her heart and immediately asked, which family's army was originally stationed at the north gate? It was the Nickel family's army. Count Nickel. The Duchess suddenly thought of the previous banquet, when Count Nickel shouted about the assassination of Count Angeli. Originally, she thought that Count Nickel just couldn't help but exclaim after hearing such shocking news, but now it seemed that the old man did it on purpose. At that time, Count Nickel might not have heard Knight Warren's report at all, but he already knew that Count Angeli would be assassinated. This Count Nickel was an accomplice in this assassination. "Where is Count Nickel?" The Duchess gritted her teeth and asked. Knight Warren also realized something and immediately said, "I'll go find him now." The Duchess stopped Knight Warren and ordered with a gloomy face, "Don't waste time. If Count Nickel really betrayed the House of St. Prospero, he should have escaped from White Dew Castle by now. Go immediately mobilize the Pegasus Legion and control the 4 gates. Don't let the Blood Cavalry enter the city." "Yes." In the banquet hall, a group of nobles was still talking about the assassination of Count Angeli. However, some people had already left in advance when no one was paying attention. For example, Count Nickel and Beatrice. She didn't go to the place where Colin was assassinated, but went straight to Marquis Vincent's room. "Madame Beatrice. Is the Marquis awake?" "Not yet. You can leave first." "Yes." Since the Marquis was still in the banquet hall, after the maids left, only Marquis Vincent and Beatrice were left in the room. "Aunt, what's wrong?" Marquis Vincent opened his eyes and asked in confusion. "Colin is dead," Beatrice said. "Really?" Marquis Vincent sat up from the bed in surprise. "Aunt, you've succeeded? What about Mother? Did you kill her too?" Beatrice shook her head and said, "No, I didn't have time to do anything. Colin Angeli was killed by someone else." Marquis Vincent was stunned for a moment and asked after a while, "Who killed him?" "I don't know." "Then, have you been to the scene?" "Not yet. What's wrong?" Marquis Vincent's face changed greatly. He immediately grabbed Beatrice's arm and said in a hurry, "No, you must cut off his head. You must cut off his head." Beatrice frowned and asked in confusion, "Why do you have to cut off his head?" "Because, if you don't cut off his head, he will come to you." A drifting voice suddenly came from outside the window. Marquis Vincent suddenly froze, as if he was petrified, but his face showed an extremely frightened expression. "Duchess, you should at least let us go in and collect my teacher's body," Prince Harrison said in a deep voice. He finally showed the dignity of the first heir of the royal family. Duchess hesitated for a second and nodded. "Your Highnesses, I understand your feelings. Of course, I can let you go in and say goodbye to Count Angeli. However, since the murderer of Count Angeli hasn't been found yet, please don't touch his body for the time being." Duchess waved her hand to the guards after she finished. Prince Harrison immediately held his weeping sister's hand and strode in. However, after entering the room, Prince Harrison only saw the blood on the floor. His teacher's body was nowhere to be found. In his confusion, Prince Harrison walked around the room and searched every nook and cranny, but he still couldn't find Colin's body. "Brother, where is my teacher?" Princess Judy was also confused. She even forgot to continue crying. "I don't know." Prince Harrison frowned and walked out of the room. "Where is my teacher's body?" "Gone?" The guard at the door was also confused. However, when he entered the room, he was shocked to find that the body was indeed gone. The guard quickly went to inform Duchess. Duchess was also panicked. She thought that someone had stolen the body. Although she couldn't understand why, she still ordered the guards to search the room. The assassination of Count Angeli was strange from the beginning to the end. The Duchess couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. However, she didn't have the time to think about the secrets hidden in Count Angeli's death, because a messenger hurriedly ran to report to her. Duchess, Knight Warren asked me to inform you that the Nickel family has betrayed us. At this time, they have occupied the North Gate and are attacking the approaching Skyhorse Legion. Duchess only felt that her hands and feet were cold and her heart was trembling. The worst situation had happened. She calmed herself down and asked, "What about the Blood Cavalry? Have they entered the city?" "Not yet." "Not yet?" Duchess was happy, but she still couldn't believe it. Yes. The Blood Cavalry didn't do anything in the camp outside the city. It seems that they didn't receive the news of Count Angeli's death. The Duchess was a little bewildered. Just now, Knight Warren clearly said that he didn't stop the group of guards that Colin Angeli brought into the city, so those guards who escaped would definitely inform the Blood Cavalry that Earl Angeli was assassinated. Why didn't the Bloody Cavalry take any action now? What's more, Count Nicole led his army to occupy the North Gate. It was obvious that he wanted to let the Bloody Cavalry, who would definitely go crazy because of the death of Colin Angelo, enter the city and launch a bloody revenge against the House of St. Prospero. But why didn't things go according to the script? The Duchess didn't know what went wrong with the enemy's plan, but she immediately realized that this was the perfect opportunity for her. As long as they took back the North City Gate and blocked the Bloody Cavalry outside the city, the situation of the White Dew City would not be irreversible. Thinking of this, the Duchess no longer hesitated and immediately strode out. But seeing this, Prince Harrison hurriedly shouted, "Duchess, why are you leaving just like that? Where was teacher's body? What about the murderer of the teacher?" The Duchess didn't care about a dead person at this time. She didn't stop walking and said perfunctorily, "Your Highness Harrison, of course I won't leave Earl Angeli alone. I'm going to deploy a more detailed search. So, please wait here patiently, I'll inform you as soon as I have any progress." After that, the Duchess left in a hurry. Princess Judy pitifully pulled Prince Harrison's arm and asked while sobbing, "Brother, is teacher really dead?" Prince Harrison looked at the back of the Duchess, but slowly shook his head and said, "How could teacher die so easily?" "Really?" Princess Judy smiled through her tears and asked in surprise. Prince Harrison tightly pursed his lips and said in a serious voice, "Anyway, I won't believe it until I see teacher's body with my own eyes." Princess Judy also nodded, "Well, I don't believe that teacher is dead either." You're really not dead." Beatrice looked at Colin, who climbed in through the window with a shocked face. "How could I die so easily?" Colin smiled as he slowly approached. The terrifying bloody hole in his chest hadn't completely healed, and she could even see the crushed heart hanging there like a deflated balloon. But Colin acted as if nothing had happened. As he walked, he pointed at his own head and said meaningfully, "That's right. Didn't Marquis Vincent tell you? If you want to kill me, you have to cut off my head." Beatrice's eyes widened. She couldn't believe what she saw. She muttered as she retreated. "Devil. You're a devil, devil?" The corner of Colin's mouth rose as he continued to approach Beatrice. He said, "Why can't I be an oracle?" "Oracle?" Beatrice stopped retreating and seemed to understand something. "Are you a god's chosen one?" Without waiting for Colin to answer, Beatrice seemed to have realized something and immediately said, "That's right, you must be a chosen, otherwise, how could a small family like Angeli have such a talented person like you? How could you have such an almost immortal ability, Lord Chosen? What kind of mission did you bring to this world? I wonder if I have the honor of being able to contribute even the tiniest bit to your grand plan." With that, the expression on Beatrice's face became extremely pious. She slowly crawled in front of Colin and tried to kiss his toes. Colin raised his eyebrows. Obviously, he didn't expect this woman to change so quickly. Just as he was about to deceive her, his expression suddenly froze. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Beatrice, who was originally crawling on the ground, suddenly stood up. The silver dagger in her right hand was like a viper coming out of its hole, stabbing toward Colin's neck. However, the dagger was caught by a large hand midway. "Humph. You overestimate yourself." Colin sneered. Beatrice's expression didn't change. Her eyes were full of determination, and there was no longer any reverence and piety from before. She quickly kicked up her right leg, and at the same time, her left hand stabbed toward the bloody hole in Colin's chest. However, the difference in strength between the two was too great. Even if Colin was seriously injured at this moment, although the damage to his heart was not fatal, it still made him weak. Even so, with the strength of a fourth-grade knight, it was still difficult for Beatrice to threaten Colin. Ka! Ka! Colin closed his legs and clamped Beatrice's insidious leg. At the same time, his right hand grabbed her wrist, and he used so much strength that he almost crushed Beatrice's wrist bones. The distance between the two was very close, and their posture was quite ambiguous, but in fact, they were engaged in an extremely dangerous life and death battle. Beatrice was indeed a fierce woman. Even if her hands and feet were restrained, she still refused to give up. She swung her head and fiercely hit Colin's nose. Holy light surged on Colin's face, and the dense golden lines quickly formed a mask-like shield. Dong! This hit, Colin was safe and sound, but Beatrice's face was covered with blood and she was dizzy. Colin sneered and bit Beatrice's slender neck without hesitation. Looking at his aunt and Colin hugging each other in an ambiguous posture, Marquis Vincent could only feel a bone-deep fear. In fact, Marquis Vincent found himself unable to control his body after hearing Colin's voice. When Beatrice and Colin were fighting for their lives, Marquis Vincent wanted to help, but he couldn't move at all. Boundless fear shrouded him. This was a reaction that came from the depths of his bloodline, as if he had met his natural enemy. He couldn't overcome it with willpower. In just a short while, Marquis Vincent was completely drenched, as if he had just been fished out of the water. Bang! Colin threw Beatrice to the ground without any pity and turned to look at Marquis Vincent with a dazzling smile. However, this smile was the most terrifying thing in the world in Marquis Vincent's eyes. Marquis Vincent, do you really want my head that badly? You. Marquis Vincent tried his best to open his mouth, but he couldn't form a complete sentence. Colin looked at all of this and was a little surprised at the terrifying suppression he had over his blood kin. This suppression seemed to have surpassed the difference in strength between the two. One had to know that even if Marquis Vincent wasn't as strong as him, he shouldn't be acting so unbearably. It seemed that even if his bloodline was stronger than him, he wouldn't be able to resist him under the suppression of his bloodline. Unfortunately, being unable to resist physically didn't mean that he would be mentally submissive. Marquis Vincent had indeed betrayed him. Although Colin was mentally prepared for this, he still felt disappointed and angry. This also meant that all of his bloodline could betray him. Of course, this was actually very reasonable. After all, bloodline descendants had self-awareness. Betrayal was almost an inevitable byproduct of self-awareness. However, Colin wasn't too worried. Marquis Vincent's betrayal was mainly due to the great conflict of interest between the two of them. The other bloodline descendants, such as Queen Xianxia, were completely bound to Colin's interests, not to mention that she had already given birth to a daughter for Colin. Under such circumstances, Queen Xianxia wouldn't betray Colin even if she wasn't tied down by the vampires. Xianxia was willing to become Colin's blood subordinate at the beginning, and now the bloody cavalry had been completely controlled by Colin, so Xianxia, whose life value was bound to the bloody cavalry, would naturally not betray them. Vala probably wouldn't either. After all, it was Colin who helped him take back the Oman family's title, and Colin's sister was also married to him. She wouldn't betray him unless something unexpected happened. Countess Schultz, on the other hand, didn't have much of a conflict of interest with Colin, and Colin had caused her to lose her husband. It was impossible for her not to resent Colin at all. Although she was very obedient and gentle to Colin when they were in Swan Castle, he was afraid that she was just trying to please him. He didn't know what she was thinking in the dark. Thinking of this, Colin also reminded himself, don't blindly trust the blood descendants. They weren't like those blood slaves who didn't have self-awareness, and could completely obey Colin's will. While Colin was deep in thought, Marquis Vincent felt as if a year had passed. He kept making meaningless growls, as if he had a lot to say to Colin. Colin came back to his senses and slightly restrained his aura. Marquis Vincent finally caught his breath. He climbed down from the bed on all fours and crawled in front of Colin. His forehead was firmly pressed against Colin's feet as he said, "Lord blessed. Please forgive my foolish actions from before. As long as you are willing to give me another chance, I will definitely follow your orders without any hesitation." Colin smiled in a noncommittal manner and asked, "Yes. Tell me, what's your plan?" Marquis Vincent hurriedly explained his and Beatrice's plan in full detail. Of course, he unsurprisingly pushed all the responsibility to Beatrice, and he himself was only forced to cooperate. Colin rubbed his chin and asked doubtfully, "So, you didn't contact Mr. Qi?" "Mr. Qi?" Marquis Vincent was stunned. "Are you talking about the surviving member of the St. Thean family? But wasn't he killed by Prince Rhy long ago?" Colin saw that Marquis Vincent's doubts didn't seem to be fake and immediately understood. There was probably another faction in the city. Seeing that Colin was deep in thought again, Marquis Vincent carefully raised his head and explained softly, "My lord, the reason why I pretended to be unconscious wasn't because I didn't want to follow your orders. It was because White Dew City was under my mother's control, and she actually wanted to kill me. Helpless, I had no choice but to pretend to be dead." "Is that so?" Colin thought for a moment and understood the Duchess' motive for wanting to kill her son. It seemed like she really was a sinister woman who would do anything to achieve her goals. "So, you had the time to urge Beatrice to chop off my head, but you didn't have the ability to contact me and tell me about the situation in White Dew City, right?" Faced with Colin's questioning, Marquis Vincent was so frightened that he prostrated himself on the ground again and said in an incomparably self-reproachful tone, "My lord, I also realized that my actions were extremely stupid and could even be called blasphemy. As long as you are willing to forgive my sins, I will become your most loyal servant and control the entire eastern region for you." "Loyalty?" Colin sneered and said, "This thing is like a young girl's chastity. Once lost, it can never be found again." After saying this, without waiting for Marquis Vincent's explanation, Colin's palm quickly reached out and pressed on Marquis Vincent's head like lightning. Then, Marquis Vincent was lifted up by Colin as if he was a defenseless doll. When the two were at eye level, Colin quietly stared into Marquis Vincent's terrified eyes and said indifferently, "Do you know? You will only die after your head is chopped off. This is actually a characteristic of blood thralls. As for me, I don't know if I will die after my head is chopped off. Also, will a bloodline die, but since you are so curious, I will experiment on you." After saying this, Colin forcefully twisted his hand. Crack, Marquis Vincent's head was twisted off. Plop. Marquis Vincent's headless body softly fell to the ground and twitched a few times before it stopped moving. Colin observed for a while and was indeed unable to sense the other party's vital signs. "So, a bloodline will also die without a head," Colin muttered to himself. It seemed that he would be the same as well. Casually throwing away Marquis Vincent's head, Colin walked to the window and looked out. Tonight, White Dew City was destined to not be peaceful. Shouts, screams, and flames all indicated that this would be a night of bloodshed. However, this had little to do with Colin. Although someone had tried to drag the blood cavalry into the water before, how could Colin be fooled? Those blood thralls who escaped did not bring back the news of his assassination, but his order to prohibit the blood cavalry from entering the city. In short, he was ready to watch a good show tonight. Whoosh, Colin spread his wings and rushed into the dark night. Just after he left, Beatrice, who was lying on the ground, slowly opened her eyes. But her eyes had completely lost their original quickness and brilliance, becoming dull and even dead. The area near the north gate of White Dew City had become a meat mill. Countless soldiers of the Skyhorse Legion rushed up one after another, trying to regain control of the north gate. However, the army of the Nickel family firmly occupied the gate tower and repelled the attacks of the Skyhorse Legion again and again. Although the Skyhorse Legion was in the city at this time, to recapture the North Gate Tower was no less than a siege battle. It was ironic. Under such circumstances, the Skyhorse Legion would leave behind countless corpses for every step they took. A dense rain of arrows continued to fall from the top of the city, shooting down the soldiers of the Skyhorse Legion one by one. If it were not for the military judge at the back, the rebuilt Skyhorse Legion would have been defeated and fled. However, the army of the Nickel family on the opposite side was not having a good time either. They were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, and this battle was inexplicable. Many soldiers did not know why they were fighting with the Skyhorse Legion, and they were all in a trance. Therefore, the two sides were like chickens pecking at each other. For a while, they were evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who was worse. On the gate tower, the Earl of Avon looked at the direction of the camp of the Blood Cavalry outside the city, and he became more and more anxious. What's going on? Didn't the guards of the northern frontier just escape? Why is the Blood Cavalry not moving? Earl Nickel opened his mouth, but he did not know how to answer this question. He had a bad feeling in his heart, but he also knew that he had no way out now. He could only follow the Earl of Avon to the end. The Earl of Avon stared at the darkness in the distance, as if he wanted to see the situation in the camp of the Blood Cavalry through the darkness. However, it was obviously in vain. The dark night shrouded everything in an unknown fog. The Earl of Avon was doomed to rely on guessing to determine the possible movements of the Blood Cavalry. After a long silence, the Earl of Avon's expression changed and he suddenly said, "Do you think we have overestimated the status of Colin Angeli and the Blood Cavalry?" Earl Nickel was stunned and said, "You mean, the Blood Cavalry does not care about the life and death of Colin Angeli?" "Yes." The Earl of Avon's eyes were shining as if he had seen through everything. "Think about it carefully. Colin Angeli has only taken over the Bloody Cavalry for more than a year. In such a short time, no matter how powerful he is, it is impossible for him to completely remove the brand left by Marquis Garcia. We've always mistakenly thought that Colin Angeli was the soul of this army, but what if he's just an ostensible commander, and the real commander is someone else?" Count Nickel rubbed his chin and nodded in agreement. "That is indeed a possibility. After all, the Angeli family was just a small baron, and they could not afford to raise a cavalry. Colin Angeli knew nothing about cavalry before he met Marquis Garcia. Then, how could he become a genius cavalry commander after following Marquis Garcia to the Sky Icefield? So, it is very likely that he is not the commander of the Bloody Cavalry all the time. Not only is he not the commander, but the Bloody Cavalry does not really belong to Colin Angeli." The Earl of Avon added, with excitement in his words, "Marquis Garcia or the House of St. Hilda is the real owner of this cavalry, so, when the news of Colin Angeli's death spread out, the Bloody Cavalry did not come to the city to avenge him as we expected. This undoubtedly shows that the Bloody Cavalry is not really loyal to Colin Angeli. So, when he died, the Bloody Cavalry did not go crazy, but wanted to retreat. Then what should we do?" Earl Nickel frowned and did not know what to do. If the Bloody Cavalry does not enter the city, the army of the Nickel family alone cannot stop the Sky Horse Troop. The Earl of Avon's eyes flashed with dangerous light and said coldly, "If the Bloody Cavalry does not enter the city, we will lure them in." "How?" "Of course, we will create more chaos." "More chaos?" "Yes." The Earl of Avon's face became a little ferocious. "The Bloody Cavalry is not moving now, which means that they are also hesitating. Even if they are not really loyal to Colin Angeli, he is the Earl of the Empire, the guardian of the northern frontier, and the husband of the Duke of St. Hilda. His identity is very noble. He died in the White Dew City. If the Bloody Cavalry just left, they would not be able to face the accountability of the Duke of St. Hilda. So, they really want to enter the city, but they are afraid that it will be another trap like last time. Then, we will make the city really chaotic, so that the Bloody Cavalry will completely dispel their doubts and rush in." Earl Nickel opened his eyes wide and reminded hesitantly, "Earl of Avon, don't you worry that the situation will be completely out of control?" "So what?" The Earl of Avon replied without hesitation, "I will not hesitate to turn the White Dew City into ruins." Earl Nickel looked at the Earl of Avon in horror, as if he had a new understanding of the second son of the Duke of the Eastern region. The Earl of Avon smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Why are you so excited? It is not the first time that the White Dew City has been turned into ruins. Furthermore, after the previous destruction, the rebuilt White Dew City had become even bigger and more prosperous. Presumably, the next time it was rebuilt, it would only be better. Just like a phoenix reborn in fire, destruction is to welcome a new life. Now the Eastern region needs such a new life." Earl Nickel was silent for a long time, and his eyes finally became firm, as if he had made up his mind. He asked, "Earl of Avon, how do you plan to make the White Dew City really chaotic? I am afraid that the army of the Nickel family alone is not enough, right?" The Earl of Avon took a deep breath, looked at the castle standing in the center of the White Dew City, and said in a deep voice, "I want to go to the White Dew Castle myself." Earl Nichol's expression changed, and he advised, Earl of Avon, it is not a good idea for you to go back to the White Dew Castle at this time. I have to go. The Earl of Avon's eyes were firm. You also know that the Nichol family alone cannot make the whole White Dew city chaotic. I have to win the support of more lords of the eastern region. As long as their army in the city is on our side, it is possible to suppress the Pegasus Legion. So I have to go, you don't have to worry about me. At this time, Mother is in a terrible state because of Colin Angelo's death, she may not have the time to take care of me. Earl Nichol reminded him again. Earl of Avon, even if the Duchess does not have time to take care of you, at this time, if you enter the White Dew Castle alone, how confident are you that you can persuade the lords to follow you? The Earl of Avon smiled confidently. I don't have much confidence, but what if the two highnesses are involved? The two highnesses? Earl Nichol's eyes lit up. You mean Prince Harrison and Princess Judy? Yes. Colin Angelo was their teacher. As long as I can see them, it is not difficult to make them blame the mistress of the White Dew Castle for their teacher's death. What's more, the royal family has always been on the opposite side of the church. If I promise to draw a clear line between the eastern region and the church, then do you think the two highnesses will help me deal with Mother, with the support of Prince Harrison and Princess Judy? If I stand out and persuade the lords of the eastern region, I have a 70% to 80% chance of success. Earl Nichol nodded, but his face was still worried. It does make sense, but the risk is great. What is there without risk? The Earl of Avon said firmly, if I miss this opportunity, I will never be the Duke of the Eastern region. Earl Nichol gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, good. I will arrange for someone to escort you away. White Dew Castle, Banquet Hall. Melodious music, delicious food, beautiful maids. None of these could calm the restless hearts of the guests. The news of Earl Angeli's death had already made people anxious. Later, they heard the sound of fighting in the city, which made them even more anxious. They thought that the blood cavalry was coming to the city to avenge Earl Angeli. They were so scared that they were ready to leave. The steward of the House of St. Prospero tried to persuade them to stay, but it was useless. These nobles of the eastern region didn't want to stay in White Dew Castle and wait for the blood cavalry to come in and be buried with the House of St. Prospero, so they were determined to leave. However, when they hurried to the gate of White Dew Castle, they found that the gate was tightly closed, and a group of heavily armed guards blocked the gate. The guests suddenly clamored and asked to open the gate to let them leave. But the guards didn't move at all. It seemed that they had received a clear order to prohibit them from leaving. Who let you block the gate? Is the House of St. Prospero going to kill all the nobles of the eastern region? Where is the Duchess? We want to see her. I'm here. Seeing that the situation was in danger of getting out of control, the Duchess finally came out. The chaotic scene suddenly became quiet. A nobleman of the eastern region immediately stood up and asked, Duchess, why do you forbid us to leave White Dew Castle? The Duchess didn't answer this question, but asked, why are you in such a hurry to leave? This kind of question seemed to irritate the nobles, and suddenly someone shouted, Duchess, why do you ask? The House of St. Prospero didn't have the ability to protect the safety of the guests in White Dew Castle, which led to the assassination of Count Angeli. Now the blood cavalry is going to avenge Count Angeli. Do we still want to stay here and wait for death? The blood cavalry didn't enter the city. The Duchess said lightly. This sentence made the nobles of the eastern region stunned, but soon, doubts appeared on their faces. Apparently they thought that the Duchess was deliberately deceiving them. Duchess, you said that the blood cavalry didn't enter the city, then what's the fierce fighting outside? That's because Count Nicole betrayed the eastern region. He's fighting with the Skyhorse Legion. It has nothing to do with the bloody cavalry. Count Nicole? Betrayal? The nobles of the eastern region suddenly whispered to each other, obviously not expecting such a situation. The Duchess took the opportunity to continue, that's right. You don't need to worry about the blood cavalry. Although the news of Count Angeli's death has been spread out, the blood cavalry's camp is still quiet. Obviously, the generals of the bloody cavalry were sensible people, and they would not act irrationally under impulse. Some people wanted to use the death of Count Angeli to sow discord between the St. Pros family and the blood cavalry, and even the relationship between the St. Pros family and the blood cavalry. Their intentions were extremely sinister, but not everyone would be fooled. We, the House of Saint Prospero, are responsible for Count Angeli's death, and we'll do everything we can to make it up to him. However, the orcs are invading, and we need to work together. We can't fight among ourselves anymore. I believe that the bloody cavalry will also understand this point. So, your worries are unnecessary. The riot in the White Dew City was provoked by the Nickel family, and the situation is under the control of the Skyhorse Legion. You don't need to be so nervous. After these words, the expressions of the guests were obviously relaxed. They had all witnessed the terrible fighting power of the Blood Cavalry, and they had already been traumatized. However, if the Blood Cavalry did not attack the city, they would not be so scared. The rebellion of the Nickel family, it was not easy to calm down. However, there was also a hostage who asked, "Duchess, since the Skyhorse Legion can control the situation in the city, why are you so nervous to close the White Dew Castle and prohibit people from entering and leaving?" The Duchess glanced at the noble who spoke, and her face became gloomy. She said coldly, "Of course, to prevent the murderer of Count Angeli from leaving the White Dew Castle." This was a dignified reason. The guests did not know that Colin was already a 6th grade knight, or they would definitely shout that they were wronged. To be able to assassinate a 6th grade knight, one should at least have the strength of a 5th grade knight, or they would not be able to get close to him. However, 5th grade knights were not cabbages, and there were only a few of them here. After the crowd quieted down, the Duchess opened her mouth again. "Next, I will personally ask you about your whereabouts tonight. If I offend you, please forgive me. I believe that you all want to find the murderer of Count Angeli as soon as possible." Seeing that no one objected, the Duchess was about to start the questioning, but she saw a guard running to her in a hurry, and he could not hide the panic on his face. The Duchess could not help but feel angry in her heart. There were too many unexpected situations tonight, and she was already in a terrible situation. She did not want to see any more accidents. But unfortunately, the accident still came. The guard looked at the Duchess's fierce eyes, walked to her, and reported in a low voice, "Madam, Marquis Vincent, he, unfortunately passed away." Hearing this, the Duchess was relieved. Marquis Vincent's death was within her expectation. No, it was within her plan. Of course, on the surface, she immediately put on a grief-stricken face, and said to the crowd with sobs, "Everyone. I'm really sorry. Vincent did not make it. He just passed away from his injuries." After hearing this, the guests were stunned for a moment, but they also quickly comforted her. But the guard on the side was dumbfounded. He hesitated for a moment, but still reminded her in a low voice, "Madam, I'm afraid the Marquis did not pass away from his injuries, but was just killed by someone." The Duchess's pupils shrank, and she coldly stared at the guard, and scolded, "Do you know what you are saying?" The guard wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and nodded, "Madam, I dare not speak nonsense." But the Marquis' head was twisted off, the Duchess's expression changed, and she immediately walked to Marquis Vincent's room. The guests were left in a daze, and they looked at each other. The Duchess walked to Marquis Vincent's room with a gloomy face, and as expected, she saw her son's decapitated corpse. Although she wanted Marquis Vincent to die, she did not want him to die in such a way. What happened at that time? The Duchess's voice was as cold as ice. The guard trembled as he replied, "Madam, at that time, the guards outside the house had already been killed. When the patrols in the castle found that something was wrong and pushed the door open, they saw that the Marquis had already been killed." "Oh, right, Madame Beatrice was also in the room at that time, and she was also killed." Only then did the Duchess notice Beatrice's existence, and a pleased sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth, but it quickly disappeared. She slowly walked to Marquis Vincent's corpse, ready to check the situation. But just as the Duchess squatted down, she suddenly felt a strong sense of danger behind her. She suddenly turned around and saw Beatrice, who should have been dead, pouncing on her. The dagger in her hand shone with a cold light. Knight Andy felt that his authority had been offended. Of course, to be more precise, it should be the authority of His Majesty Reinhardt. But in his opinion, since he came to White Dew City with His Majesty Reinhardt's war order, there should be no more internal strife. Instead, he should immediately start preparing to send troops to support the western region. However, the sound of fighting still rang out in White Dew City. It was as if His Majesty Reinhardt's war order was just a piece of waste paper. "Your Highness Harrison, it's time for you to stand up and show the Eastern region the majesty of the royal family. Otherwise, I don't know how this farce will end. Knight Andy stood in front of Prince Harrison and encouraged him. Prince Harrison was a little hesitant. After a moment of silence, he said, "Cousin Andy, you are the messenger sent by father to the Eastern region. In this situation, shouldn't you go and show the majesty of the royal family?" Knight Andy suddenly choked. In fact, he had just tried to show the majesty of the royal family to the Eastern region people, but unfortunately, the Eastern region people didn't take him seriously. On the surface, they kept saying that they would exercise restraint and would never violate His Majesty Reinhardt's war order. But in fact, the Eastern region people were fighting fiercely again. Therefore, Knight Andy had no choice but to come to Prince Harrison for help. "Your Highness Harrison, after all, I am not a direct descendant of the San Lorenzo family. Those hateful Eastern region people don't take me seriously. But you are different, you are the eldest son of His Majesty, the first heir to the throne of the empire. As long as you show up, the Eastern region people won't dare to mess around." Seeing that Prince Harrison was still hesitating, Knight Andy said, "Your Highness, don't you want to find out the truth about the assassination of your teacher, Count Angeli?" This time, Prince Harrison was finally moved. He asked, "Cousin Andy, what do you think I should do?" Seeing this, Knight Andy was finally relieved. At the same time, he had a better understanding of Count Angeli's position in Prince Harrison's heart. Therefore, he couldn't help but think that if Count Angeli hadn't been assassinated, with Prince Harrison's respect and trust, his future would be limitless. What a pity. Getting rid of these useless thoughts, Knight Andy quickly suggested, "Your Highness Harrison, I believe that the current chaos in White Dew City is due to the lack of a powerful leader. After the death of the Duke of St. Prospero, although the Duchess became the mistress of the city on the surface, she was obviously unable to control the situation, and she probably had ulterior motives. After all, the Duchess was the Archbishop of the Eastern region. She was hostile to the royal family. Maybe she was the one behind all this. She wanted to deliberately resist His Majesty's war order. Therefore, we must find a new master of the Eastern region who can replace the Duchess, and use him to stabilize the current situation, unify the forces of the Eastern region, and respond to His Majesty's war order." Prince Harrison nodded and asked, "Who do you think is more suitable?" If Marquis Vincent is safe and sound, he would naturally be the first choice. But now that he is bedridden with serious injuries, I don't know if he can make it. So, it can't be him. As for the other son and daughter of the Duke of St. Prospero, they were not in White Dew Castle, so they were not considered. Among the remaining St. Prospero, I think Knight Ivan is the most suitable. Because he is the younger brother of Governor Amasen, he has good prestige and connections in the House of St. Prospero, and he is mature and prudent. He also has a good impression of the royal family. Wait. Prince Harrison interrupted, "The right of succession to the Duke of the Eastern region is not Knight Ivan's turn, right?" Knight Andy smiled and explained, "Your Highness, we are not helping the Duke of the Eastern region choose a successor. We only need a temporary leader who can stabilize the current situation. As for the new Duke of the Eastern region, if he wants to be officially conferred by His Majesty, I am afraid he will have to wait until the invasion of the orcs is repelled." Prince Harrison pondered for a while and finally nodded, "Well, do you know where Knight Ivan is?" "I want to see him first." Knight Andy looked happy and hurriedly said, "I just met him on the road. I will help you see him." After that, he hurriedly left. After a while, Knight Andy and Knight Ivan came together. Prince Harrison immediately narrowed his eyes. Although he was young and immature, he was not stupid. Moreover, he had grown up in the royal family and had seen many politicians with different thoughts. He had also been influenced by Colin's many conspiracies and machinations. How could he not understand by now? Knight Andy and Knight Ivan had already colluded. Of course, Prince Harrison wasn't angry. He remembered his mother once said, "Don't expect the people below to have no ulterior motives. What you need to do is to use their ulterior motives and make them serve your purpose." "Your Royal Highness, Prince Harrison. Please allow me to express my sincerest apologies on behalf of the House of St. Prospero. The current situation in White Dew City. Sigh. It's really terrible." Prince Harrison straightened his back, imitated his father, and said in a deep voice, that's why we need a strong leader to stand up, stabilize the people, and quell the unrest. Knight Ivan perked up and instantly understood Prince Harrison's meaning. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Your Highness, you are absolutely right. If you don't mind my stupidity, I'm willing to do my best to help you stabilize the current situation." Prince Harrison did not immediately nod. Instead, he asked, "Knight Ivan, are you confident?" "Your Highness, I'll let you know that among the 5 commanders of the Pegasus Legion, one of them is the son-in-law of my brother, Governor Amasan, and the other one is my good-for-nothing son," Knight Ivan said in a proud tone, but then he immediately showed a humble smile and said, "Your Highness, I'll let you know. As for the other 3 commanders, as long as your Highness makes an appearance, I believe you will be able to make them understand what the overall situation is." Prince Harrison took a deep look at Knight Ivan, then nodded and said, "Yes. All right, if you can stabilize the situation in White Dew City and help me find the murderer of Count Angeli, I can agree on behalf of my father to let you temporarily take over the authority of the eastern region." Knight Ivan suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and solemnly knelt down on one knee. "Thank you for your trust in me, Your Highness." Then, Knight Ivan immediately said, "Your Highness Harrison, our top priority is to control the situation in White Dew Castle first. And the key figure is the captain of the guards of White Dew Castle, Knight Warren. This person is the guardian knight of the Duchess and is also a fanatic of the church. I'm afraid it will be more troublesome. I suggest you meet with him first. If this person is stubborn, then we must not be soft-hearted." Looking at the murderous Knight Ivan, Prince Harrison's heart trembled. Only then did he realize that he was about to participate in a bloody seizure of power, and there was no room for mercy or hesitation. He took a deep breath and was about to ask in detail when he saw a guard running over in a panic and reporting to Knight Ivan, "Sir Ivan, it's bad. Madame Beatrice went crazy and killed Marquis Vincent and the Duchess." Knight Ivan was stunned at first, but instead of being shocked, he was overjoyed and immediately said to Prince Harrison, "Your Highness, this is a heaven-sent opportunity." Prince Harrison's entire body quivered, and after coming to his senses, he immediately said, "That's right. Good. Then let's do it." The news of the Duchess' death swept through White Dew Castle like a whirlwind. Everywhere it went, the crowd was shocked and panicked, not knowing what to do. Especially the nobles of the eastern region gathered at the gate of White Dew Castle. They were shocked and began to worry about their own safety. First, Count Angeli was assassinated, then Marquis Vincent was killed, and now even the Duchess was not spared. In their eyes, White Dew Castle had become an extremely dangerous place, and they could no longer suppress their desire to escape. "Please open the gate and let us leave." "That's right, since the House of St. Prospero can't guarantee the stability and safety of White Dew Castle, what right do you have to forcibly detain us? I want to leave today, let's see who dares to stop me." The guards didn't know what to do when they saw the agitated nobles trying to force their way in. The captain of the White Dew Castle guards, Knight Warren, also went to check the situation as soon as he heard the news of the Duchess' death. Knight Warren wasn't there, and the news of the Duchess' death made the guards panic, so they didn't dare to stop the nobles who rushed up. They could only let them forcibly open the gate and leave. Outside the gate, the nobles finally relaxed, but before they could go far, they saw a figure standing in the middle of the street, seemingly waiting for them. "Earl of Avon? Distinguished guests, is the House of St. Prospero not a good host? Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" the Earl of Avon asked with a smile. The nobles of the eastern region looked at each other, and then one of the viscounts stood up and said, "My Lord Count, it's not that we don't want to stay in White Dew Castle, but there are some problems inside the House of St. Prospero. In order to avoid more chaos and unnecessary misunderstandings, we decided to leave first." "Problems? What's the problem in White Dew Castle?" The nobles then recounted all the deaths that had occurred in White Dew Castle. After listening, the Earl of Avon's face didn't show any joy or anger, but he said indifferently, "Everyone, the St. Prost family has indeed encountered some difficulties, but don't tell me you intend to leave just because of this? Have you all forgotten the oath of allegiance you once swore?" Such a question immediately caused a commotion among the nobles of the eastern region. Some people were ashamed, some didn't think much of it, and there were also some who remained silent and pretended not to hear it. Count Elvin's gaze slowly swept across the faces of the nobles of the eastern region, taking in their expressions. He wasn't disappointed or angry, because he knew very well that loyalty was actually like a gorgeous vase. Usually, it could be used to put on a facade, but when the real storm came, it would often fall and become a mess. However, not all flower vases are destined to be unable to block the wind and rain, as long as you can show them benefits and hope. What are you panicking about? The House of Saint Prospero has been through a lot. Are you going to lose your confidence over such a small issue? The Earl of Avon glanced at the nobles of the eastern region in front of him again, but this time, there was less scrutiny and more encouragement and expectation. I am confident that I can stabilize the situation in White Dew City, but I need your help. If you believe me, you can stay. If you don't, you can leave. It's your choice. Of course, for those who are willing to stay, on behalf of the House of Saint Prospero, I solemnly promise you, loyalty will be rewarded. After saying these words, the Earl of Avon turned his back to the nobles of the eastern region, indicating that he would not interfere with their choice. The nobles suddenly became restless. Many people took this opportunity to quietly leave. However, even more people chose to stay behind. Because they realized one thing from the Earl of Avon's confident attitude and his promise: now, the Earl of Avon was the first in line to succeed the eastern region's duke. If they lent a helping hand at this time, then in the future, when the Earl of Avon succeeded the throne, they would inevitably be rewarded handsomely. On the contrary, if they left now, it would be regarded as a betrayal. Once the Earl of Avon became the Duke of the Eastern region, he would certainly suppress them. If the Duchess was still alive, then most of the nobles of the Eastern region might hesitate. But now, the possibility of the Earl of Avon succeeding the throne was greater than ever. After a while, the Earl of Avon turned around again and showed a sincere smile to the remaining nobles of the Eastern region. Congratulations, you have made the right choice. An aristocrat stepped out from the crowd and said, "My lord, we believe that you can bring stability and prosperity to the Eastern region. So, if you need us to do anything, please tell us." The Earl of Avon nodded and didn't beat around the bush. "I need you to immediately gather the army and attack the Skyhorse Legion." The nobles of the Eastern region were suddenly dumbfounded. "My lord. Are you sure? You want us to attack the Skyhorse Legion? Shouldn't we be suppressing the traitors of the Nickel family?" The Earl of Avon shook his head and said in a deep voice, "No. The real traitors are the Skyhorse Legion. The Nickel family is the force loyal to the House of Saint Prospero." Hearing this, some of the smarter nobles finally reacted. In the Skyhorse Legion, there were forces loyal to the Duke of Saint Prospero, Marquis Vincent, the Duchess, and even Knight Ivan. But there were no forces loyal to the Earl of Avon. Therefore, this army of the House of Saint Prospero wasn't the Earl of Avon's support at all. On the contrary, it might even be an obstacle to his succession as the Duke of the Eastern region. After some whispering, the slow-witted nobles came back to their senses and agreed with the Earl of Avon's proposal. They were scared to death of the bloody cavalry, but they weren't afraid of the Skyhorse Legion, especially this one that had just been rebuilt and had low fighting power. So, the Earl of Avon ordered the nobles to disperse and gather their own troops. The Earl of Avon stood alone in front of White Dew Castle. After hesitating for a moment, he still didn't choose to enter. Since he had already persuaded the lords to gather their troops to attack the Skyhorse Legion, the Earl of Avon felt that there was no need for him to enter White Dew Castle. The situation in the castle was too complicated and dangerous. At least, before stabilizing the situation in White Dew City, the Earl of Avon wouldn't take the risk. Turning around, the Earl of Avon was about to leave when he saw a familiar figure. "Anna? Why are you here?" Anna looked at her brother coldly and asked, "Brother, you still say that you didn't betray the family?" The Earl of Avon suddenly had a headache and could only patiently explain. "Anna, listen to me. The Skyhorse Legion has long become the source of the chaos in White Dew City. If I want to stabilize the situation, I have to." Anna didn't seem to listen to the Earl of Avon's explanation at all. She pulled out the greatsword on her back and rushed over. "Sister. You." Swoosh, the huge sword drew a ferocious arc in the air, but it brushed past the Earl of Avon's body and swept into the shadows at the corner of the street. Boom, a huge figure was forced out amidst the splashing of gravel. He was shrouded in a blood-red curtain of smoke, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. Only a pair of black bat wings stretched out more than 10 meters on both sides. The huge shadow almost covered half of the street. Only then did Count Elvin turn around in shock and blurt out, "My lord, I'm not a lord." "Winged Knight. The two of you, we meet again." Colin looked down at the Earl of Avon and Anna and said in a low voice. Anna held her sword with both hands and stared at Colin nervously because he gave her a lot of pressure. This made Anna extremely shocked because the last time she saw this Winged Knight in Silvermoon City, he was only at grade 4. But now, in less than 2 years, he seemed to have stepped into the threshold of grade 6. Even Anna, who had always been known as the #1 genius knight in the Eastern region, felt inferior to this speed of promotion. The Earl of Avon did not notice the change in Colin's strength. He just put on an expression of as expected and pointed at Colin. "You really have a close relationship with the Angeli family?" Colin looked at Count Elvin with great interest and asked, "What's the matter?" "Then guess, what is my relationship with the Angeli family?" The Earl of Avon rubbed his chin and really made a guess. "Actually, I have always felt that Earl Angeli's promotion speed is too fast. He doesn't seem like the descendant of an unknown baron family, but more like the illegitimate son of a paladin family member who left behind in the Angeli family. And you, Mr. Winged Knight, I'm afraid that you are also related to this paladin family member. Maybe he secretly arranged a guardian knight beside his illegitimate son." Clap. Clap. Colin clapped his hands and praised, "Earl of Avon, you are really smart." The Earl of Avon of course heard the sarcasm in Colin's words, but he did not care and continued to guess, "Mr. Winged Knight, if I'm not wrong, you should be a half-elf, right?" "Why?" Colin held back his laughter. "Is it because the last time we met was in the half-elf kingdom?" "No." The Earl of Avon shook his head and pointed at Colin's huge bat wings. "You're a druid, aren't you? Although I don't know how you obtained this profession that should have disappeared along with the extinction of the high elves, you wouldn't have been able to become a druid without the elven bloodline." Colin neither admitted nor denied the Earl of Avon's guess. He only asked, "You seem to know a lot about druids, don't you?" "I do know a little about it." The Earl of Avon smiled and said, "I also know that there are detailed records about druids in Yeville's Mage Tower. Of course, you may not be able to enter the Mage Tower, but if you need, I can make a copy for you." "Really? Then I really have to thank you." "Of course. The House of St. Prospero has always been hospitable. Since you've come to White Dew City, I naturally have the obligation to treat you well." "Hospitality?" Colin smiled disdainfully and said in a cold tone, "I think Count Angeli has some opinions about this evaluation." The Earl of Avon sighed and said, "The death of Count Angeli is indeed very regrettable. But if you blame Count Angeli's death on the House of St. Prospero, then you've been tricked by the assassins." "Oh?" Colin blinked and asked, "Do you know who assassinated Count Angeli?" The Earl of Avon nodded and said in a sad and regretful tone, "If I'm not wrong, it should be my mother who did it." "Is that so?" Colin laughed silently. Unfortunately, this mocking smile was hidden in the blood mist and the Earl of Avon could not see it. "That's right, Mr. Winged Knight. I think you also know that my mother is the Archbishop of the Eastern region, and the Church has been trying to control the Eastern region to prevent the House of St. Prospero from making peace with other lords. When my father was alive, my mother still had some scruples, but now that my father is dead, she began to become unscrupulous. This time, she even brutally killed Count Angeli in an attempt to completely destroy the relationship between the Eastern region and the northern frontier. So, if you really choose to take revenge on the House of St. Prospero, then you'll be playing into the hands of the Church." Colin waved his bat wings and created an invisible cyclone on the empty street. At the same time, he said, "But how come I heard that your mother was also assassinated?" "Ah, the one who killed my mother was my Aunt Beatrice. There was already a grudge between the two of them. But this is a personal grudge and has nothing to do with Count Angeli's death. You don't have to think too much." "Is that so?" Colin took a step forward and said coldly, "If your mother was really the murderer, but she's already dead, who else can I take revenge on?" The Earl of Avon's expression changed. When he was about to speak, he felt a pressure like the deep sea spreading out from Colin's body and instantly enveloping the whole street. "So, Earl of Avon, use your life as a sacrifice to Count Angeli's soul." After saying that, Colin suddenly opened his mouth and sucked hard. Hiss! In an instant, the air on the whole street was crazily rushing toward Colin at the same time. Countless air currents formed a rapidly rotating vortex under the terrifying suction force. The earth was shaking and the air was roaring. The Earl of Avon's body stiffened and cold sweat soaked through his clothes. Anna, who was in front of him, looked solemn. She held her sword in both hands and stood in front of him. The wide blade of the sword was rapidly flowing with holy light, and in an instant, it opened into a huge white six-sided crystal. However, the heavy pressure around him was still rising. In Anna's eyes, the body of the winged knight in front of her seemed to be constantly expanding. Gradually, she had the illusion that the sky was covered by his body. Roar! The next second, Colin slightly opened his mouth, and endless terrifying energy burst out like a tide. It covered the sky and covered the earth, sweeping away everything. The whole street seemed to have been ravaged by a violent tornado, and rows of houses were all destroyed. The white crystal in front of Anna slowly rotated, but it was difficult to maintain it. Small cracks that could be seen with the naked eye had quietly appeared and were rapidly spreading in an uncontrollable trend. Ka! Ka! The cracks extended to the huge sword in Anna's hand, and the magic patterns imprinted on it were shining with dazzling light, but it still could not stop itself from collapsing. Anna's slender body began to tremble, and red blood dripped from her mouth. Only then did the Earl of Avon come back to his senses. With a shake of his arm, a staff inlaid with a huge purple magical crystal slipped from his cuff. Catching the staff, the Earl of Avon quickly made a few gestures in front of his chest. The purple magical crystal shone with a strange light, leaving marks in the air. When the marks gradually formed a complicated magic circle, the Earl of Avon's eyes widened and roared, "Elance Alaluminum Tilvo." Boom! The huge purple magical crystal at the top of the staff in the Earl of Avon's hand suddenly exploded, turning into countless fine powder that drifted in the air. In the dark night sky, a distant star seemed to twinkle. The next moment, the Earl of Avon seemed to have turned into a star. For a moment, the light was boundless. Asterisk bang! Asterisk the white crystal shield in front of Anna finally exploded. But at this moment, she no longer needed this shield. A dazzling light erupted from behind her, illuminating the entire street as if it were daytime. Her vision was completely white, and Anna could not see anything clearly, but she could sense the winged knight's position. With the pressure greatly reduced, Anna's nimble body leapt up, and with a few leaps, she closed in on Colin's position. She suddenly swung her greatsword, and in that instant, a resplendent white light poured out like a waterfall, heading straight for Colin's head. Asterisk clang! Asterisk Anna only felt as if the broadsword in her hand had collided with a huge mountain, and the huge recoil almost made her lose her grip on the sword hilt. At this moment, the effect of the Earl of Avon's spell was gradually fading. The light faded, and darkness swept in once again, enveloping the entire street. Colin blocked Anna's broadsword with one hand, his skin flashing with a blood-red light, and the dense and complicated patterns intertwined to form an armor-like object, preventing the sharp blade from penetrating even an inch. "You overestimate yourself." Colin snorted coldly, his right hand suddenly clenching tightly. With a crisp crack, the cracks that had already appeared on Anna's broadsword instantly spread, and then completely shattered. Anna's face was filled with shock, and she twisted her slender waist, wanting to pull away. However, Colin's other hand quickly reached out, and immediately grabbed Anna's waist, holding her tightly in his hand. "Back in Silvermoon City, I warned you that if you fall into my hands again, don't expect me to be merciful." After saying that, Colin's large hand began to tighten. Ah! Anna let out a blood-curdling scream, and the holy light on her body suddenly burst forth, but she was still unable to break free from Colin's grasp. Her heart was filled with shock and confusion. She could feel that the winged knight in front of her was at the 6th step, and it was expected that she would not be able to win. However, she had fought with her father, who was also a knight of the 6th step. Even if she couldn't defeat him, she shouldn't have lost so miserably. Anna discovered that the winged knight's holy light seemed to be the same as hers, but there was actually a difference. It seemed to have a natural suppressive effect on her holy light energy. Under such a suppressive effect, she felt that she was unable to display her true strength. Moreover, this winged knight's strength had clearly exceeded that of an ordinary rank 6 powerhouse. He vaguely felt like he was in the sanctuary realm. Could it be that he was about to ascend to the saint realm? Anna tried her best to support her body and raised her head to stare at Colin. However, she couldn't see Colin's face clearly due to the blood mist. "Please wait a moment," Count Elvin hurriedly shouted when he saw this. Colin smiled and turned to the Earl of Avon. "What's wrong? You want to redeem your sister again? Why can't I?" The Earl of Avon bowed gracefully. "Killing a Saint Prospero will not only bring you no benefits, it will also bring you endless trouble. Since that's the case, why don't you listen to my sincerity?" "Oh? Tell me about your sincerity." Hearing that there was still room for negotiation, the Earl of Avon immediately heaved a sigh of relief. "Last time, I used a magic staff to redeem my sister. This time, I'm willing to take out 3 similar magic staffs. How about it? Of course, if you don't want the magic staff, you can also give me other things." Colin snorted. He didn't seem to be interested in Count Evan's proposal. Instead, he asked, "Answer a few of my questions. If the answers satisfy me, I'll let your sister go." "Please ask." The Earl of Avon immediately agreed. Colin leaned forward slightly and asked, "Who killed Count Angelo?" "I'm actually not sure about this, but I feel that Mother is the most suspicious." Hearing this, Colin snorted angrily and tightened his grip. Crack! Crack! A series of bone-cracking sounds could be heard as Anna let out a blood-curdling scream. Dark red blood flowed out of her mouth like spring water. It seemed like Colin had crushed many of her ribs. Don't. The Earl of Avon waved his hands repeatedly. Colin's decisive action without any pity for the fairer sex made the Earl of Avon understand that the other party probably knew something. Perhaps this winged knight had hidden by the side and witnessed everything when Mr. Chong was assassinated. Thus, he took a deep breath, as if he had made an important decision, and said in a deep voice, "All right, actually, the person who killed Count Angelo was Mr. Chong." Colin raised his eyebrows, finally confirming his previous conjecture. Mr. Chong and the Earl of Avon had already formed an alliance, and they were the most hidden force in White Dew City. "How did you know?" Colin asked again. "Because Mr. Chong and I planned this. If I remember correctly, Mr. Chong is a remnant of the St. Thean family, right? Shouldn't he be the mortal enemy of the House of St. Prospero? How did you get together with him?" The Earl of Avon seemed to feel that there was no need to hide, so he spoke frankly. "There are no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. Mr. Chong and I both understand this point, and we believe that an alliance can achieve a win-win situation, so we cooperated. Winged Knight, actually, I also admire you very much. As long as you are willing to let my sister go, I can forget all the unpleasantness of the past. You really don't have to doubt my sincerity. Think about it, I can even accept the mortal enemy of the House of St. Prospero, so what is a small misunderstanding between you and me?" Colin did not respond to the Earl of Avon, but continued to ask, "What is Mr. Chong's plan in White Dew City?" The Earl of Avon's eyes flashed, and immediately said, "Of course, it is to help me become the Duke of the Eastern region." "Is that so?" "That's right." The Earl of Avon nodded affirmatively. "The reason why we assassinated Count Angelo was to anger the Blood Cavalry, so that they would rush into the city and wipe out the existing old forces, so that it would be convenient for me to truly control the eastern region." "You are very honest." Colin nodded. "As long as you are satisfied." The Earl of Avon smiled. "So, can you let my sister go?" Colin slowly shook his head, and coldly said, "But obviously, you are still hiding something." After this sentence, without waiting for the Earl of Avon's explanation, Colin once again tightened his grip on Anna's big hand. However, this time, he did not pinch it. Looking carefully, he saw that the dense platinum lines had already covered Anna's face and body, and the extremely rich holy light was crazily surging, as if the next moment, it would spurt out. Damn, this woman is actually advancing, she can't defeat him, so she advances. Are you AF * king protagonist of a novel? Colin cursed inwardly and immediately grabbed the other hand as well. Using both hands together, he suppressed the turbulent holy light, and at the same time, he quickly closed his eyes. Then, he opened them again. Something seemed to be spinning rapidly in the scarlet pupils. In the next second, a boundless blood curtain spread out in all directions. Vaguely, he seemed to hear a grand and distant voice, secret skill of blood, dark gaze. Asterisk chi. Asterisk a blood-red light soared into the sky and exploded above White Dew City in the blink of an eye. The blood-red smoke spread out like rippling water, and everyone in the city couldn't help but look up in shock at this wonderful scene. In White Dew Castle, Prince Harrison was awakened by the phenomenon in the sky and finally broke free from his hesitation. His originally pure and flawless eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of blood. Knight Warren, are you still unwilling to listen to Knight Ivan's orders? Your Highness Harrison, I have always maintained the most sincere respect for you, but please forgive my stubbornness. Knight Warren clasped one hand in front of his chest and bowed slightly, but his tone was as firm as iron. In my opinion, Knight Ivan is not qualified to be the master of White Dew Castle, even if it is only temporary. If that's the case. Prince Harrison turned to look at Knight Ivan, nodded, and gave him a cold look. Knight Ivan smiled sinisterly and waved his right hand downward. In an instant, a dozen vigorous figures rushed toward Knight Warren, who was surrounded in the middle. Kill. In White Dew City. Viscount's busiest stopped and looked up at the blood-red smoke in the sky, frowning. Sir, this is the messenger sent by the Pegasus Legion. The adjutant led the messenger to Viscount's busiest. The messenger didn't care about Viscount's busiest absent-mindedness and only asked in a deep voice. Viscounts, Commander Muffet sent me here to ask why you are mobilizing the army in the middle of the night? Viscount's busiest retracted his gaze and said calmly, Tell Muffet that I am preparing to lead the army to leave White Dew City and return to the family's territory. Please let us pass. Soon, the messenger brought back news. Sir, Commander Muffet said that White Dew City is strictly prohibited from entering or leaving tonight. He requests that you immediately lead the army back to the encampment in the city and not move at will. Viscount's busiest looked at the messenger quietly and didn't say a word. The messenger was puzzled when he saw a flash of silver light and a sharp pain in his chest. Then, endless darkness swept over. Viscount Bozius pulled out his sword from the corpse of the emissary and raised it high. Sticky blood dripped down along the sharp edge of the sword. My loyal soldiers, the Skyhorse Legion has betrayed the eastern region and is ready to kill us all. If you don't want to die, then follow me out of the city. Kill. White Dew City North Gate. Looking at the bloody mist in the sky, as well as the smoke and fire in the city, Nicole's furrowed brows finally relaxed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth again. Earl of Avon, have you finally succeeded? At this point, he didn't hesitate any longer, and he quickly walked down the tower and arrived at the front lines of the battle. Smelling the stench of blood, Count Nicole seemed to have regained the fighting spirit and courage of his youth. He drew his long sword with a choking sound and raised it in front of him. Brothers, let's charge into the city and rescue Earl Evan St. Prospero. Kill. Outside White Dew City. Knight Roger stared blankly at the bloody mist above White Dew City. The adjutant took a step forward and reported, Sir, the bloody cavalry is ready to go. When shall we enter the city? No hurry. Knight Roger said without turning his head. The adjutant hesitated for a moment, but still persuaded, but the Earl is still in the city. Aren't you worried that he will be in danger? Knight Roger shook his head, but I haven't received the order to enter the city. The adjutant immediately said, but if the Earl is in danger, how can he deliver the order in time? Knight Roger smiled mysteriously, you don't have to worry about that. The Earl will definitely have a way. The adjutant pursed his lips and remained silent. He stood quietly beside Knight Roger, looking at the bloody mist above White Dew City. No one knew what he was thinking. Knight Roger narrowed his eyes and whispered to himself, Tonight, White Dew City is destined to be covered in blood. At this time, White Dew City was indeed covered in a layer of blood. The lords of the eastern region who were persuaded by the Earl of Avon suddenly attacked the Pegasus Legion. Immediately, the whole city fell into chaos. And because White Dew City was also experiencing a battle, no one tried to stabilize the situation in the city. They could only let it slide into the abyss of losing control. The loss of control of the army spread the flames of war to every corner of the city. It was as if a Pandora's box had been opened, releasing the dark side of the civilians. Theft, arson, murder, rape. Countless crimes took advantage of the chaotic situation in White Dew City. Gradually, the largest city in the eastern region turned into a hell on earth. However, in this sea of blood and fire, there were still some calm corners. In an abandoned warehouse in the west of the city, a group of mage apprentices were concentrating on drawing a huge array on the ground. The chaos and fighting outside seemed to be isolated in another time and space. It didn't affect this place at all. However, the people in the warehouse could clearly observe the situation outside. A figure wearing a red mage robe was staring at the blood-red smoke above White Dew City in a daze. His body was much larger than ordinary people, but he had a serious hunchback. His face was rough, his cheekbones were high, the corners of his mouth were crooked, and his eyes were one big and one small. If one saw him late at night, he would definitely be scared to tears. However, such an ugly mage in a red robe was now standing side by side with Mr. Chong. It seemed that they were quite close. Which family's secret martial arts technique is this? The mage in a red robe suddenly asked. I don't know. Mr. Chong shook his head with a grave expression. You don't know? The mage in a red robe glanced at Mr. Chong in surprise and asked, this power should be at the sanctuary level, right? It's not at the sanctuary level yet. Mr. Chong said with certainty this time and then added, but it's very close. So, it should be a secret martial arts technique of a paladin family? It should be. Mr. Chong was deep in thought, as if he was calculating which paladin family it was. There were a total of 7 paladin families in the Radiance Empire, but he had never seen any family's martial arts technique that could produce such an effect. Driven by his strong curiosity, Mr. Chong instructed the mage in a red robe, you guys continue to set up, I'll go take a look at the situation. The mage in a red robe frowned and advised, are you sure you want to go? With such a big commotion, Prince Lacey will definitely go take a look, if you meet him. Mr. Chong turned around and glanced at the mage in a red robe, saying, don't worry, I know what I'm doing, I won't delay your matter. Seeing Mr. Chong's firm attitude, the mage in a red robe could only say, all right, then be careful. Plop, the Earl of Avon collapsed to his knees. A piercing chill invaded his weak body along the cold ground, but the Earl of Avon could no longer stand up. He only felt that the bloody smoke that had swept over him just now seemed to have taken away his blood, strength, and even his soul. At this moment, his hands and feet were soft and weak, and he could not even move. What kind of martial arts was that? The Earl of Avon was full of horror. He tried to turn his eyes to look for his sister. Just now, the aftermath of the attack had already taken away half of his life. Then, what about his sister who was hit directly? Nothing must happen to her. The Earl of Avon could order the lords of the eastern region to lead their troops to encircle and annihilate the Pegasus Legion without blinking an eye. He could deliberately open the gate to lure the bloody cavalry into the city and slaughter the White Dew Castle. He could even watch the White Dew City turn into a bloody hell on earth. But he would never want to see anything happen to his sister, Anna. On the one hand, his sister was simple-minded and had a very good relationship with the Earl of Avon. Even if she suspected that he had betrayed the house of Saint Prospero, when the threat of the Winged Knights appeared, Anna did not hesitate to stand in front of the Earl of Avon. Even the cold-blooded Earl of Avon was not willing to let her down. More importantly, Anna was the hope for the rise of the eastern region. The house of Saint Prospero had not produced a paladin for a long time. The eastern region really needed a paladin. Now, there was finally a Saint Prospero who had the hope of stepping into the Holy Realm. The Earl of Avon would rather this plan fail than see Anna get into an accident. As long as Anna was there, even if the White Dew City turned into ruins, the Earl of Avon was confident that he could start over again. But if Anna died, the future of the eastern region would still be bleak. Even if the Earl of Avon succeeded in becoming the Duke of the Eastern region, it would be difficult for him to escape the predicament of struggling to survive among the various forces. Finally, the Earl of Avon saw Anna lying quietly in front of him. Her current appearance was incomparably miserable. Her entire body was covered in blood, and it was unknown how many wounds she had. All of her joints were in an unnatural state, and she looked like a broken rag doll. However, Earl of Avon still noticed her slightly heaving chest. He was still alive, but in the next second, as the ground trembled, a huge shadow enveloped Anna. Colin slowly walked over, his heart filled with surprise. The Angeli family didn't have any profound martial arts inheritance. Therefore, he had always relied on his strength to crush his opponents and win with brute force. The secret blood spell that he released earlier was actually something he learned when he saw the strange silver python while he was in a trance when he advanced to rank 6. No, it wasn't comprehended. It was more like the silver python's inheritance. Just now, when Anna suddenly advanced to the 6th step, Colin subconsciously used it in a moment of desperation. The effect was amazing. Of course, it was a little too amazing. After causing such a big commotion, Colin was vigilant. He decided to quickly deal with these two people and then quickly leave. After all, he didn't forget that there were still 2 saint-level powerhouses in the city. If they were attracted here, it would be troublesome. But just as he waved his iron fist and was about to smash Anna's head, a weak voice suddenly sounded. "You can't kill her." It was the Earl of Avon struggling to shout. But Colin ignored him. His fist was aimed at Anna's head, and he smashed it down. "Don't you want to know Mister's real plan?" The fist stopped a centimeter away from Anna's head. Colin raised his head and looked at the Earl of Avon. "What's Mister's plan?" The Earl of Avon chuckled and asked, "Do you know why I have to make White Dew City completely chaotic?" Colin was slightly startled, as if he had thought of something. The Earl of Avon continued, "Even if I want to eliminate Mother's remaining forces, I can just kill a few key people. Why do I have to instigate the Alliance to attack the Pegasus Legion?" Colin narrowed his eyes, and the ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger. Count Elvin's expression suddenly became extremely excited and even deranged. He laughed strangely and asked, "Don't worry." He laughed and said, "Also, have you noticed that the flames of war in White Dew City are spreading a little too quickly?" Colin raised his head and noticed that the flames of war in White Dew City were indeed a little strange. Although this kind of night battle would inevitably cause fires, and there was also the tactic of deliberately setting fires to drive away the enemy, the speed at which the flames in White Dew City were spreading was still too shocking. Clearly, someone was deliberately setting fires in the chaos. Looking at the sky illuminated by the raging flames, Colin couldn't help but think of Fallen Eagle City a year ago. When Fallen Eagle City was burned, it was the scene of flames soaring into the sky. Thinking of this, Colin completely understood and said in a deep voice, "So your real target is Prince Lexi?" The Earl of Avon laughed out loud, and his face became a little distorted. "That's right. Mr. helped me ascend to the position of Duke of the Eastern Region. In exchange, I destroyed the entire White Dew City and helped him kill Prince Lexi. Don't you think this deal is very fair? Ha 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 ha." Colin's gaze suddenly turned to one of pity. Count Oman was unknowingly sacrificed by Mr. Ching to Fallen Eagle City. As for you, you're actually crazy enough to take the initiative to help Mr. Feng sacrifice White Dew City. Hee, in order to become the Duke of the Eastern Region, you really don't even care about your bottom line. Bottom line? Ha ha ha. The Earl of Avon laughed so hard that he was out of breath. The weak have no right to talk about the bottom line. Colin looked at the crazed Earl of Avon, his heart filled with disgust and disdain. In fact, when Colin had first met the Earl of Avon in Silvermoon City, he had thought that he was a noble young master with character and brains. But after peeling off his layers of disguise, he realized that this person was actually cowardly, crazy, and a self-righteous person who seemed smart but was actually stupid. "Are you worthy of being the Duke of the Eastern Region?" Colin sneered. Count Elvin finally stopped laughing crazily and said with his eyes wide open. He glared and said, "I'm not worthy of being the Duke of the Eastern Region? I've sacrificed so much for this. If I'm not worthy, then who is? Sacrificed?" The mockery on Colin's face intensified. He shook his head, as if he didn't want to bother with this incorrigible Earl of Avon. He raised his fist again, ready to send the Saint Prospero siblings to hell. Seeing this, the Earl of Avon's face turned serious. He said, "Do you know why I'm telling you so much?" Colin was stunned for a moment, then he heard a deep and familiar voice behind him. "He's stalling for time, waiting for me to come." Colin suddenly turned around and saw Mr. Ching standing there quietly, his eyes full of inquiry. "You are the Winged Knight?" Mr. Echidna's eyes slowly scanned Colin's body, as if he could see through the layer of blood mist and see every detail of Colin's true body of a vampire state. Colin only felt that Mr. Echidna's eyes were like a butcher who was about to slaughter a pig, thinking about where to start. "Yes. I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Echidna. Mr. Echidna carefully sized up Colin and suddenly made a suggestion. Winged Knight, if you swear allegiance to me now, not only can I let you live, I can also help you obtain all the books about druids in the Wizard Tower. I can even lend you the sacred item of the druids, the Wild Heart, to study and study. Colin pretended to think for a moment and smiled. What if I'm not willing to swear loyalty to you? Mr. Echidna said indifferently, then I can only kill you and study your corpse. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere suddenly turned cold, as if even the air had frozen. Earl of Avon, who was still lying on the ground, tried to persuade him with a gloating tone. Winged Knight, why are you so stubborn? Count Angeli is already dead, why don't you choose to follow a master with a better future? Colin sneered and said, no one is qualified to be my master. Before he finished speaking, Colin had already spread his bat wings and soared into the sky. Asterisk whoosh asterisk the violent cyclone swept up a cloud of dust, but in the next second, it strangely came to an abrupt stop. Colin, who was flying in the air, looked like a butterfly in amber, awkwardly stopped in midair. Colin's body surged with holy light, and the blood mist around him became thicker, as if blood was about to drip out. Asterisk roar asterisk an earth-shattering lion's roar echoed in the sky. Colin only felt that the blood in his body was boiling uncontrollably, and a strong sense of danger swept over him, causing him to desperately flap his bat wings. Asterisk swoosh asterisk a golden light flashed across the sky, turning everything in its path into nothingness. Colin moved his body out of the golden light's path by a hair's breadth, but the left half of his bat wing was still hit. In the intense pain, Colin was shocked to find that half of his left wing had been sliced off. Like a plane hit by a cannonball, Colin lost control in the air, spinning and falling straight to the ground. But the moment he was about to land, he struggled to fly again. Although his posture was ugly, Colin did not dare to stay for a moment, and he used all his strength to soar into the sky. Mr. Echidna saw this, unhurriedly, bent his knees slightly, and then kicked with force. Asterisk boom asterisk the ground instantly caved in the sky. Asterisk the strong's body was rapidly closing the distance between him and Colin. Count Evan tried his best to turn his head, wanting to see his enemy killed by Mr. Xian with his own eyes. Echidna's, in the next second, the knight's eyes suddenly. This was because another figure had appeared in the pitch-black night sky, standing between Mr. Feng and Colin. The man stood in the air and spread out his limbs. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a blinding white light surged out from his body, scattering in all directions. The huge column of light was like a laser beam, sweeping through everything in its surroundings. In an instant, the originally dark night sky turned into a scene as bright as day. The figure released the terrifying power of the holy light. His eyes shone with a dark golden luster as he looked down. Mr. Echidna's body suddenly stopped. Mr. Echidna could not be bothered to chase after Colin, who was flying in a crooked trajectory in the air, fleeing further and further away. That was because Prince Lexi was blocking his way. I've finally caught you, Mr. Echidna. Prince RHY said expressionlessly, but everyone could hear the unconcealable anger in his voice. Prince Lexi had never been at a disadvantage in the hands of anyone since he was promoted to the sanctuary level. Only Mr. Echidna, who was only a 6th level mage back then, was able to play a holy knight like a fiddle, to the point where his reputation was ruined and he could no longer be seen in the world. With such hatred, it was no wonder that Prince Lexi chased Mr. Echidna all the way from the northern frontier to the eastern region. We meet again, Prince Lexi. Mr. Echidna revealed a sincere smile, as if he was greeting an old friend who had been separated for a long time. Prince Lexi looked coldly at Mr. Echidna, and then said in an icy tone, "You have blasphemed the corpse of a holy knight. Mr. Echidna, you will become the public enemy of the Empire for desecrating the body of a holy knight." Mr. Echidna smiled nonchalantly, and said, "Is that so? But the strange thing is, I can always find one ally after another in the Empire." Hearing this, the Earl of Avon shrunk his neck guiltily, as if he was afraid that Prince Lexi would notice him. While he was in a daze, the two holy knights in the sky suddenly started fighting. An extremely dense holy light instantly enveloped the entire city, completely dispelling the darkness of the night. The Earl of Avon wanted to see what was going on, but he found that he could not open his eyes at all. It was as if the sun was exploding above his head, and the blinding light could not be looked directly at. Buzz, there was a roar in his ears, and the Earl of Avon found that he could not hear anything. Fresh red blood flowed out from his eyes, nose, and ears, and his consciousness entered a trance. When the aftermath of the battle finally dissipated, the Earl of Avon slowly woke up. He tried to open his eyes, but found that the night sky had returned to darkness, and Mr. Echidna and Prince Lexi were nowhere to be seen. The faint roar was like thunder, and it came from the east of the city from time to time, accompanied by lightning-like bursts of holy light. It seemed that the battle between the two holy knights had not ended, and they had just changed places. The Earl of Avon tried to get up, but found that he could not move at all. "Anna, Anna!" The Earl of Avon tried to wake his sister up. After shouting for a while, Anna finally moaned and slowly opened her eyes. The Earl of Avon was overjoyed, but before he could be happy for too long, he heard a piercing sound. Then, the Earl of Avon's smile froze on his face. That was because that nightmarish figure had actually returned, *bang. Colin landed heavily on the ground and smiled at the trembling Earl of Avon. "Earl of Avon, can Mr. Echidna still save you now?" The Earl of Avon's mouth twitched, and he cried out in shock and anger. Don't kill me. Whatever you want, just say it, and I'll satisfy you." Colin smiled coldly and said, "Do you really think that you have any bargaining chips that you can use to exchange? Even if you really become the Duke of the Eastern region, you can't give me what I want." "Wait." Anna cried out in alarm, "As long as you let my brother go, I'm willing to pledge my loyalty to you." "Pledge your loyalty?" Colin laughed disdainfully. "I can't afford to accept the loyalty of Saint Prospero." If it had been before Marquis Vincent's betrayal, Colin might not have minded having a Holy Knight bloodline descendant, but now, he was not foolish enough to turn an enemy into a bloodline descendant. Moreover, he had just been taught a lesson by the Lord Reader, so he did not dare to show mercy. Pooh! With a stomp, the Earl of Avon's head exploded like a watermelon. "No!" Anna let out a shrill scream, and then rushed toward Colin without a care for anything else. Although she had advanced to the 6th step, Anna had just been severely injured by Colin. How could she be a match for Colin with her heavily injured body? Colin did not have the slightest intention of showing mercy to the fairer sex. With a flap of his bat wings, he sent Anna flying. Then, with a leap, he pounced on Anna's body, opened his big mouth, aimed at Anna's slender white neck and bit down. Although he would not turn her into a blood kin, turning her into a blood thrall would not be a problem. After all, a blood thrall's self-awareness had already been erased, and there would be no problem of betrayal. Just like that crazy woman Cynthia Sue Duo who wanted to kill Colin the moment she saw him, she was also as obedient as a little kitten after becoming a blood thrall. However, after erasing her self-awareness, it was estimated that this star of the Eastern region who had a high chance of stepping into the Holy Realm would have no chance of becoming a Holy Knight. But Colin did not have any other choice at this time. It would be a pity to kill her, and it would be too dangerous to turn her into a blood kin to retain her self-awareness. Therefore, he could only turn her into a blood thrall and become a high-level fighter. Goodoo. Pudgy. After a round of sucking and injecting, Colin got up from Anna's body. The fire in the city was raging at an alarming speed. The cold ground was actually starting to heat up, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt smoke. The soaring flames illuminated the sky above White Dew City as if it was daytime. Coupled with the aftermath of the holy light that erupted during the battle between Mr. Chong and Prince Lexi, White Dew City was exceptionally lively tonight. Colin grabbed the unconscious Anna in his hand, and then with a flap of his bat wings, soared into the sky, and quietly flew toward the place where the holy light erupted. He did not want to see Prince Lexi die in Mr. Chong's hands. First of all, Prince Lexi had just saved Colin's life, and this was a favor that Colin had to repay. Secondly, if Prince Rhy died, then no one would be able to control Mr. Chong. Colin could not let the other paladin of the Empire of Light, Duke Xianxia, chase after Mr. Chong all day long. At that time, the northern frontier and the eastern frontier of the Empire would tremble under Mr. Feng's shadow. Moreover, Colin suspected that Mr. Feng's real plan was not just to kill Prince Rhy. At this moment, the fire in the city clearly indicated that Mr. Chong was preparing to cast the forbidden spell he had cast in Fallen Eagle City, Trial's Eye. However, after seeing Mr. Khan use the corpse of the Duke of St. Hilda to resurrect himself, Colin guessed that the Trial's Eye was not an isolated forbidden spell. The petrified corpse of a paladin was obviously very useful. It was highly possible that there was another related forbidden spell that could allow the caster to occupy the petrified corpse of the Holy Knight. Now that Mr. Chong was occupying the corpse of the Duke of St. Hilda, he was obviously using the power of the Holy Knight's holy light. Even if he repracticed arcane magic, it would be impossible for him to return to the peak of rank 6 in a short year. Therefore, this Trials I spell was definitely being cast by another rank 6 wizard, and it should be this person who was about to occupy the petrified corpse of Prince Rhy. If they really succeeded, then Mr. Chong would have 2 paladins at once. This would definitely be a devastating blow to the current order of the empire. Perhaps the wizards would replace the nobles and become the new ruling class of humans. Therefore, whether it was for public or private reasons, Colin had to save Prince Rhy. Asterisk poof. Asterisk red flames soared into the sky, blocking Count Nicole's path forward. It also made it impossible for him to continue chasing the fleeing Pegasus Legion. Count Nicole, there's something wrong with this fire. The adjutant ran over, sweating profusely. Should we withdraw from White Dew City first? Asterisk cough cough cough. Asterisk Count Nicole was choked by the thick smoke and couldn't stop coughing. At this moment, he realized that something was wrong and decisively ordered, withdraw. Withdraw from White Dew City first. Yes, sir. However, when Count Nicole led his army to the city gates, he found that the narrow gates were already filled with the fleeing citizens of White Dew City. Count Nicole, what should we do? Count Nicole turned around to look at the raging fire behind him. He made up his mind and growled, "Fire," he roared, "kill our way out." The adjutant hesitated for a moment, but then he accepted the order. Yes, sir. Thus, the Nicole army began to recklessly charge towards the city gates. Everyone who stood in their way, regardless of whether they were old or weak, women or children, was cut down to the ground. At this critical juncture of life and death, they no longer had the time to care about their responsibilities as soldiers and not hurting the innocent. Driven by their survival instincts, the Nicole family's army fought their way out of White Dew City, carving out a bloody path. However, the ability to pass through the 4 city gates was extremely limited. White Dew City was the largest city in the eastern region, with a population of 1 million. Most of the people were still trapped in the city. Colin flew in the air and looked down. He saw that the raging flames in White Dew City had gradually spread into fiery dragons. They swam along a fixed path, interweaving into a mysterious and complicated arcane spell formation. The center of the spell formation was not far from the west side of White Dew Castle. All the flames strangely avoided that location, as if there was an invisible barrier that isolated everything. Many people also discovered this invisible barrier and rushed over, wanting to escape the flames. However, this barrier not only isolated the flames, it also kept the crowd outside. They shouted and prayed, but it was of no use. They could only be swallowed up by the raging sea of flames behind them. Colin continued to approach in the air. He could already smell the fragrance of roasted meat. The tragic scene in front of him caused his heart to turn cold. His surging murderous intent was about to burst forth uncontrollably. He could be considered a veteran general who had been on the battlefield for a long time. He had seen many scenes of corpses piling up like mountains. He had even personally ordered the slaughter of tens of thousands of captives. However, the act of sacrificing an entire city had crossed Colin's bottom line. No matter what excuses Mr. Fong and the others had, Colin could not tolerate such an inhumane act. At this moment, he had completely developed the desire to kill Mr. Fong. No matter what his stance was, no matter what price he had to pay, he had to kill this scourge of the human race. Bang. Colin also crashed into the barrier. A faint green light appeared in front of Colin. It was like a sturdy eggshell, covering the center of the spell formation. Open for me. Colin roared. The giant bat wings on his back flapped violently. His entire body seemed to turn into a golden arrow of light, piercing into the barrier. At this moment, in the abandoned warehouse at the center of the barrier, the red-robed mage opened his ugly eyes. Around him, a large spell formation was emitting a dense green light. It faintly resonated with the raging sea of flames in White Dew City. Rip. The red-robed mage suddenly pulled out a dagger and unhesitatingly gouged out his left eye. Bang! Colin landed heavily on the ground. Compared to the steamer-like scene outside the barrier, the inside was like an ice cave. Of course, this was actually the temperature that should be there at this time of the year. There was no smell of burning in the air. Instead, there was a faint mist in the air. However, there was a faint smell of blood in the mist. It was very similar to the smell that Colin smelled on Mr. Feng's body, as well as the smell that he smelled in the underground blood pool of the Phoenix Butterfly Castle's clock tower. The inside of the barrier was very spacious. The quiet streets surrounded a dilapidated and decayed warehouse. A faint green light shone out from the warehouse, flickering like the frequency of breathing. It made people feel that something terrible was being nurtured inside, and it might break out of its shell in the next second. Anna, who was in Colin's hand, had also woken up. Her eyes were dull, but she obeyed Colin's orders. However, she had not fully recovered from her serious injuries, so she could not exert much combat power. However, it was more than enough to explore the way. Under Colin's orders, Anna slowly walked toward the warehouse's door. Outside the barrier, the city was on fire, and screams were everywhere. However, here, it was dead silent. It gave Colin the illusion that he had come to a cemetery in the middle of the night. Anna walked all the way to the warehouse's door, but nothing happened. Colin narrowed his eyes and cautiously approached. At this moment, Anna opened the warehouse's door. Buzz, in an instant, countless green threads surged out of the door like poisonous snakes. They engulfed Anna's slender body in an instant, and then rushed towards Colin at a high speed. Along the way, the green threads spun and danced. Everything that they touched was quickly assimilated, disintegrated, and then turned into more green threads. If someone with trypophobia saw this scene, they would probably collapse on the spot. Although Colin did not have trypophobia, his scalp was still numb. He spread his wings and immediately soared into the sky. However, those green threads still chased after him relentlessly. Colin took a deep breath, and a rapidly spinning invisible vortex appeared around him. A terrifying pressure spread out from his body, and under the surging pressure, the encirclement of the green threads also slowed down. Colin fiercely flapped his wings, and an even more explosive cyclone suddenly spread out, instantly suppressing the green threads below. However, before Colin could breathe a sigh of relief, an invisible sound wave rippled out from the warehouse. Hiss! In the next second, the countless green threads instantly went berserk, turning into blood-red threads that surged toward Colin in an even more frenzied manner. When they approached Colin, the red threads turned into venomous snakes. They opened their terrifying mouths and hissed at Colin. Colin only felt an extremely cold and gloomy aura enveloping his entire body, causing his body to stiffen like a rock. Even moving a finger was extremely strenuous. What kind of strange spell was this? Colin cursed inwardly as he quickly closed his eyes. Then, he opened them again. 3 thin silver threads suddenly appeared in his scarlet pupils, and then began to spin rapidly. Secret blood technique, gloomy gaze. In the next second, a boundless curtain of blood spread out in all directions, instantly drowning out the countless venomous snake-like red threads. Hiss, 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 like ice and snow under the scorching sun, the red threads all melted under Colin's attack. Bang! Colin landed on the ground again. All the red threads had disappeared, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. Anna also stood up again, but her original refined gold armor was already in tatters, revealing large areas of her delicate skin. And on her exposed skin, there were dark red marks crawling all over, which should be the wounds left by that strange spell just now. Colin would not feel sorry for a blood thrall, and immediately urged her to continue forward. After entering the warehouse, they immediately heard the sounds of intense fighting, as well as the ripples of holy light and arcane spells. Colin followed in and found Anna fighting with a dozen mages. However, in such a narrow space, to be closed in by a 6th-level knight, even if it was only a heavily injured 6th-level knight, these mages were destined to lose. As expected, Anna was like a cheetah that had charged into a flock of sheep. As she moved and jumped, she quickly cut the throats of the mages who had not yet finished their incantations. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, as if it was an artistic performance of slaughter. However, Colin was not in the mood to enjoy this performance. From the moment he entered the warehouse, his gaze had been fixed on the center of the warehouse, on the figure wearing a red mage robe. So ugly. This was the first impression that the red-robed mage left on Colin. However, Colin did not dare to let his guard down. The complicated and mysterious spell formation on the ground was still emitting bursts of green light. The red-robed mage in the center of the spell formation held a magic staff in one hand and a bloody eyeball in the other as he chanted. Colin looked at the bloody hole in the left eye and immediately knew that the eyeball belonged to the red-robed mage himself. Thick green smoke enveloped the red-robed mage and formed a huge green cocoon on top of his head. The green cocoon expanded and contracted, flickering as if it had a life of its own. Colin had seen this scene before in Fallen Eagle City. At that time, he had a way to interrupt Mr. Burley's spellcasting and let the Duke of St. Hilda live. Unfortunately, he hesitated at that time. This time, he would not hesitate anymore. However, Colin did not personally go forward to interrupt the red-robed mage's spellcasting. This was because the strange spell from before had left him with a lingering fear. Moreover, Mr. Burley almost failed the last time, so it was impossible for him not to be more careful this time. Therefore, Colin did not act rashly. Instead, he waited for Anna to finish off the low-level mages before urging her to go forward with her sword. The red-robed mage's ugly single eye looked at the approaching Anna as he continued to chant the mysterious Elvish language. It seemed that he was at the crucial moment of spellcasting and had no time to care about anything else. Even when Anna was right in front of him, the red-robed mage still did not have any intention to defend himself. Whoosh, the long sword in Anna's hand pierced straight into the red-robed mage's chest, but strangely, there was not a single drop of blood. Colin frowned. Just as he was puzzled, he saw the red-robed mage's chest suddenly split open. Bang, countless blood-red threads surged out and turned into tiny poisonous snakes along the way, all of them hissing ferociously at Anna and Colin. Hiss, Colin only felt his body stiffen, and his thoughts seemed to have become sluggish at this moment. Everything in front of him also became unreal. Colin. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Colin opened his eyes and found that he was no longer in the warehouse. Instead, he was in an endless wilderness. Anna and the red-robed mage were nowhere to be seen. He was all alone. Colin. The voice sounded again. Of course, Colin could tell that it was Vera's voice. However, he also knew that it was just an illusion. However, even though he knew that it was just an illusion, this pure and charming voice was still able to arouse the desire in Colin's heart. He could not help but blush as his body heated up. He tried hard to find the source of the voice, but he found that it seemed to be coming from all directions. He could not locate it at all. Whoosh, Colin spread his wings and soared into the sky. However, even after flying for a long time, the scenery in front of him did not change at all. There was an endless wilderness. There were no people, no buildings, and no animals. There was only a horizon that he could never reach. Colin. The voice that sounded like Vera sounded again. I am right here. Come quickly. This time, Colin found the source of the voice. It was right below him. When he looked down, he found Vera standing there. She was wearing a red velvet dress, and her golden waist-length hair still had traces of water vapor, as if she had just taken a bath. Her fair skin exuded a moving blush, making people want to take a bite out of it. Bang, Colin returned to the ground and saw Vera smiling sweetly. She lifted her dress and ran towards him. Every time she took a step, green grass and white flowers would appear under her feet. When she rushed into Colin's arms, the originally barren wilderness had turned into a green grassland. He could even see a few butterflies dancing in the grass. He could also vaguely hear the chirping of birds. The touch and smell of the girl in his arms was so beautiful and familiar that he could not help but be intoxicated. Colin held Vera's waist with one hand and gently stroked her hair with the other. In the next second, his big hand exerted a force. Crack, then, he twisted the head of the girl in his arms. Woo, a gust of wind blew, as if the soul of a young girl was crying. Colin. Vera's voice sounded again. However, this time, the voice did not come from his chest, but from behind him. Colin slowly turned around and saw another Vera standing quietly in front of him. Her face was full of resentment and confusion. Don't you love me anymore? As she spoke, 2 lines of tears flowed down Vera's cheeks. Colin smiled faintly and said, but I don't know which you to love. Of course it's me, the second Vera replied. Colin pointed at the corpse in his arms and asked, then who is this? That's not me, take a closer look. Colin lowered his head and was surprised to find that the corpse in his arms with its head twisted off had the appearance of Queen Xianxia. Colin smiled and muttered to himself, this is really interesting. After saying that, he casually threw Queen Elsa's body away. Then, he opened his arms and made a gesture to welcome Vera. Vera smiled and lifted her skirt again before she ran towards Colin. However, just as she was about to jump into Colin's arms, Colin suddenly closed his arms. Poof, Vera's head was crushed by Colin. Blood and flesh splattered all over Colin's body, but he did not avoid it. He just quietly felt this moment where it was hard to distinguish between reality and illusion. Colin. The third Vera appeared on the grass again and waved her white and tender arms as she smiled at Colin. Come and play with me. Okay. Colin flapped his wings and flew towards her. This time, he took the initiative to hug the girl. Vera giggled and she seemed to enjoy the hug of her lover. However, in the next second, Colin opened his mouth and bit Vera's slender white neck. Gulp, gulp, unexpectedly, Colin found that he could actually suck the blood of this Vera. As Colin continued to suck, everything around him changed drastically. The blue sky suddenly turned blood red, and the green grass became barren again. The butterflies and birds all disappeared, and the world gradually returned to its original deathly stillness. Whoosh, suddenly, it started to rain. Colin raised his head from Vera's body and he realized that the raindrops falling from the sky were actually blood. The strong smell of blood filled the air and it was almost suffocating. Hiss, Colin lowered his head and saw that Vera in his arms had already turned into a red venomous snake. She was opening her bloody mouth and biting towards him. Bang, Colin smashed the snake's head with his fist. The snake's body slowly fell to the ground and turned into a pool of blood that melted on the ground. However, in the next moment, the blood rain that fell from the sky formed a huge snake's head in the air and it bit down on Colin. Bang, Colin smashed the snake's head again. However, in the next moment, another snake's head appeared in the air. There seemed to be an endless number of snakes and he could never kill them all. Colin frowned and he realized that he would not be able to get rid of the illusion. He had to find another way. He also remembered that he had discussed with Vera about the secrets of the arcane art of illusion. At that time, Vera had told him that everything in the illusion was not real except for the victim himself. Therefore, the only way to get rid of the illusion was to find the only one who was real. The only one who was real, thus, when the blood-red snakehead attacked again, Colin stood quietly in the same spot and did not resist. Pfft, the giant snake bit down on Colin's waist and a lot of blood spurted out. However, Colin did not feel anything. It was as if it was not his body at all. Time seemed to have stopped. Everything around him was slowed down in an instant. Time and space slowed down like a slow-motion scene in a movie. The darkness that emerged from the depths of Colin's soul completely drowned his consciousness. In a trance, Colin felt as if he was standing on a huge blood-red lake. The surface of the lake was like a mirror. When he looked down, he saw his own reflection standing under his feet. It was the same reflection. The blood-red lake rippled slowly under Colin's feet, and it seemed to be constantly closing the distance between Colin and his own reflection. All of a sudden, Colin had an epiphany. "You are me," he said to the reflection under his feet. "This is me. I am Colin Angeli." In an instant, thousands of rays of light exploded. Everything was distorted, softened, and dissipated under the scorching temperature. Time accelerated and the world returned to normal. When he opened his eyes again, Colin was already back in the warehouse of White Dew City. The huge spell formation on the ground was still emitting green light. In the middle of the spell formation, Anna stood there in a daze. The sharp sword in her hand did not stab the red-robed mage, but a scarecrow covered in blood. When the red-robed mage next to the scarecrow realized that Colin had gotten rid of the illusion, his ugly face immediately showed an expression of disbelief. "You? How did you?" The corner of Colin's mouth twitched, revealing a ferocious smile. As he flapped his wings, it was as if he had turned into a blood-red arrow, arriving in front of the red-robed mage in an instant. Wait, crack, Colin did not care about the red-robed mage's pleas for mercy. He directly twisted the mage's head off. Bang, The moment the red-robed mage's head was twisted off by Colin, the green cocoon that was floating above his head suddenly burst open. The inside of the green cocoon was empty, only the dense green light shooting out in all directions. Colin realized that his vision was completely occupied by the green light, and he could not see anything else. Even if he closed his eyes, it was still the same. However, after realizing that the green light did not harm him, Colin calmed down and waited patiently. After a while, the green light finally dissipated. Colin opened his eyes again and realized that the green cocoon above his head had disappeared. The gigantic spell formation below his feet was now flickering with a faint light, and the frequency of the flickering was increasing, as if something drastic was about to happen. Colin did not have any intention of staying any longer, and immediately lifted Anna by the back of her neck, flapped his wings, and prepared to leave. However, just as he was about to break through the roof of the warehouse, Colin circled back, and used his other hand to lift the red-robed mage's corpse, and once again soared into the sky. Bang! After breaking through the roof and flying high into the sky, Colin turned back to look at the location of the warehouse. After he left, the entire building began to slowly collapse. But the strange thing was, after the collapse, the ground was not the ruins of the warehouse, but a bottomless black hole. After that, the fire dragons that were originally wreaking havoc in the White Dew City followed their previous tracks and headed towards the center of the spell formation, which was where the black hole was located, and quickly gathered. And the fire dragons that gathered were all swallowed by the black hole without exception. It was as if these fire dragons did not belong to this time and space, and now they finally followed the black hole back to where they belonged. Following the disappearance of the fire dragons, the fire in the White Dew City was gradually extinguished. Seeing this, Colin heaved a sigh of relief. He was originally worried about how to save the fire. But now, it seemed that he did not need to worry about this. Luckily, the fire did not burn for too long, and a portion of the residents in the White Dew City would probably survive. Whoosh whoosh, 2 golden rays of light suddenly approached the black hole from the east of the city. Seeing this, Colin knew that it was the 2 holy knights that were fighting, and hurriedly flapped his wings, and disappeared into the dark night in the blink of an eye. "Mr. Chong, it seems that your plan has failed," Prince Rhy said expressionlessly, but there was a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Mr. Kuei looked at the huge black hole in front of him, as if he could see through the hole and see the situation in another world. He sighed and said, "Prince Lacey, it seems like you've managed to escape death." "Escape?" Prince Lacey snorted and said disdainfully, "It seems like you're the one who's been running away." Mr. Feng smiled faintly, as if he was not affected by the failure of the plan, nor was he angered by Prince Rhy's mockery. "It can't be helped. I haven't fully adapted to this body, so I'm afraid I can't compete with you for the time being." After saying this, Mr. Tai immediately turned into a golden stream of light and soared into the sky. "Do you think you can escape?" Prince Lacey roared and immediately chased after him. Outside White Dew City, Count Nickel was still in shock as he looked at White Dew City engulfed in raging flames. Although he was lucky, he also felt a strong sense of unreality. Was White Dew City going to be destroyed again? A group of soldiers wearing the uniform of the Pegasus Legion rushed out of the city, but before they could escape the sea of fire, the flames suddenly swallowed them along with their horses. The soldiers who were still breathing rolled and struggled in the sea of fire, letting out ear-piercing screams that made one's hair stand on end. Endless screams came from the city, making people unable to bear to listen to them. Count Nickel looked at the scene in front of him and seemed to finally realize something. Suddenly, tears flowed down his old face as he muttered, "Earl of Avon, is this your real plan?" At this moment, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Thud thud thud, the continuous sound of horse hooves sounded from behind, and it became clearer and clearer. The adjutant ran over in a panic and reported, "Count Nickel. Your Excellency, the bloody cavalry is coming. Shall we retreat first?" Count Nickel smiled bitterly and said, "You are right. Retreat? Where else can we retreat to?" The adjutant was speechless. After a while, he asked again, "Should we get into formation immediately?" "Get into formation?" Count Nickel pointed to the group of extremely embarrassed and frightened soldiers around him and asked, "Even if they get into formation, can they still withstand a round of charge from the bloody cavalry?" Looking at Count Nickel, who seemed to have completely given up on himself, the adjutant opened his mouth, but could not think of any words to persuade him. The sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, the army of the Nickel family was surrounded by the bloody cavalry. Fortunately, the bloody cavalry did not intend to attack. Instead, they sent a messenger to find Count Nickel and said, "Count Nickel, Knight Roger invites you to come over." Normally, in the face of such a condescending invitation, even if Count Nickel knew that he had to go, he would at least put on an act. But now, looking at the white dew city in the sea of fire, Count Nickel suddenly felt disheartened. He said nothing and just followed the messenger, like a prisoner who had surrendered, to the position of the bloody cavalry. Count Nickel. Hearing someone call his name, Count Nickel, who was in a trance, slowly came back to his senses. He raised his head and looked at the high-spirited knight of the northern frontier in front of him, and said respectfully, "Knight Roger, this time I let you see a joke. Also, I'm deeply sorry about the unfortunate death of Count Angeli. Who told you that Count Angeli was unfortunately killed?" Ah? Count Nickel was stunned. He opened his mouth wide and did not know what to say for a moment. Knight Roger smiled and said, "Count Angeli just sent a message, asking us to prepare to enter the city." Enter the city? Count Nickel did not have time to think about whether Count Angeli was dead or not. He pointed at the white dew city in the sea of fire, and his eyes were full of doubts. "Are you crazy?" Count Nickel wondered if Roger was a little delirious. Knight Roger did not seem to see the doubts in Count Nickel's eyes, and continued to say, "Yes, we are preparing to enter the city. However, due to the heavy losses of the House of St. Prospero in this rebellion, the eastern region needs a respectable noble to stand up and take charge of the situation and appease the people. Count Angeli thinks that you are very suitable, but I don't know if you are willing to take on this responsibility." Count Nickel thought that Knight Roger was really crazy. Entering the city now, wasn't that asking for death? Just when Count Nickel was hesitating about how to wake up the commander of the bloody cavalry, suddenly there was a burst of cheers behind him. "The fire is out. The fire is out. This is a miracle from the god of light. Quick, quick. Enter the city to save people." Count Nickel suddenly turned around and saw that the sea of fire in White Dew City had miraculously extinguished. The fire had come in a strange manner and left in an even stranger manner. Count Nickel was even more certain that this was not an ordinary fire. The rumors about Fallen Eagle City surfaced in his mind once again. Count Nickel looked at Roger with bright eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Knight Roger, could it be that someone is trying to sacrifice White Dew City to release the forbidden spell, Eye of Judgment?" "That's right." Roger nodded. "Is it Mr. Xian?" "Who else could it be?" Roger looked at the hatred in Count Nickel's eyes and added, "However, Mr. Xian alone would not be able to cause such a huge fire in White Dew City." Count Nickel's heart sank. His previous conjecture surfaced once again. Although he did not want to believe it, he still asked in a trembling voice, "Is it Earl of Avon who is helping him?" "What do you think?" Roger asked in return. He did not give Count Nickel any time to think and asked the same question again. "Count Nickel, now that the chaos in White Dew City has just settled down, everyone is in a state of panic. We need a noble of virtue and prestige to stabilize the situation. I wonder if you are willing to take on this heavy responsibility?" Hearing these words again, Count Nickel certainly did not think that Knight Roger was crazy like before. He finally believed that Count Angeli was still alive. Moreover, the extinguishing of the fire was most likely his doing. Perhaps he had seen through the plans of the Earl of Avon and Mr. Xian from the very beginning. Thus, he formulated a counterplan and faked his death to turn the tables. Thinking of this, Count Nickel could not help but feel a chill in his heart. There had never been anyone who could give him as much pressure as Count Angeli. He was a military genius with unparalleled wisdom. Count Nickel suddenly felt that compared to this Count of the northern frontier, the young masters of the House of St. Prospero were as stupid as pigs. From now on, the entire eastern region would be shrouded in the shadow of this Count of the northern frontier. But at the same time, Count Nickel realized the hidden meaning behind Knight Roger's invitation. For a moment, his heart was pounding, and some kind of ambition hidden in the depths of his heart that he did not dare to speak of suddenly surged. But the old and solemn Count Nickel still took a deep breath to calm the agitation in his heart. "Shouldn't you find a St. Prospero to take on this responsibility?" The corner of Roger's mouth twitched as he sneered. Is there anyone else in the House of Saint Prospero who can take on this responsibility? Can the citizens of White Dew City continue to trust them? Count Nickel's heart, which had just calmed down, was once again agitated. Although he knew that it was impossible for him to become the Duke of the Eastern region, it was not difficult for him to become the Duke of the Eastern region with the help of Count Angeli. This would definitely bring about an earth-shattering change to the status and strength of the Nickel family. Count Nickel licked his cracked lips and asked in a hopeful and hesitant tone, "What do you mean? Count Angeli, what's your plan?" Knight Roger smiled faintly and put on a matter-of-fact expression. Of course, Count Nickel only wants White Dew City to regain its stability as soon as possible. Don't forget, His Majesty's war order has already been sent. The Eastern region must be ready to send troops as soon as possible. Count Nickel knew that Knight Roger did not fully trust him yet. He also knew that once he accepted the invitation, he would be seen as someone who had sided with the Angeli family. If the situation in the Eastern region changed in the future, he would be very likely to be punished and punished. Thinking of this, Count Nickel's expression changed rapidly as he struggled in his heart. However, Knight Roger was already getting impatient. Seeing this, he urged, "Count Nickel, time is of the essence. If you are not willing, then I'm afraid Count Angeli will have to find someone else." "I'm willing." Count Nickel suddenly raised his head and growled firmly. "Very good." Knight Roger revealed a satisfied smile, then waved his hand and ordered, "Blood Cavalry, enter the city." White Dew Castle. In the underground ice cellar, Princess Judy was curled up in Prince Harrison's arms. She did not know whether it was because of fear or the cold, but her petite body could not stop trembling. In fact, this fire did not affect White Dew Castle. After all, no matter how crazy the Earl of Avon was, it was impossible for him to burn down his own castle. However, although there was no fire, it was still in a sea of fire. The scorching air made the people in the castle feel like their lungs were being poured with boiling water every time they took a breath. The scorching temperature also made White Dew Castle feel like it was on top of a steamer. It was unbearably hot. The important people in the castle had been moved to the basement. As for Prince Harrison and Princess Judy, they were arranged to stay in the largest ice cellar. The temperature here was naturally not too affected, and the entrances were covered with wet curtains, so the air was still fresh. However, this still could not alleviate the anxiety and fear of the people in the ice cellar. "Brother, are we going to die?" There were still traces of tears on Princess Judy's face. It seemed like she had just cried. "Don't worry, we definitely won't." Prince Harrison hugged his sister tightly and comforted her with a firm tone. However, he was not sure himself. Princess Judy didn't know if she had heard the insincerity in her brother's words. After a long silence, after a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, "Brother, if we don't escape this disaster, what would be your biggest regret?" Prince Harrison was taken aback by these words. He wanted to comfort his sister that they would definitely be able to escape this disaster, but the words did not come out of his mouth. At the same time, he could not help but think, what would he regret, not being able to see his father and mother again, not being able to avenge his teacher, or had he missed out on the supreme position of the Radiance Empire? After thinking for a while, Prince Harrison realized that the final image in his mind was actually the first time he saw Kathy Savoy. It was a hot summer afternoon. Kathy, who was wearing a blue maid's dress, was timidly following behind Colin. When she saw Prince Harrison's gaze, she immediately returned a respectful and shy smile. It was this smile that struck the heart of Prince Harrison, who had just experienced his first awakening of love. Thinking that he would not be able to see Kathy Savoy again before he died, Prince Harrison felt extremely regretful. However, he immediately rejoiced that Kathy did not come to White Dew City with him. Looking at her silent brother, Princess Judy could not help but tug at his collar. "Brother, why aren't you saying anything?" A hint of panic flashed across Prince Harrison's eyes. Just as he was thinking about how to answer his sister's previous question, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Soon after, Knight Ivan ran in excitedly and shouted, "My lord! Your Highnesses, the fire has been extinguished. The fire has been extinguished." "Really?" Prince Harrison stood up with Princess Judy in his arms. "Of course it's true. You can come out and see for yourself." "I'll go take a look." Princess Judy immediately broke free from her brother's arms and scurried out like a little rabbit. Prince Harrison hurriedly followed as well. After exiting the ice cellar, they indeed discovered that the fire in the city had miraculously been extinguished. Although the air was still filled with smoke, they could clearly feel that the temperature was rapidly dropping. Awesome! We're saved! We're saved! Princess Judy jumped and cheered excitedly. The surrounding nobles and guards were also cheering and rejoicing. Many of them even knelt on the ground devoutly, praising the God of Light. Prince Harrison was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. In his blurred vision, Prince Harrison seemed to see a familiar figure, Teacher's figure. Just as Prince Harrison thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, he heard his sister exclaim in surprise, "That's right. Teacher! Teacher, you're still alive." As she said that, the little girl ran over and threw herself into Colin's arms. The first glimmer of dawn shone on White Dew Castle, bringing this long night to a close. End of chapter 500. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.